it ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners True Crime Cafe. Nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouth shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True Crime Cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True Crime Cafe. Nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. Coffee's cool, blood runs high. Corner table, a ticking clock. Whispers rise, stories ride. No escapist, curse a spy. True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Every damn day. Fingers tapping, blackened keys. Sweat drips down, can't find peace. Eyes like daggers, cut through breeze. All these ghosts, they never leave. Who's the liar? Who's the prey? Who's the hunter in this play? True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Every damn day. Table stained with secrets deep, promises broken, wounds that seep. The jukebox screams, the lights will weep. No justice here, just lies that can't.
All right. Good morning, afternoon, everybody. Thank you guys for joining us here again at the cafe, guys. We are heading back to Idaho today to maybe finally bring some truth to the table. The reports have all been being loaded into the new website through the Idaho law enforcement portal, I believe it is. I might be wrong on that one, but either way, and we've been looking at many people have been going through these for 24 hours now, guys. I'm included, and I want to start breaking these down one by one from the beginning and pointing out, talking about the things that were held back from us for whatever reason. I don't know why. Again, they're definitely covering up and hiding something, folks. What is that? We don't know yet, but I think maybe we might have the ability to figure that out with these reports now. So once again, guys, please make sure to hit the like button on your way through that door. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Let's talk about what's been going on for 2.5 years. And like I said, finally possibly bring some truth to the table. That being said, you guys know what comes next. So let's do this thing. All right, here we are. And again, welcome back, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I do appreciate you all so very much. And thank you to my blue crew for being here as well. For those of you that are here, I appreciate you so very much. More than you know, because I couldn't do it without them. That's a fact, folks. Once again, though, sadly, before we get moving, guys, I guess we've had another loss. This is the third one within, I think, the same amount of days. It looks like professional wrestler, everybody remembers from back in the day, Hulk Hogan has passed away as well. Wow, guys, 3 in a row, 3 in 3 to 4 days. This is crazy. I used to be a huge Hulk Hogan fan back when I was a kid. Very sad. 3 greats gone, guys. Very sad. Very great. Even Malcolm Jamal Warner, you know, Theo from the Cosby Show. He was very important part of a lot of people's lives. Of course, Ozzy Osbourne, huge part of my life. Huge reason why I'm in music. My understanding is that Hulk Hogan passed from what I believe is a heart attack. 72, 73 years old, I think. Very sad. I mean, it happens, guys. You know, we're aging. The people above us that we looked up to are aging. They're not going to be around forever. Very horrible, but, you know, cardiac arrest. That's what it is, Alicia. Yeah. 71. Thank you, Joey. I knew it was in that realm of time, but once again, another great one gone. Very sad. Very sad. Very sad. I know Hulk had a lot of health problems, physical problems with his body because of the years and years of stuff that he dealt with. He admitted at one point in time in an interview in a biography that he had used years and years of steroid use that will affect your body. You know, he got clean off of that and started doing it the natural way, which is a lot harder. A lot of things, guys. You know, it all goes with the trying to feel the pressure of having to be who you had to be. You know what I mean? And it's sad, but who knows? If that was the reason why, I don't know. But cardiac arrest does relate to that in some senses from what my experiences are. Oh my God. No, I didn't hear that, Christina. Real quick, let's see who we got with us today before we go any further. Of course, Miss Christina's in the house. I am me. Welcome back to you. Oh, Alicia J. Hey. Always happy to have Alicia in the house. The Google Queen. She will find it for you before you can find it for yourself. She's awesome with that. That superwoman in the house. Brady B, the OG. Good to see you. JS218, good to have you here. Joey Agrella, welcome back. Michelle Weddle, great to see you. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead. Floozy Mama's in the house. Good to see you guys. Paco Jewel, good to have you here. Michelle Weddle, I think I said hello, but hello again. Meg P, always happy for Miss Peg in the house. Miss Meg in the house. KL Wingate, welcome back to you. Virginia Wolf, what's up, brother? Good to see you today. Dog Bones in the house. Good to see you, Dog Bone. Thank you for joining us. Mark Schumann, always happy to have you here, brother. Good to see you today. Kent Corbett, welcome back to you. Philip Hughes, always happy to see you, sir. Hope you're feeling good today and doing well. That's right. Hulkamania forever, brother. Let me tell you, brother. Used to love Hulk. He was awesome. Randy Savage, Roddy Piper, Junkyard Dog, Andre the Giant. Those were the days. Those were the real deal. Doc's in the house. Good to see you, Doc. Thank you for joining us. Excuse me. Michael Green, welcome back to you. Fizzy Cakes visiting around in here too. Great to see you today. Miss Charlotte, good to see you and welcome back. Lots to talk about today, guys. And the Mama Bear's in the house in the chat too. Thank you for being here, Mama Bear. Okay, so I just wanted to say that because your name is awesome. I love it. So these aren't regular documents. These are the reports that led to the documents, police reports and things like that. Wow, folks, Mountain Mama. Everybody, I've seen people all over the place. The internet's insane right now. Okay, Thomas Osaka, good to see you, my friend. Good to have you here. Appreciate that. Let's see. Looks like we have 54 people in the house and 34 likes. 20 more guys and it'll match. Let's see if we can do that. Ginger, hey. Good to see you. Jen Seven's back in the house today. And of course, the Moonlit Baby that never misses a show ever. We appreciate you so very much. I met Hulk Hogan one time and Mr. T at Turney's long time ago. Pretty awesome. I got a poster from both of them. Mr. T signed my from my moderators that love to harass me because that's what he was then. He signed my Mr. T doll that I had, not action figure. It was a doll. He was this big. But yes. Christina, let's see. Busy Paco. Good to see you, Paco. I see ya, Moonlit. She's always here, guys. Never fails. Jacob Monster starting off our chat with a question. Always has interesting questions. There you go. Bethany's victim impact statement stuck out. She says that she woke up at 7 with a toothache, went back to sleep. Well, guess what? You're about to hear that there's some differences here, and that Bethany absolutely lied to law enforcement more than one way. So why, I don't know, but that's right, Michael. I pity the fool. Mess with me. I'm such a dork, you guys. I don't know why you guys never call me out on how much of a dork I am. You should. You should be like, Dago, why are you such a dork? There have been 3 already, Adrian. Malcolm Jamal Warner, Ozzy Osbourne, and Hulk Hogan. That's the 3. That's what I said this morning to my wife when she told me. Welcome, Adrian. I pity the fool, mess with me. Mr. T was a trip. Love Mr. T. Hopefully there is nobody, Adrian. Hopefully that's it for a while. Too much death. We don't need that. Absolutely, Brandy. That's right. If you're a member and you want to join our members Discord, please do it. Plenty to talk about. Dylan Mort in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Ricky Steamboat. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. That's right. Yes. KL. Tell me about it. I know it's too much, guys. It's showing. It makes me. I think it makes a lot of us look at our own mortality. It's sad. Yes, Meg changed my name, guys. I am now Dagostein. No more Frankenstein. It's Dagostein. I am Dagans, and I'll take it from Meg. I love Meg. She's awesome. So I am Dago. I am Dagostein. That's what this is all about. They pieced me together from many different pieces and came up with this thing here. I wish they'd have gave me a better brain, though. You know what I'm saying? Come on. In Stitches in the house. Good to see you, Stitches. Come on in, guys. Tammy C. Hey. I'm funny. And you're like, well, good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad I can make people laugh. Yes, Mr. T is awesome, too. People die in threes. Right. Sting versus Hogan Stark. Oh, wow. That's been a minute, Virginia. Gen 7, great to have you here. Hey, all these doc drops should give everybody pause. Seriously, this shit. No, it's not. That's the problem, is we were blatantly lied to in some aspects, okay? With some of this stuff, it was just pure blatant lies. Why? Why does it matter that you have to, because there's something behind it? They had to put it away. They couldn't bring it to the table because they're covering something else up that it involves, and that's the problem. You know? For one, I think it makes the university look bad. That's probably one of the big issues, I think. Whitney Stone's in the house. I see your comments all the time, Whitney. It's the first time I think I've seen you in the chat. Thank you for joining us. If you go back and watch it, I'm telling you, I watched Birdie's Sting, and it's mind-boggling. Okay, if I kept thinking it was glitching, something is off. Wait, what are we talking about there, Miss Whitney? Did I miss a comment from you before? Like I said, it's great to see you in the chat, Whitney. I see your comments, and I appreciate them all the time. Thank you for that. But it's great to have you in the chat today, finally. Unless you've been here and I haven't seen you. That's the other problem. And if that's the case, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get a lot of people in here I don't see. My apologies. It's pinned at the top of the chat, Willie. Oh, you're okay. You're okay. Of course I read them. I read them all, guys. I try to read every comment I get. I try to respond to them all, too. I told you guys, I appreciate each and every one of you guys. If it wasn't for you guys, the channel would not exist. And I do this because of you guys and for you guys. And, of course, for myself, because it's like therapy to me. But so at this point, like I said, Brian, as far as I'm concerned, Brian's in prison. I'm not here to talk about Brian anymore. Not now. If we need to, we will come back to that sometime down the road. But the biggest issue in the University of Idaho murder case, okay, is how Brian is there. 1, 2, why all of these things were kept away from the world and kept from the public. Willie, the link is pinned at the top of the chat, brother. No problem. Take your time. And that's it. Why was all this stuff kept from the world, from not even just us, but their own people in Idaho? Why did they have to hold that back? Well, I think one of my, it's an opinion, of course, and you're going to see what we're about to go through here is wild. Really wild. The things that were withheld from the PCA itself, granted, I know they don't have to put everything in there, but there's some important pieces of information that should have been put in there, in my opinion. That's just truly my opinion. And it is definitely covering something up. But one of the reasons, I believe, the main reasons, is to protect the integrity of the college. It's a university, and they knew that if they had a label like this of, the things going on, in my opinion, the certain dealings that were going on around and on campus, murders, this, that, everything else, and the people that could be involved, it was going to drop their enrollment. Well, when you drop enrollment, money goes away, and that money runs that college as well as the city of Moscow. Okay, that's all there is to it. If the college didn't exist, Moscow would not have what it has. It wouldn't exist.
Morning, Dago.
What's happening, sir? How are you today? Thank you for joining me, Dylan.
You just referred to one of the three main causes of murders: money, drugs, and love.
That's all. Those are the three things right there: love, drugs, and money. That's what happens.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
and I don't think this is any difference. The university itself, you're spot on with. They,
Yeah,
it's a marketing ploy. They have to save face because if 2.5 years ago they did a proper investigation and found that the guilty parties were all Idaho students, and you have student on student crime. Well, how much is tuition there? Times how many kids are not going to attend that school because of this? They're not. They're going to go to Washington State, or they're going to go to another school, as opposed to going somewhere where they don't feel safe. So
agreed.
that is one aspect of why certain people maybe covered it up, is to protect the school. That
Yes,
also had something to do with the takedown of the 1122 King Road, which was conveniently gifted to the school to take
yes.
down. So that's all tied in.
Well,
But
and also not to mention the owners from what Twiz told me. There's a little something going on with the titling to the home. What we all know, Scott
correct.
Green. Scott Green lived in the home, and I from my understanding, Scott Green still had ownership of that home to some aspect, based on some LLCs that were put in play from Estes and Perky and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to get into all that today, but once
Yeah.
again, more corrupted weirdo or weirdness. Okay, that doesn't. It's just everywhere. It's all over this area, folks. And like you said, I think the number one issue with this whole thing is the protection of the damn university and the city of Moscow. They need each other to survive. They're lifeline to each other. And if one is going down, the other one's going down. If one's up, the other one's up. It's just what it is, which would explain to me and everybody else why I've been questioning, as we all know, why Scott Green has been involved in every aspect of this crime from day one, because he shouldn't have been. He shouldn't have been. He had no reason to be involved in any of this, but he was. Well, there's our answer. He had to make
Yeah.
sure that he knew what was going on, that he could keep things at a level that needed to be relative to keep things moving forward, to keep that money flowing. That's my opinion, and I'm going to stick to it. Just saying. Welcome, Diane. Thank you for joining us as well.
Thank you, Dago.
So, by the way, thank you for standing up for me at Willie's this morning. You didn't need to, but I do appreciate you guys. All of you guys that do that.
Oh, hell no.
I just wanted to thank you. I appreciate the love you guys show for me, the support you show for me. I hope you guys all know and realize that that means the whole world to me, more than anything in this whole thing I do. Your support and the love you show to me means everything to me, guys. So please understand that. Well, okay. Welcome, Miss Christie's in the house. Whitney Stone again. Yes. Thank you for being here, Miss Krista with Realities in the house. I've seen some other people pop in. I want to recognize real quick here if I can. Where'd they go though? Okay, so I love your name. I do. Stitches. Willie's in the house. Willie said he'd be joining us here shortly. He's got to feed his face first. Willie's been up early in the morning going crazy. I was over here. I started off my day at his channel first thing this morning. And like I said, I want to start from the beginning on this. And I know a lot of other creators are doing this, guys. If you've already seen something and heard something, I'm sorry. Because I like to break things down and go from the beginning, talk about it and go through it. It's going to take us a while to do this, guys. That's all there is to it. The important things we're going to point out for sure. Thank you, Christy. Peaky, welcome. Good to see you today. And I want to thank all of the moderators that are throughout. A lot of us creators share moderators. Okay, we have the same amazing people in all over our different channels, and you guys have done some amazing stuff as far as pointing certain things out, showing us different things to go to directly, all that kind of stuff. You guys are all amazing. I want to tell you right now, we appreciate you on every aspect, whether it's Willie, myself, Lana, AR, any of us that are out here doing this. We appreciate everything that you guys do, and I know I can speak for them and say the same. They do feel the same. Because we couldn't do this without you guys. So please don't think that we could. Miss Elizabeth is in the house. DKM, good to see you. I am me. I am me. I am me. And you are you. Good to see you. Thank you, Meg. I appreciate you, dear. Truly do. Um, there's Elizabeth there. So maybe this will make some of this make some sense as to why, like I said, we're not talking about Brian. Not for a while, but this might make some of this other stuff make some sense. Scott's in the house, the metalhead. Good to see you, brother. Good to have you in the house. Um, yeah, you don't want to be going. Twitter is horrible. That's all they want to do is fight and argue. It's
Hey, I'm in
ridiculous.
the streets on Twitter. Don't get it twisted, Dago. I'm out there fighting the battle in the mud with everyone.
I got away from Twitter 2 years ago, bro. I couldn't stand it. That's all they want to do is fight. It's insane.
I make them all look dumb.
It's crazy. Crazy. Again, thank you, Christine. Again, everybody, please understand, we don't expect donations from anybody to be in this channel, part of this community at all. It is so very much appreciated, though, because it does keep me going. It pays the bills, and it brings me out here to hang out with all you beautiful people every day. So thank you for anybody that chooses to do that. God bless. We appreciate you. So what have you seen, Dylan, as far as these new reports go? Anything?
Yeah, and actually, I tweeted a couple of them yesterday that I found interesting. One was the process and handling of the only piece of evidence they have, which is the sliver of DNA. And it looks like Payne's kind of fingerprints are all over the handling and the processing of that. The other person on that report is a D. Hathaway, which basically says Payne sees the sheath, he leaves the room, he proceeds outside, and then he drops it at some MPD temporary evidence storage on the morning of the 14th, and he booked the items in with a bunch of other stuff. So it's not very secure, accurate. So even the one little sliver of evidence isn't there. But the other thing I found was a statement about Bethany and her
Her lies?
statement. Yeah, her statement to police, which is in here, highly redacted, which I also think is just comical because what if Brian's the killer? Why there should be no other victims? So if they're redacting these kids' names, they're adults. They're involved in a murder. Who cares if they got the right guy? There shouldn't be anything. The problem is we all now know it's pretty clear that Brian didn't stab someone over 100 times.
Mm-hmm.
But Bethany claims here that she went to a party around 20-30 hours. So just after midnight with Ethan and Xana. So
Right.
Bethany's claiming she goes to this party. They hung out in an apartment while together. And then Bethany went to the main part of the fraternity to hang out at the party. Maddie and Kaylee went to the corner club, whatever. Bethany did not see Xana and Ethan at the party and left to go to another residence on Taylor Avenue. She then walked home around 1-ish and she got back and Dylan and someone else were at the house around 1:45 or 2.
Right. Right. Right.
She then claims Kaylee and Maddie get back and she watches Big Daddy or Baby Daddy while she goes to sleep. And she heard what she thought was a firework and a big spark on the ground from under her door at around 4 o'clock. And then
Mm-hmm.
Dylan comes downstairs and they go to bed. And in the police report, it says they woke up around 1100 hours and talked with other friends who came over and checked on Xana. That's not true. They were up at 8.
See,
So they,
I read also in another one of the documents we were reading through that at around 2:30 that morning, that Bethany and Dylan both were sitting in the living room watching Vampire Diaries. Somebody else with the starts with the letter L was
yeah.
there, and then that's when the commotion starts to go along. Like none of this
Yeah.
was put out like this ever before. Everybody was sound asleep from what we were told, which we know is not true. But yeah,
Yeah. So going back from the start again, I think if everyone hit refresh like I did going into this and said, okay, Brian pled guilty. Let's ignore that. Let's actually start from the beginning.
that's it.
Let's see what happened. And you don't even get to 3:30 a.m. before you stop and say, okay, Brian's not involved yet. We don't have any evidence of Brian being involved. Let's figure out if we can find the killer close to the scene. You don't even have to leave the house or Dylan and Bethany's contact list to see who they were with at midnight. Why did Bethany leave Ethan and Xana at the frat house? That doesn't make sense. Why is Kaylee's face completely smashed in? Why it? Okay, if we're not even close to getting to a Brian KOHBERGER scenario yet, and we haven't even gotten to 4 a.m. And it's pretty sickening to see how they just let people kind of run rampant and then pinned it on him. But I think we are getting. I'll give Dylan props. I had the wrong girl, the wrong survivor, as they call them. It looks like Dylan at least had the courage to stand up there and double down on her bullshit.
Right.
That shows me, okay, she's got someone's either in her ear saying you have to do this, otherwise you look guilty.
That's what I guessed too. Yep.
Yeah,
You're right.
And she went up there and she didn't tell us anything new. She didn't explain her missteps and her lack of ability to call 911 when she knew something was wrong and a man was in her house. She didn't explain any of that. She just said, okay, I'm off. I'm gonna act here again one more time. Bethany couldn't even show up. She couldn't do it. She had someone else reading and, again, not giving any information about what really happened. Moscow police, Payne, in his interview after, he says there's one weapon. And then Kaylee's mom is on, like, at the same time doing an interview saying there's multiple weapons. It's
At
like
least two. Yeah,
you guys are keeping a tight lip because you don't want to say anything incorrect. You want to have the other department's backs. The FBI went up there and just explained their IGG process. They didn't say we got Brian KOHBERGER. No one's standing up there saying we got our guy.
Right. Well, all right, hold on. Slow. And we're gonna get to all of this, Krista. Slow down. I know there's so many questions everybody has. And including myself, I'm sure Dylan still has questions. Diane does. I know she does. And everybody in here does, guys. We all have more questions now than we've ever had from the time that we've covered this case. That's why I want to start with the first supplemental document that they have here and talk through these little by little and pull out the pieces that were withheld from us, talk about why that happened, and move forward with it, because there's a lot of stuff in this one alone. Just the first document we looked at, there's different, everything's so different, guys. It's crazy.
Are you looking at the general narrative file?
Yeah, I have the first things I'm pulling up and going through are the initial response and scene reports that were put out. The law supplemental narrative. Yeah, the general narrative reports. Right.
Okay. Well, on the second page of that, and this is where I kind of, if they obviously don't want us to know that they're not going to put the killer's name in these documents. The redacted, the second sheet of the first document has subpoenas for different detectives, for KOHBERGER, for Ethan. They black out names, and in the description it says involved. They have victims, and then they have a second sheet of a bunch of people that are involved.
Interesting.
And they're all blacked out.
Yeah, they didn't do a great job of the redaction of the names either, because it's kind of easy to figure out what some of these names are. It's interesting. So yeah, that's interesting too. What you just said, quite interesting. I've been probably through. Well, I've had people bouncing me around to different pages, but I've gone through first probably in and out of the first 50, and then I uploaded the rest of them and have been scanning those. But I want to go through it with you guys. I want everybody's input on this. Please, guys, again, on your way in, hit the like button, share this out. And I appreciate you guys joining me up here as well. Everybody's opinions are important. Everybody's thoughts and feelings are important because we've all been through this case together, folks, from day one. Whether it was in here or another channel or just whatever, we've all been dealing with this together. And that's why we're doing it like this too.
Have fun. I'm going to follow along. I got some work to do.
Absolutely, bud. And Christy, Jesus, you're way faster than me. I know a lot of people were doing this all night last night. I was exhausted. I didn't get to get into a lot of it last night. I did some, but not a lot. And then I fell asleep reading on my phone. So here we are. But yeah, we're going to start off with the first one, guys, and just go through little by little. It's going to take a couple of days, I'm sure, but that's okay. That's what we're here for. And I want to present it what I'm like the title says, the truth, finally, possibly. So welcome, Sky. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. 1 minute here. And like I said, Willie's going to join me up here once he's done with that. And everybody, again, I want to reiterate something. Everybody may have different opinions about different things. We are here to respect each other's thoughts, feelings, opinions. I don't want anybody yelling at each other, calling names, doing any of that, guys. I don't care if you're in the chat, on the panel, whatever it is. Let's just respect each other. We're all in this together and figure this out, period. And Nina B, welcome. Good to see you. Scott, good to see you, brother. So many hours. Yeah, Willie ain't lying. So many hours we've invested in this, and it's taken this to be able to get to this point. So it's wild. Very wild. And again, guys, please respect the moderators as always. Number one rule in this house. They respect you. Please respect them. So how are you today, first and foremost, Miss Diane?
My allergies are killing me.
Oh, I know. It's that time of year, too. It's been bad for me, too. Eddie's in the house. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. There's a link pinned. Eddie, you're always welcome to join me anytime you want to, brother. You know that. No. Did something happen about what, Chris? No. I just want to make sure everybody respects each other. No yelling at each other, calling names, this and that. I don't like that over here, guys. I don't do that kind of stuff. I don't want anybody else doing it either. So that's all. I blasted Brian. I love your avatar, Jen. Lane Staley, it looks like. I'm sure he doesn't care if their claim is non-biased reporting. I said report on this because the blogger story. Yeah, gotcha. What'd you say there, Diane?
I've seen Brian Hinton doing an interview saying behind him was a prison.
Oh, yeah.
This is the prison he'll be going to.
Yeah, he did a whole thing.
He does not know that. He's not even been through intake yet.
I think they were told that they believed he was going to go to the max, the super max in Idaho, but I don't think he's going to.
He'll get maximum security. There's no question. But I'm bewildered because I'm thinking, because see, we in Indiana, we call it IYC.
Yeah.
Which is, that's where they go intake to see what prison they belong in.
Of course, that's how you got to figure out what level they're in and all that stuff. Yeah. You got to go to intake anywhere you go, period. And then get your card, your number, your all that stuff. And then they put you in your home prison, they call it. So.
And for him to stand there and go, this is the one he'll be at, he doesn't know that.
Well, that's like I said, he was probably told that. Go there, and it's probably just for their story. That's all. But yeah, you're right. They probably have no clue where he's going at this point yet.
It's so sad how
SRBBB, good to see you.
People are, look, I don't think he's a killer, and I told you that. But he stood up there and said, yes, pleading guilty to all charges. I have to respect the fact it's his decision to make, and he very well. I never said he was innocent, and I never said he was guilty. I said the way they put this whole thing together sucked.
Well, here it is right here. We're about to see that. Good to see you, SRBB. Thank you for joining us. And yes, ma'am, I agree with you. What's going on over here already now? Listen, let me say something here just to be safe, okay? If you have an opinion on something, just if it's not known to be a factual statement, just put in my opinion. That's what your thoughts are. That way there's no question about that. That's all I'm saying. And hold on a minute here. Once again, I just ask everybody to respect the moderators because I don't question anything they do. So whatever they do, there's a reason for it. Don't come to me if something happens, and because I'm going to back them. That's all there is to it. Understand that they're there for a reason, and I support them 1,001,000%. I would walk away right now, and they could run this whole thing. Just understand that. That's how that works. Not to be mean, nobody in here is like that. I know that. And every now and then we get one or two people that kind of buck the system. It happens, folks. It is what it is. But just we all respect you guys. Please respect us. That's it. No drama. We don't do the drama in here. That's why we do what we do. So on we go. Welcome, Miss Paula, the positive one. I love to see you here always. That's right. We all agree to disagree. And if you don't have anything nice to say, just please don't say it. That's a fact. And the instigators, the guilters, whatever, we don't play the games, guys. Just go back to where you belong. We don't care. And moderators, thank you for doing what you do once again. You know I love you. All right. So, first and foremost, this was the first report that was put out. Sergeant Gunderson, Corporal Snyder, Officer Warner. These were the first officers that responded to the scene after the initial 911 call. Corbin Smith. And some of these names were put into the PCA. Remember that, which is garbage at this point. But the narrative here is I'm going to kind of break this down so I don't have to read so much. But on the day that this all went down, which was November 13th, about 1200 hours, here he comes. Welcome, brother. Good to see you. How are you today?
Good to see you also. Thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm. I do want to tell you, sir, once again, touche. 2.5 years ago, this man said, Dago, this is not going to go to trial. He didn't quite say why. A lot of us thought maybe because he was going to be found innocent, but he didn't say why. Well, here we are, and we are following along with their script, in my opinion. And these are the things that were not put in the script that we weren't supposed to know, and that's why we're putting them all out. So how are you today, Eddie? It is great to have you, as always.
Thank you, and I'm well. Thank you for asking.
Always, sir, always. Are you surprised that these reports are being put out now?
Yeah, it's very surprising to see that they're allowing us to have access to this information.
I agree.
It's kind of almost too soon. It kind of takes away from reaction. We did a little bit of a reaction. We had time somewhat yesterday to do a reaction to the sentencing hearing, but not enough.
You think really. They felt pressure, maybe, Eddie?
Well, I don't know what explains it, but it was certainly evident that Ann and Eliza were very unhappy yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I do agree. Yeah, you can. There was a lot of facial reactions, in my opinion, that you could just look at. BRYAN, again, didn't do anything, in my opinion, different than he would. Some people were trying to say, oh, he was doing this and he was doing that. I didn't see it. I just didn't.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, that was very apparent in the chat. I kind of put some thoughts down on paper. I had time to review a little bit. Is it okay if I share them?
Of course, sir.
Thank you. It might take a moment, but
take your time. I'm here for however long I'm here. It's okay.
So everything that we saw yesterday was theater. The judge even thanking Bethany for her courage.
Yes.
When what we witnessed was an example of fear rather than courage.
Right.
But,
I can agree.
He's saying that was, your takeaway is that this is an example of her courage. It's just more example of the theater that was put on yesterday. Another example of this theater is Dylan's statement. Now, hear me out, because I'm going to go in a little bit different direction than most people have gone, or that are expecting me to go with it.
Mhm.
Like all the other victim impact statements yesterday, I don't believe any of these people speaking believe what they are claiming to be the truth about BRYAN. Just like I don't believe Ann and Eliza don't believe in his guilt. I don't think that the state, the investigators, the prosecution themselves, all these actors know he is innocent. The judge himself included in this.
Right.
Again, this was all theater, eliciting an emotional reaction to suggest that he is guilty and to sell the story. In just the same way as the 911 call, the state is using Dylan's statement during the sentencing hearing to perform their sleight of hand trick on us. Dan, did you want to say something?
Diane, did you want to say something?
Yeah, my granddaughter's school is calling me. I'm
Okay.
definitely to pick her up.
Go do what you got to do. I'll be here for a while.
All right.
Thank you.
Everybody
No
have
problem.
a good day.
Okay, you too, dear. Be safe out there.
I will.
All right. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry, bud.
It's okay. Did you all notice how Bill Thompson was looking at Dylan while she was speaking? It was kind of unnerving. I know I would have been unnerved if he was looking at me.
He was all turned into her, staring at. Yeah, I did see that. Yes.
And it's very odd because one would argue, like, well, he's being supportive of her. But is that the takeaway, or could it be that what he's saying, without saying it, is that we're looking at you? It's an interesting thought. You can't prove it one way or the other.
Yeah, you could look at it in that sense. Was he watching what she was saying to make sure that she was saying what she was supposed to be saying? Was she watching what she was saying because he was interested in what she had to say? Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, you can look at it at different angles. It's how you perceive it all, in my opinion. I agree with you, sir.
Yeah, just the body language on that. Like, if she was struggling to speak, and so if that was what was happening, if someone was having a difficult time speaking, and I was there, I wouldn't like turn my whole body and towards them into kind of intrude on.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
It would exacerbate the problem. So, is there more to it than what we're seeing? It could be. Who knows?
Agreed.
But in contrast, like you mentioned, BRYAN sitting there perfectly still, and he acted. He couldn't have acted any better, or looked or conducted himself any better. But the guilters use whatever, whether it's perfect or whatever they see, and they will.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Different than what it is, but
and you knew that no matter what BRYAN did, somebody was going to find something to say he was doing that was out of place.
Yeah,
you knew that.
Yeah, and if I was, and by the way, I'm sure everyone knows this, but I feel that Bryan Kohberger is innocent. I'm not afraid to say it, and I know it's even more challenging now that he has pled guilty. I mean, if it wasn't difficult before, I mean, how much more difficult now?
Right.
And I can't explain it, but something has changed. Only Ann and BRYAN know what that, and the state know what that is. Who knows? Maybe someone was threatened. I don't know.
And that's what I feel in my heart. I think there were some threats made, and I think truly from these reports that I did get to read through last night and a little bit this morning, I almost feel like I feel more strongly now that BRYAN of his innocence than I did before. And like I said, we're not focused on BRYAN. We're just talking about these aspects here before we get into this. But yes, I truly feel more locked in on my feelings of Brian's innocence now than I did even yesterday. I'll say, after reading through these reports. So that's just my feelings, guys. It doesn't mean anybody else has to feel that way, of course. That's how I feel. So go ahead, bud. Sorry.
Yeah. At any rate, if that was me and I was in the same situation, that is how I would have looked at those addressing me and speaking to me as well.
Yeah. Agreed.
You couldn't have done it any different. If he averted his eyes, it would have been worse.
Agreed.
If he had no reaction, and that was his only option for a reaction. So
yes, I can agree with you.
The blank stare narrative is just ridiculous. But enough on that point. Another example of the theater is after the hearing, during the press conference, we hear the prosecutors telling us that they don't want to question BRYAN about the details of the crime or the whereabouts of the knife, because why bother? He'll only be lying to us anyways. And that's just ridiculous, because we've seen time and again in true crime cases, like I'll cite a local example, Jacob Wetterling here for many decades. Jacob Wetterling was missing, and finally investigators found Danny Heinrich, who committed the crime. And as part of the plea, Danny agreed to lead the investigators to the body, because up to this point, for many, many years, the parents had no closure. So even though when he pled that his sentencing and his punishment will be decreased, as part of the plea, the family had to be okay with that in order to have the body. So if we're to believe that they're not even going to bother trying to find some of these answers during this plea agreement with BRYAN, I mean, you're just fooling yourself. That is not how real life goes. So
sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I was muted. Sorry.
Okay. Sure.
But yeah, I agree with you. That's very true. Let me just react to something real quick here. Dogbone, listen, you're not going to get banned for thinking that. There's many people that do feel like BRYAN is guilty, and I'm not. Listen, let me clarify something, okay? I do feel that BRYAN is innocent to an aspect. I also feel that, is there a possibility that he had some kind of involvement in this? It's possible. Okay, I'm not 100% solid on that. But yes, I do feel that it is a plausible situation that he had something to do with this. Otherwise, how did they get to him? That's still something in my mind. But as we go through this, there's more things that point out to me that he wasn't that involved. So no, you're not going to get banned for thinking that he's innocent. And nobody is to be banned for thinking that. The people that get blocked in here, just so everybody understands that, are the people that come in here as trolls, I guess you could call it, and they taunt people and they say ignorant things to people, and they go at the victims and make ignorant comments about them, so on and so forth. We can talk about the victims in different ways without being mean or rude or anything like that. We can also talk about and to each other without being rude about people's opinions. We all have different opinions in different aspects. It's okay. That's what this is all about. If we all thought the same way, I've always said this, and all felt the exact same way, that's very boring, guys. We have to look at it from multiple different angles, So no, you're not going to get banned, and I understand how you feel. I get it. That's fine, and I respect that. So don't worry about that, and that goes for nobody else either. Go ahead, bud.
Judge Hippler is part of that too. He's labeling us crazy theorists. He did that yesterday. And that is a tactic. That is how it's done in these.
I was shocked about a lot of the things he said. He blatantly brought it out and said, I wouldn't believe anything, Brian. Not in my exact words, but would you believe anything that came from his mouth? I mean, that's not the place of a judge to make a statement that way. That tells me that there's a bias there. You should not have a guilty or innocent feeling as a judge, in my opinion, but he does. It's obvious.
It's a way to silence the opposing voice.
Very good point. Very good point. Thank you, Meg. Yes, nobody wants an echo chamber. Amen. So, and let's listen, guys. We have been all over the place. I've been on the fence, off the fence. Alicia just said she's back on the fence. It's what it is. Do I think that he's full-heartedly 100% guilty of this? No, I don't. I don't think Brian did this on his own. I don't think that he's fully guilty of, even capable of doing this by himself with what we're seeing. And as you'll see, some of the things that are being pointed out here, he couldn't have done, in my opinion. So it's okay for you to feel different ways. That's why we do this. So don't feel like I have to say he's innocent when I'm in here if he's not. Nobody's going to attack you. Eddie understands the same things. Willie does. You know, Willie gets a little excited about things, but he knows how to control that. We all have our different feelings on different things, okay? That's all I'm saying. We're all adults. We can agree to disagree and get through it and walk out shaking hands at the end of this, whether we believe one thing or the other. That's all I'm saying. That's what they want. They want us all up in arms and crazy over this, and so they can call us these crazy conspiracy theorists and blah, 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 when all we're doing is looking at facts that are put on pieces of paper, believed to be facts, and trying to bring truth out of it, folks. That's all this is about, period. So anyway, I'm sorry for my rant. Go ahead, Eddie.
Oh, it's good. So anyway, they already know why to bother even asking him, because someone with no involvement in this crime would not be able to give an answer to those questions anyhow. Besides, they already know the whereabouts of the knife and all the details of the crime, I assure you.
Right. Anybody that's kind of joined me up here, I have one request. If you've never been up here before, is just to show your face for a few seconds in the background. You don't have to leave your camera on. That way I can ensure you're going to show your face and not your waist. Thank you very much. You can turn your camera off now. I see you. You're good. All right. Welcome, Cheryl. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead, Eddie.
Okay. So what you're talking about moments ago, I'm just going to elaborate on that a little bit. So there's three choices, right? This thought experiment is kind of interesting. I think you'd find it interesting too. But the three choices is he is guilty. The next is there is a cover-up or some corruption or shenanigans afoot.
Uh-huh.
And the third one is that there are more than one person involved in this crime.
Mm-hmm.
And you get to pick two, but only two. So however you arrange those three, one has to be omitted.
Gotcha.
So in other words, you know, I think he's guilty. I think there's more than one involved. Therefore, you have to believe that while not believing that there is any shenanigans or any cover-up afoot. That's like one of the three ways you can separate those three choices. So another one is, I think there's more than one person involved. And I think that there is a cover-up here. So that means that you have to understand that he is innocent. Do you understand?
Yep.
You don't get to pick all three. That's not living in reality.
Right. I got
think
what
some people are trying to do that. And everyone must keep in mind, this is not your usual real life case.
Of course not. No, this is way different than anything we've ever seen before, or probably ever will.
So you can't take anything here at face value. And if you try to understand like the events of that night and why the girls did this or that, I mean, you're just wasting your time. You're not going to be able to do that.
Very good point. Very good point. Understood. Understood. What? How are you?
Hello,
Cheryl?
can you hear me?
I
I'm
can.
good. I wanted to put a couple thoughts out there. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. I wanted to say I really think that Ann felt boxed in. I think
Okay.
with the different movies coming out, and I think the nail on the head, that what hit the nail on the head was when that witness came out, because there's plenty of people sitting in jail right now where a witness who didn't see him got up there and lied and did time. And I think she felt like if that witness came up, he was going to get the firing squad. So I think the next move, the better move, was for him to claim that he did it and then get life in prison and just fight to get out. That's what I think happened. And also, I think there's a big cover up. Okay. And more than one
Definitely.
person did it. And I think it's a crime of passion. Nobody's going to hurt somebody that bad without built up rage. That's just craziness. The way, and it's only her that got it. If he was, say, like a psycho like that, he would have did that to every one of them.
I
But he
I
didn't.
feel like that too. Yeah. Well,
You know,
I will say, going along with what you're saying, I think that the two that got the most attention, I'll put it that way, and got the worst wounds, I think fought back and tried to defend themselves more than anybody else. And I think that could be why, one of the reasons why their wounds are so bad. Because a lot of that is defensive. I mean, it's horrible what was done to these, all of four of them, but what was done to Kaylee, what I read, and Hannah is just absolutely horrifying to think about. It's beyond a level of,
I've been listening.
yeah,
I know.
the
I just
overkill
don't. I
is
don't
just
usually go
disgusting.
on panels and that. That's all.
Oh, you're
I know it
fine. You're
was
fine.
overkill.
You're doing
Well,
wonderful.
Katie was the only one who was so beat down, where unrecognizable, though, right? The other one wasn't. That was in the bed
Hey,
with her.
yeah, Kaylee was very, very, yeah, absolutely. It says it in the document we're about to read through that she was absolutely unrecognizable. He even says at some point that he was trying to understand what was done to her by looking at her. He couldn't. That's horrifying to me. And like, why? Why did it have to be that bad? Well, again, I think a lot of it has to do with the defense. You know, they were defending themselves and or their friends, and just wouldn't stop until they were stopped. You see what I'm saying? So, and I still feel like there's more than one person in this room doing this, going at this situation, which would
Absolutely.
bring even more damage. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
And I have another thought.
Yes, ma'am.
Those girls beat so bad, covered in blood, laying in a lake of blood,
Hmm.
and supposedly they roll one, and that sheath is not covered in blood. What? They're able
Yeah.
to get off that metal thing, his dad's DNA. What? No, that thing should have been covered in blood, where they couldn't
Well,
get anything.
it's interesting that
You,
you brought that up because one of the reports we're about to read that I read last night when Annie was here with me, there was no talk of a sheath when they're writing this report. When he walks in, when he sees the two victims in Kaylee's and Maddie's room, there's no talk of a sheath. Why? Why is that not brought into that report right there? That's the question that I have. And it takes me back to something that Michael KOHBERGER, Brian's father, said that was put into the Patterson book, which again, we have to take that with a grain of salt or 1,000, where he said that they didn't find that sheath when they say they did, that sheath was not found until later on and didn't say for sure where. So more questions, in my opinion.
Kohlberger's the fall guy.
I mean,
You know,
it looks that way. Yes, ma'am. It does.
definitely, he's the fall guy, and I think there's drugs involved and everything else. You know, when I first called in a long time ago, when this first started, you remember my theory was that they were all hanging out, just drinking and all, and they drugged whoever they wanted to drug to get them down, and
Hmm.
it went like that. It may have went like that. We don't know. We won't know till Judgment Day. But
Right.
I tell you one thing, Kohlberger is definitely the fall guy. There's another weapon somewhere that is way worse than that
At
knife.
least one. Yes, at least a secondary one, if not more, but I do agree.
Yeah. I hope that her parents get a little peace about this, even though it didn't go to the way they wanted, because I know that her dad is just so riled up. And I wish that he would just get healed, because that's a hard thing to carry. If they could get to a point of forgiveness, they'd be
Agreed.
better off,
Agreed. Well,
But
and that's,
yeah,
I said 2 years ago, probably roughly, that I didn't feel that the Gonzalez family had the ability to mourn the situation the way that they should have been, because they dove right in immediately looking for answers to the what's going on. And I get that too. Welcome, Michael. Good to see you, friend. Our brother. Good to have you here. And Jean, welcome to you as well. Candy Girl, good to see you. Bombshell, welcome to you as well. Pamela Smith, sorry guys. Gaya DeGucci, just trying to catch everybody up. Miss Boone's in the house. Miss Sherry, great to see you as well. Thomas, thank you for being here. And for everybody, before anybody says anything about Thomas Osaka, he's not spamming the chat. He's just struggling with issues with his system, and it keeps repeating his questions. So that's not what that is. And Miss Tandy's in the house on her lunch break joining us. I appreciate you, Tandy. Thank you for being here. Taylor, welcome. Okay, so I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I will catch up with you, and I appreciate you all joining us today as we go through this. Miss Jean Romaine's in the house as well. Witchy, welcome back to you. Brown Eyes, good to see you. All the meatballs jumping in the sauce with us today. I appreciate you so very much. Great to have you here. So, don't be hating. Good to see you as well. Alicia made a great point here. You actually don't have to be guilty to be exonerated, that it's just a process of clearing one's name. Good point, Alicia. Thank you for that. And Clara, I haven't seen you in a long time. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Heather Moster's in the house. All of you guys, I so very much appreciate you all. You have no idea. So yes, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Cheryl. Thank you so much for your opinions and your feelings on this. I mean, I love to hear everybody's. If I could hear everybody's thoughts on this, I would do it. It's hard to do because there's so many of us in here, but we will get there. Cat K, good to see you, dear. Echo 444 is in the house. Where is I don't know.
You, Jago. You've come so far. You've come so far. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you so
much.
much.
Because I was one of you first, so I know how far you came, you know. So can I hang out and you're going to read the papers?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm going to pull that up. And Eddie, before I start reading through this, is there anything else you want to add to this, bud?
Yeah, I just have to say this because I think it's important. But
yes, sir.
I mentioned moments ago, it was very evident that Ann and Eliza, they were very unhappy yesterday.
Right.
And for those thinking that BRYAN should have fired them and got better attorneys, public defenders are useless, or they didn't do a good enough job and they failed him. No, he could not have done any better as far as attorneys go. They did not fail him. For those thinking that, have you considered that they were too good? I'm telling you that they are.
Oh, I agree.
That's a good point.
Mop the floor. I agree with you. Prosecution, and possibly even bring many things into the public view and expose something.
Good point. Yeah, and I feel like that there were threats made. I feel like she had hit a wall at some point because everything was denied, Eddie. Everything she asked for, he said no. Okay, yeah. And that's stalled her out right there. So what are you supposed to do at that point when you can go no further? She did her job. She saved his life by taking the death penalty off the table. That's her job, truly, folks.
Yeah, they were going to expose something.
That's what I believe, too.
They could not let Ann and Eliza do that. And
right.
You're right, something changed.
Agreed.
And again,
I agree.
If you're viewing this case as just another typical case and you think what you're seeing is black and white, you're going to be unable to see this for what it is. Taking things at face value is going to leave you misguided here.
There are so many other colors involved beyond the fact that it's definitely not just black and white, folks. Beyond. I mean, it's again, God rest her soul. We miss Wisdom so much, but she said this to me, and I keep repeating this for a reason. The first 3 days we covered this, Wisdom said, Dago, this is not like anything you've ever seen before. This is not going to be anything what you think it is. You have never seen a case like this. And she was 1,000,001% right. And I'm just saying, you can't get any closer than that. So
my last point on this, and
I agree with her. What did
go ahead? Well,
what did Kaylee tell Adam? You know, I agree with Wisdom on that. What was said to Adam that may have caused the murders?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
That's okay. Go ahead, Eddie.
The last point is, besides the fact that BRYAN got a raw deal, which of course is the most egregious result of this, of course, but Anne and Eliza were made to look bad also, and
Oh.
that really upsets me. AKA, it ticks me off.
Of course, and I think that's what it does look like. They, you know, it that's how I took it too. That they wanted to make the defense look like a joke, and it's some people see it that way. I never really have. I have questioned things brought to my attention, but then I've always said I don't think Anne has ever done anything that she already doesn't know what the outcome is going to be. And I do not believe Anne would ask a question without knowing the answer first. And I still feel that way because of all the other cases I've looked at. Okay. That her success rate has been, it's amazing how good she is. But for some reason, which I think we're going to find out here now, she couldn't do it with this one. Like I said, she hit a wall and they wouldn't allow for it to go any further. There was no way. Willie said it this morning too. I said, you know, Eddie said that 2 years ago, that this was never supposed to go to trial. It was never supposed to get as far as it did. And all the things that we were not supposed to see, hear, or know about were starting to come out left and right. And they had to shut it down. And it does make sense to me. It truly does make sense. So here we are.
Thank you, Daigle. I agree.
Yes. Thank you again for being here, both of you. I appreciate you joining me. Willie, at some point, will be here, he said. So, and of course, he has his thoughts as well. So, I agree with you, Heather. I think she does too. Just saying, that's just how I feel. That's all. So here we go. Again, I'm going to try to skim through this and read it a little bit, so it's not as much reading. But at about 1200 hours, I had responded to the 1122 King Road in reference to possible homicide victims. OFC Nunez had arrived on scene and found a total of 4 deceased individuals. I'm sorry. OFC Nunez informed other units he believed this to be a homicide. When I arrived, I entered the residence and went to the second floor. I observed a female wearing a sweatshirt and underwear laying in the middle of the bedroom floor, covered in blood. I observed deep lacerations indicative, sorry, I don't know why I did that, of defensive wounds on the female's hands. The female was surrounded by blood on the floor. I observed a male laying on the bed. The male appeared to have suffered from stab wounds and a laceration to the neck. The male was covered in blood, and the bedding around him was soaked in blood as well. In a third floor bedroom, I observed 2 females laying in bed, which appeared to have been stabbed to death. The female laying on the left half of the bed, as I looked at it from the doorway, was unrecognizable. Now, I'm going to stop here real quick. Here already is something that we were told that's different. Now, is it because it is, or is it because it was just misspoken? But we were told that yes, thank you, Elise. I was getting ready to do that too. God, this woman's in my head all the time. Hold on a minute. Because some of this stuff is rough, folks.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
Thank you again, Alicia. We were told that Kaylee was found sitting up kind of in the corner on the bed next to Maddie, if you guys remember that statement. And now we're told that in another document we're going to get to, it says that she's supine in the bed next to Maddie too. So we can't have it both ways, folks. And if you're going to put stuff off like this, it needs to be true. That's all I'm saying. I just wanted to point that out just in case anybody didn't remember that. Her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries. And I'm going to tell you right now from personal experience that has to be really bad to not be able to understand exactly what you're seeing. It's got to be bad. And there's got to be a lot of blood involved in that to not be able to discern what you're looking at. So that's horrifying. That's absolutely horrifying.
Diego, if I might add to that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it looks like raw meat.
Nobody who is a rational thinker is going to believe that that is the result of a punch.
Not at all. Not at all. There was way more than just a punch. Thank you. She was bludgeoned. Okay. She was bludgeoned with a something blunt force trauma. It absolutely had to have been bludgeoned with something of sorts. So yes, I agree, and thank you for pointing that out. That was definitely not just a punch. Okay. Let me get back to where I was. It was stabbed. Oh, her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries. Okay. The second female on the right half of the bed had multiple stab wounds. The comforter was soaked in blood, and a pool of blood was still present. I was assigned to hold security at the rear slider door. This was the alleged point of entry of the suspect. I observed very large footprints in the snow, and I used a tape measure, and the shoe size measured approximately 13.5 to 14 inches. Very large foot. The footsteps went to and from the rear slider door. I observed the trail of footsteps head away from the slider, then turn a right around a stump in the backyard and lead toward the front of the house. I observed a set of small handprints on the window to the east of the slider. The screen to this window appeared damaged and was lying on the ground. I located smudged fingerprints on the glass slider door. There was a discarded black backpack in the backyard that I photographed these items and attached them to the case. Now, I'm going to stop there again. The small handprints disturbs me because I'm going to tell you, they're not going to belong to the same person that has a size 13.5 to 14 shoe. They're obviously female hands or fingerprints, in my opinion, but that doesn't mean that they had anything to do with what happened that night, because there was three women that lived in that house that had smaller hands than what a man would. So that could be that, or many other people that have been in that house. Just saying. So I want to make sure that it's known that not everything that's in this probably may have something to do with the crime. Okay. So anyway,
But to add to that, you're going to investigate those things. You're mentioning it in your write up here.
Oh yeah, you should.
That means to you as the officer, it's could be potentially important.
Yeah. Of course.
So then we'd have to believe that they did investigate that, and the results of that. 2 points on the results. None of them, the fingerprints, the shoe prints, or the abandoned backpack, none of that has anything to do with Bryan KOHBERGER.
Right. Yeah, and again, why were we not told about these things in the PCA? Okay, especially the backpack, which could contain DNA, never talked about. Was it tested? Do we know? I don't know. I know nobody knows. Was that backpack tested for DNA? Okay, that's important to me, and I believe important in this case. What was in the backpack? It was discarded. They don't say anything about any contents to it, so it sounds like it may be empty. But again, it doesn't relate to Bryan in that sense, and that's kind of interesting to me. So, okay.
And the other takeaway would be that since it was investigated, we're assuming that would be logical to assume it. Since it was investigated, then that is in the discovery. It is.
Yeah.
It is known. And it has not been lost or discarded.
Right.
And it leads somewhere.
It does.
Leads to someone or some answer.
There's an answer to it somewhere. Agreed. There should be. Agreed. If they did, well, I'm not going to say that because we know they didn't. But yeah, you are absolutely correct. It does belong to somebody. It leads to a person of sorts. But it doesn't seem to be Bryan at this point. So yes. I maintained rear security until I was relieved by Officer Warner. The only person to enter from this point was Captain Lanier at about 15:27, which is 3:27 in the afternoon. None. I certify or declare. Okay, so there's that. Now that was the first document or first report on that. And that was again Officer Smith. And hang on. One second, guys. I'm sorry. Okay. These are all listed as supplemental requests. There's Mr. Jesse. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. Thank you for
Hey,
joining.
did you guys solve the case yet?
No. Not
Well, I
quite.
see Eddie's here, so we must be well on our way anyways.
We're
We're
heading in
on
the
our
right.
way, but it's going to take a while, Jesse. As you know, it's a very complex case.
Beyond,
Oh, man.
yes.
My mind's blown. I feel a little overwhelmed right now. There's just so much stuff pouring out, and I don't know what to make of it. Maybe we jumped the gun a little bit about the Range Rover being registered to somebody else. I mean, I guess she had bought it like the day before or something, so maybe that it just hadn't been transferred. I'm not sure.
That would make sense. I hadn't gotten to that part yet, Jesse, so I don't even know, other than what you guys had said this morning. There's a lot of things that we have to slow down, read it, think about it, and then express how we think on it too, I think. Because there is so much, like you just said. There's so much.
By the way, this is kind of humorous. I just want to share this thought with you, but I'm kind of being silly when I say that it's a very complex case, because repeatedly we were given that message throughout this case, and again yesterday as well. It's complex, right?
Gotcha.
So in a similar way, that is how, little children are conditioned with something that's hot. Like once they touch something that's hot and is dangerous, so it's, the parents will do the hot, stay away, in other words. So like when something isn't hot and you're gaslighting the child, you just want them to stay away from whatever it is, and it's not hot, but you say hot.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
They're not going to go there, right? So in the same way, it's kind of silly, but
so
very complex. Stay away. Don't
to
try to figure this out. Complex. Hot.
Yeah, they don't want us to look into this, so they're telling us it's too complex. Don't go near it. You're not going to understand it. Right.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, they're treating us like children. Hot. Stay away.
Like the roommates, don't ask questions about the roommates. Don't talk about drugs. All that's out of bounds. Hot.
Mm-hmm. Very good point. Good to see you, Boston. Thank you for joining us today. It's great to have you here. It's been a while. Gaslighting, like Don't Be Hating said. Yeah. In a sense. Now, this next report, guys, supplemental, whatever you want to call this is with Eric Warner, the other officer that responded. This is the interview with Hunter Johnson. They try to hide the names, but they're right there. And also, again, it relates to additional responding officers Gunderson, Snyder, and Smith, and Nunez. So again, at approximately 11:58 hours, I responded to a report of an unconscious person at 1122 King Road. Dispatch advised a female passed out from intoxication was not waking up. Dispatch advised that there was a male seen in the room with the female last night. A short time later, dispatch advised the female was not conscious and not breathing. As I arrived, Nunez advised over the air that it appeared to be a homicide. I saw a small group of females outside the home in the parking lot. One female advised their roommate was on the second floor and needed help. I went to OFC Nunez location at the west bedroom on the second floor and passed a male in the living room, later identified as Hunter Johnson. Nunez advised the female and a male in the bedroom had blood on them and appeared to be beyond help. I walked out of the bedroom towards Johnson and saw a clean steak knife on a beer pong table. I pointed out the knife to Nunez. Johnson said he got the steak knife from the kitchen because he arrived and saw the female on the bedroom floor covered in blood and did not know if there was anyone else present in the room. Johnson said he checked the room with the knife for protection. Nunez and I walked into the first floor entrance with Hunter, and I asked the females and Hunter if there was anyone else in the apartment. They did not know. I told Nunez the home was not secure, and we started the process of clearing it. On the third floor in the southeast bedroom, I saw two clothed females laying on a bed on their backs who appeared deceased. One female on the left side of the bed in relation to the bedroom door had an extreme amount of lacerations to her face and upper body, which made her unrecognizable. The other female had multiple lacerations on her upper body and some blood on her face. I walked to the far side of the bed to determine if the female on the right side was beyond help. I saw the female's leg was off the edge of the bed and it had lividity. Once I had noticed the lividity in the female's leg, I backed out of the room, which means the lividity means that there's no hope for helping them. So he didn't touch. Okay. Officer Nunez and I checked the rest of the third floor. I saw that it was clear there was a poodle in the west bedroom on the bed, which was later taken to the Humane Society by LCSO. After clearing the home, I briefly interviewed Johnson. Johnson said that he was at his apartment, blank, or whatever blank, and his girlfriend, Emily Onstott, received a phone call from one of the girls who lived at 1122. Johnson said that Onstott was called by one of the residents who said that they could not wake the female on the floor. Johnson said he came over to the home at approximately 11:55 hours. Johnson said he saw the female on the floor in the bedroom and did not see the male on the bed, who he identified as Ethan. Before grabbing the knife, Johnson said he entered the bedroom and checked the female's pulse and found none. Johnson said he did not check Ethan and left the home. I thanked Johnson for talking with me and told him he could go stand with Onstott, who was with the other residents in front of the home. I stood by the front door and started the crime scene log at 12:15 hours. Sergeant Gunderson relieved me for approximately 3 minutes so I could go get my gloves during the time of the front door. At approximately 15:02 hours, which again is 3:02 after p.m., I was relieved by OFC Rosinski, who took possession of the crime scene log and returned to the station. At approximately 15:28, which is 3:28 hours, I came back to the scene, relieved OFC Smith, who was standing at the rear sliding glass door, which was found open when officers arrived. I remained at the back door until I was relieved by OFC Nunez at approximately 16:28 hours, which would be 4:28. And then number 4 says other. And again, so that's that document. So far, a lot of that flows with what the PCA said. There's a couple little things that are a little bit different here, but there again.
Not little things.
Well,
I mean, Hunter is basically saying that he was ready for a fight with killers and he saw dead people.
All right.
That's not in the PCA. Sorry.
No, not at all. Well, that's what I meant. Like, there's some definite things that are not in the PCA, some definite things that were not described to us. But yeah,
but
not little things. I shouldn't have said it that way.
When they arrive, and he's on the 911 call saying something totally different.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is what we've been talking about the entire time. That the 911 call isn't real. It's staged, and it just seems to really cement that when he's making comments to the officers that he absolutely knows exactly what's going on here, and then you play back the tape, and on the 911 call he's pretending that he doesn't know what they're all pretending, and even in the interviews, the Dateline and the book and both those specials, they're all sticking to their story that we didn't know what was going on.
Right.
Jesse, you're right. Yeah, when the police arrived, I would expect to find Hunter in the bedroom, busy giving rescue breathing and chest compressions.
Yeah, yeah.
If he's being true to his, if what he believes.
Right. Agreed. That's how these things should go. Agreed. Yes. Welcome, Twiz. Welcome, Miss Potts. Thank you for joining us. And anybody else I may have missed, thank you for joining. I hope you got some sleep, Twiz. Winter Bliss, welcome to you as well. Let me see. I think Done One, welcome back. Good to see you today. KP, what it do? Fox Rooster. Or wait, did I say that? Fox Rooter, I'm sorry. Clifton, welcome to you. And if I missed you, I promise you I will catch up with you. Sky 1088 2. Okay. Good trouble. Good to see you. So moving on. This is report number 3. This one was done by Officer Nunez. The narrative to this is the initial response and the responding officers involved, as we keep saying. The narrative here again is at approximately 11:56 hours. I responded to an unconscious subject. Here's my other thing. Now, I understand this is a bad crime scene, but it seems like there's a lot of Indians here, if you know what I'm trying to say, all over this crime scene doing different things, and they keep replaying these initial reports. Maybe that's protocol. I don't know. I'm just saying it's a lot. Hey, Jilly Bean, good to see you. Don't tell me how to live my life. No problem, bro. I hope you are so tired you can't even stand up. Is that better?
I gotta say, if Hunter truly felt that his life was in danger to the point where he needed to arm himself, you would think that he would feel the need to express that on the 911 call to get the authorities there to protect him, right? Like,
yeah.
The knife is to protect yourself. So if you need to protect yourself, don't you need the cops to know that you're in danger?
Yeah, that's what my thing is you felt you needed to protect yourself. Intent. Yes, agreed.
And telling them that somebody passed out drunk isn't really going to create a sense of urgency. Prepare them for potentially coming up against assailants that might be still in the house.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. Very good point. Very good point. Yeah. Too many Indians, no chief. There was the problem. Good point, Jesse. Good point.
I mean, what happens if you call the cops and say, my friend passed out drunk, when really your friend was killed, and the cops respond to that call and end up getting killed, and you didn't tell them there was a dangerous person there, right? Like,
right. I
mean, there's a reason why you can't falsely report crimes or leave out information when you know information. And this 911 call, to me, I can never let it go. There's a reason why those kids lied. And they're all still lying, and they're all still selling the lie, even though the truth is out in the open now that they did know.
But that's why I keep saying, whose lie is it? Because if you know that, how much more would investigators know that?
Agreed. That's a good point right there. Good point. Welcome, Dana Pup and stuff. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. That's a great point, Eddie, because that's true. That's very true in my opinion. You know, if we realize it, then how much more did they actually know than what we've seen? So
it almost feels like they told them what to say on the call. You know, like it was staged with cooperation of the authorities.
Instructed or coached.
Could be. Yes, could be. Very well could be. And no, you're definitely not invisible, Dana. I just didn't see you till just now. I appreciate you being here so very much. Don't tell Twiz how to live his life. Make sure you don't do that, guys. We want him to be exhausted. So I'm just kidding. I love you, Twiz. I appreciate you going out there, brother. And hopefully we'll get to talk to you about your experience. But that's been one hell of a ride, that's for sure. So at where was I at here? I found a large gathering of people in the parking lot immediately north of the 1122 King Road residence. 1122 King Road is a white 3-story single-family residence with multiple bedrooms. The 1122 designation is located directly above the front door facing north. I was directed to a bedroom on the second floor by Hunter Johnson in the northwest corner to locate the unresponsive female. Upon entering the room, I observed a female laying supine on the floor next to a bed. According to Dylan Mortensen, this female was likely Kaylee Jagan Cobbs. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, this is a screw up that they messed up the names, okay? So they're talking about Xana, okay? We already figured that out this morning. They're talking about Xana here, and they just messed up the names, that's all. It doesn't mean anything. There's no need to go crazy with it. It's just that they just screwed up with names. That's all it is. So we're going to flip-flop the names here. So it would be Xana Kernodle, okay? Dylan also lived at the King Road. I observed dried blood surrounding Xana's body and signs of cutting trauma to her face. Kaylee was covered. Again, trigger warning, folks. Was covered in so much blood, I wasn't able to immediately discern where any additional injuries would have likely been. Xana was apparently deceased due to her pale skin color, rigid body tone, and apparent blood loss. On the bed in the same room, I observed Kaylee. I also observed a male lying supine on the bed. According to Dylan, the male was likely Ethan Chapin. Dylan said Ethan was commonly at the residence. I observed blood covering portions of Ethan's legs, surrounding his body into the bed sheets, and drops of blood on the walls the wall near Ethan's head. As I backed out of this room, Hunter showed me a kitchen knife and said he had it in his possession. I told Hunter to leave the knife and go back down the stairs to the front entrance. OFC Warner and I moved to visually clear the residence for any suspects or additional victims. On the third floor, OFC Warner and I found 2 additional apparently deceased females, both lying supine in a bed. This bedroom was on the southwest corner of the 3rd floor, according to Dylan. These 2 females were likely Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan. One female showed an apparent traumatic injury to her face due to the basic facial structure being unrecognizable. Both females showed very pale skin. Both females were covered in dried blood and apparently deceased. After the residence was deemed safe, OFC Warner and I exited the residence to secure it and the immediate area, to include the parking lot immediately to the north of the residence. I walked outside and began interviewing Dylan. Dylan told me at approximately 0400 hours. Now, these things are important with times, folks, okay? At approximately 0400 hours, she heard a voice scream and believe it to be Kaylee's. Dylan said she heard Kaylee scream and announced that there was somebody inside the residence. Dylan said she could hear Kaylee run from the 3rd floor. Now, I believe that this is supposed to be Xana. Again, the name was messed up, okay? So I'm gonna use Xana's name. She heard Xana run from the 3rd floor down the stairs to the 2nd floor into the northwest bedroom. Dylan said she locked herself in her bedroom and continued to hear a commotion. Dylan said eventually she stopped hearing a struggle and she heard a male voice say, "You're going to be fine. I'm going to help you." Dylan said she did not recognize the male's voice. Dylan said after a few minutes, she peeked out of her bedroom and observed, here's another issue we have, observed, hold on a minute, a male described as approximately 6 foot tall, slim build with a black ski mask leave the 2nd floor patio area. This patio door was likely left open as it was found open upon my arrival. Now, stop right here. We were told from the beginning that she opened her door and saw the frozen shock face thing, somebody in a black mask, and that was it. We were never told that she saw him leave the house. This is telling us that she saw him walk out of the door through the patio area. That's another issue for me, okay? Just pointing that out once again. She didn't notice that the door was open, and yeah, these are all changes into what we were told initially.
You know, I'm just going to add to that a little bit. So
Go ahead.
I suppose if they said that much, then the discussion would turn to, well, if she witnessed them leaving, what explains the 8 hour? But if they kind of leave it up in the air, like they walk towards the kitchen, well, then her mind, you know, as far as our mindset would be, is she may have been thinking that they're still in the house. So that, you know,
yeah,
it's just selective, you know, what you're going to release out there
of course,
confusion and what you're not.
Yep. And
Another
one big thing you can notice here, you guys, is there's nothing said here whatsoever about any kind of bushy eyebrows. Nothing. Once again, no frozen shock phase, no bushy eyebrows, no none of that stuff is here in this report. So I'm just putting it out there. Anyway, I interviewed an additional roommate, Bethany Funk, who told me she was at the residence during the commotion. Bethany said that, and this is something new too, which was interesting to me. Bethany said that she was on the 2nd floor in the living room watching Vampire Diaries with Dylan and an unidentified person named L something. Okay. Bethany said at approximately 0200 hours on November 13th, Madison and Kaylee came home from a night out at the Corner Club bar located at blah, blah, blah in Moscow, Idaho. Bethany said she also believed Madison and Kaylee went to the Grub wandering kitchen truck that was commonly located at blah, blah, blah block of South Main Street. Bethany said she and Madison let Madison's dog out, Murphy, sometime between 0200 and 2:30 hours. Bethany said during this time, she observed no suspicious activity. Bethany said she returned inside while Madison was still outside with Murphy. Bethany said she went to bed around 02:30 hours. Bethany said Madison came into her bedroom sometime after 2:30 to ask if she knew where Murphy was. Bethany said she told Madison no, and Madison left. Bethany said she woke up in her bedroom, which was located on the first floor, to a sound she described as a firecracker and a flash. Bethany said she initially thought the sound was a prank. According to Bethany's phone log, she showed me Bethany called Xana at 0421 hours, Ethan at 422, Madison at 422, Madison again at 430, and then Kaylee at 431. Bethany said she never received an answer on each phone call. Bethany said that she went back to sleep and she woke up around 11:56 hours when 911 was called. And we're going to find out here down the road that that was a lie. Okay. Not to mention, once again, guys, we were never told about a firecracker and a flash. So what makes a sound like that gives a flash? She said the flash supposedly came from under her door. A gun firing, a flash grenade going off. I mean, these things are crazy, but I'm just saying. Those are the things that would make that sound and make that flash thing, okay?
Yeah, and again, it's an example of downplaying. So more likely it was a firearm, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it was a firecracker, then there's going to be paper waste. Everyone has experienced 4th of July and has used
Of course.
bottle rocker or firecracker. So you know that there's bits of paper left over.
Yeah. There's always like after it blows up, it goes everywhere, right? Of course.
Mm-hmm. So I'm sure that's in evidence if that was the case.
Now,
more than likely, there's going to be a bullet hole in a floor or wall.
Something,
and
yeah.
That would have never made it into Ann Taylor's discovery.
Right, and you're also going to have a spent cartridge somewhere from the bullet if there was shot off. So where's that at too? Right, agreed. Now, something else I want to point out is when this conversation happened about with Madison and the dog and all that, where was Kaylee when this happened? That's where you know what I mean? Why was she not involved in that conversation there? That's interesting. So that's one more thing. Welcome, LA Looks. Good to see you, Musical Contessa. Thank you for being here. So that's something else to remember and to think about. Where was Kaylee when this was going on? Because that's Kaylee's dog. Okay. Now we're told here. Initially, I was told Kaylee was likely located on the second floor bedroom with Ethan. Again, this is Xana they're referring to. After comparing Dylan's initial statement with other officers' observations, it appeared to actually be Xana that was located on the floor of the bedroom with Kaylee, and Kaylee was one of the other females located on the third floor, so they corrected it finally. I also observed the following vehicles in the gravel parking lot. That was a silver 2015 Land Rover Range Rover with Washington license plate, blah, blah, blah. Registered to J something S something, okay? A blue 2010 Honda Civic with Arizona license plate, blah, blah, blah. Registered to J, I'm guessing Kernodle, because that was Xana's car. Okay. Probably Jeff Kernodle then. White 2014 Chevy Cruze with Idaho license plate, blah, blah, blah. Registered to KL. Okay. Red 2011 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited with Washington license plate, blah, 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 blah. Registered to JC, which would be Chapin. Okay, Jim Chapin. Black 2017 Ford Explorer with Washington license plate, blah, blah, blah. Registered to, again, Jim Chapin. So that would be the other vehicle that was driven by Maisie, I believe it was. I was originally assigned to identify all of the people in the area. However, I was reassigned by Sergeant Gunderson to begin the search warrant application process. I provided the above information in the search warrant application. At approximately 16:28, again, 4:28 in the afternoon, I returned to 1122 King Road to assist with securing the southwest patio entrance. I took responsibility from OFC Warner in documenting who entered and exited the residence. I provided this documentation on a notepad and maintained the log until I was relieved by Morris at approximately 17:50 hours. The following information is the rear patio entry log from 15:17 until 21:15. And all this shows here is the southwest corner patio entry on the back half of the corner of the building. That would be at 315 or 317, Captain Lanier. At 320, Officer Warner. Thank you for joining us, dear. She jumped down. She must have something to do there. Again, Officer Nunez, Officer Gunderson. This was Payne. Okay, at about 1710, Corporal Payne, Officer Smith, ISP Detective Talbot, and Prosecutor Ashley Jennings were there. They exited. I'm sorry. 1711, Corporal Payne, Officer Smith, ISP Talbot, Prosecutor Ashley Jennings entered. So that's probably flip-flopped, guys. Officer Morris relieved Officer Nunez, and at 21:15, Officer Morris relieved. Patio door was locked and sealed. End of entry. So there we go. 1 second here. I'm sorry. 1 minute here. Page 1. This is number 3. Okay. On we go.
There's only 5 gates.
I'm sorry?
Nothing. That was just a mistake on my part.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Something played in the background before I muted it.
Good to go. All right. On we are. Okay. Next up. This again was incident report by Ryan Snyder. This is Corporal Ryan Snyder's again on the initial response and canvas interviews. Again, on 11/13 at about 1200 hours, I responded to 1122 King Road for the report of an unresponsive subject. Upon my arrival, I noticed there were several college-age subjects out in front of the address. I was directed to use police caution tape to cordon off the crime scene. As I was working around the residence, I noticed the back door was open. There were footprints in the snow coming from the back door on the back porch. Officer Smith took photos of these prints with a measuring tape. He noticed the backyard area to make sure no one else came into that area. I noticed there were a few footprints that left towards the west of the backyard. This portion of the backyard is connected to 2 other residences, 1118 King Road and 1126 King Road, both directly to the west. The footprints appear to lead west towards King Road between the residences, but I was unable to see where the footprints went after the yards connected due to the amount of rock landscaping. I also was unable to discern how old these prints were. There had been recent snowfall. With Sergeant Gunderson, I entered the residence to continue taking photos of the scene. I entered through the bottom floor main door on the north side. I took photographs of the rooms and living areas of the residence. The photos were downloaded on a CD and booked into evidence. These photos were labeled in this report with a brief description of each photo. As I was down the road of the address near the King Road and Queen Road intersection, I was approached by a college-age male who identified himself as Jack. He informed me he lived at the... Hold on 1 second, guys. I will be right back. Pause for a second, please.
Any thoughts, Eddie? Anything you want to tell me while we got a chance?
Not so much on what we're discussing right now. I have a few thoughts, but we can hold it to when maybe the conversation turns that way.
Sure. How about I'll comment, just because I find silence uncomfortable, Eddie. I've got a bit of an issue there. I'm working on it. But how about your thoughts on Ann Taylor? I was trash talking her last night a little bit.
Yeah, I addressed that already. You weren't here.
No, I was listening. I'm always listening, Eddie. I heard it. And I think that I just was going to point out that I'm not, when I'm trash talking Ann Taylor, I'm still uncertain. I'm still, because I don't know what's going on. There's so much that I don't know. So like I said, I've been saying for so long, she might be playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. She just might have no other options. But if she doesn't have anything up her sleeve, and I guess my opinion ends with, if she doesn't have anything up her sleeve, and I'm not willing to give her a victory lap because she got the death penalty off the table. I want more than that. I want at least a plan to get the truth out, if not get BRYAN out of jail. One of those two at least. And if she can do that, then I'll support all the praise in the world for Ann Taylor. I'm just a little bit disappointed at the losing the battle of the media and not fighting back and fighting this case in the court of public opinion the way that Alan Jackson and Karen Reed's team did in her case. And maybe it's not possible, but it's just so disheartening to see to lose and to see Christy Gonzalez get up there and say you're going to be getting Big D in prison, and everybody clapping and every mainstream media station replaying that today, and everybody thinks that's fantastic.
The courtroom decorum was out of line. You're right.
I mean, our entire society has deteriorated to this, where people are so delusional they think cheering on prison rape is a positive thing. I mean, what kind of low class people participate in that? So the fact that this is happening and it's been allowed to happen without any pushback bothers me.
Lots of things you said there. None of the people who spoke believe that BRYAN KOHBERGER is guilty, my opinion. It is too early to draw conclusions about Ann Taylor. And yeah, you don't want to talk bad about Ann Taylor when I'm around. I'll defend her.
Well, I mean, I don't think I said negative. Like, I didn't call her names or say she's, insult her intelligence.
I get it. And I understand people.
Just a results, from a results-based perspective, I don't like the results. It's natural
for everyone to, why didn't she say something? Why isn't BRYAN saying something? I mean, if they were able to, they would have. And I'm sure she's frustrated as well. She can't say anything. She knows what's going on. She knows more than we do, and we just have to trust that she's got this handled, whatever it is. There's a piece to this that we don't have, therefore we don't understand it, and it makes no sense to us. And yeah, I'm really ticked off that she was made to look bad, but for the meantime, she's got to accept it. But
how about the mainstream channels dragging her for defending BRYAN, dragging her for calling witnesses from Pennsylvania, or trying to get alternative perps on the books? I mean, that's, even if BRYAN's completely guilty, I've even heard other lawyers dragging her for that. And it's like, as a lawyer, that's your job. You know that your job is to defend guilty people.
Those lawyers, they do not measure to her. They're not even worthy of carrying her shoes.
They don't measure to anybody. I mean, even as just a basic premise of your legal rights, you're entitled to, you're entitled to a proper defense, and yeah, you can't criticize her for trying to defend her client. It's disgusting, and especially coming from somebody who should know better. Like, it's one thing about Bamfield saying it, but other lawyers, I mean, that's as low as it gets.
That's her job. That's what she's supposed to be doing. Right. Exactly. Welcome, Midnight. Good to see you. Carrie Prajula, good to have you here. Dean, good to see you. Witchy, Meanie, Cats Meow. Welcome to all of you. Micro Blue, LA Looks, WB. I appreciate you all joining us today. Thank you for being here. And sorry for the delay, guys. I had to. Aaron, good to see you as well. On we go. So again, with Sergeant, I think I read that. I took photographs of the rooms, living areas of the residents. The photos were downloaded into a CD, booked. And okay, as I was down the road, I read all that. Where were we at? We got to Jack. Okay, he informed me he lived at blah, 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 King Road apartment. He stated his, I guess, girlfriend or friend lived upstairs at 1122 and that they share a dog that was there currently. Jack did not appear to have any obvious wounds on his hands, as I would assume the suspect possibly would. Officer Nunez was interviewing subjects about the situation. I asked Jack if he would wait inside Officer Nunez's police car so we could talk with him. He agreed to. I informed Sergeant Gunderson of the circumstances involving Jack. Jack later responded to the police department to be interviewed and then picked up the dog from the Moscow Humane Society shelter. I continued to canvass the area and speak with neighbors at blank blank and blank Clean Road who stated that they did not hear or see anything relevant. I spoke with subjects at blank King Road. One resident, DL, whoever that is, stated that she was walking home from the Corner Club at about 0300 hours and thought she could hear music or some type of noise, but she couldn't give any clarifying information more than that due to her level of intoxication that night. I spoke with subjects at blank King Road. The majority of them stated that they were out drinking at the Corner Club and got a ride back to their place at about 0130 hours and went to sleep at about 0200 hours. They did not hear anything out of the ordinary. Blank King Road resident BP stated at about 0400 hours, he heard a barking dog coming from the east of his residence. He believed it was the dog at 1122, as he thought that that was the only dog in the area. He stated the dog sounded like it was outside and was barking for about 45 minutes until he believed someone must have let it inside at 0445 when it stopped barking. Or wait, 04. Hold on a minute, guys. I just lost my. When it stopped, B stated he had a female with him in bed at the time who also heard the dog barking at this time. I spoke with the residents at the blank King Road. PC informed me they had a camera facing the west of the address that they believed captures a portion of the road. They first provided me with the SIM card out of the camera. However, they could not. Oh, hold on. Did something happen here? Nope, we're good. However, they could not get it to work, and neither could I. They gave me the username and password to the camera. I informed Detective Mowry of the information, and they gave me permission to access the camera footage and record the necessary surveillance video. I cleared the scene at about 1749 hours. Down below that, we have a photo log, and it doesn't show the actual pictures, but it gives images that shows all of these things. The key on a retaining wall north of 1122 parking lot, the front of the address east side, front of the address west side, parking lot, black Ford Explorer, the parking lot northwest corners, parking lot and west side yard, front of address, front east of address, black Ford Explorer, Washington plates, back seat of, I'm guessing that car, back seat, front seat, VIN number of the blank red vehicle Jeep, so driver's side. So it showed all the vehicles and certain parts of them in those photos. Again, more of the cars here and parts of the yard and the parking lot area. Again, I wish it would have showed the photographs, but we didn't get that. That's okay. I'll take what I can get, I guess. Second floor, and then these photographs here that were taken from inside the home and the backyard. These are all bedroom, living room, stairwells, couches, all sorts of different things. All these photographs that they have listed here attached. Then we have these photographs here that are second floor west bedroom, the victims, and the parts of the bedroom, the living room, pong table, all sorts of different things. Under the stairwell, there's pictures of everything in here. They have pictures of the handprint, the glass door, windowsills, all of that stuff. And all of the blood cast off in the bedrooms from the victims, so on and so forth, and so on. Lots and lots of pictures here, guys.
My thoughts on that are, all the photographs have been sifted through, and the ones that are safe to turn over as discovery are the ones that Ann Taylor and we are able to see, hopefully someday able to see. I don't know. Right. But anything that shows the truth or shows what they don't want us to see, that they're not in this list here. They don't, rest assured, they don't even exist anymore.
Of course.
And that's what kind of complicates this case as well, because all this that we're reading here today, this is from the state. So, you know, I always say, you know, what do we use as our source of facts in this case? In a normal right side up world, whatever the state, whatever the prosecution, the investigation has found is what we use as a source for facts.
Right.
But, and I'm not saying it's 100%, everything is being false or being, you know, that we're being deceived here. It's a mixture of both. We don't know which is fact and which is fiction when it comes to what the state is showing us. I always had this impression from, and this is just a quick thought, but that those press conferences, it's like, you know, the state, the officers are petitioning the community, hey, give us everything that you have. Give us your video surveillance and your CCTV footage, you know, turn everything over to us. And then afterwards, we'll tell you what we know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's an issue. I agree with you. That's not the way it should be. For sure.
So yeah, my point is whatever these photographs show, it's just going to be whatever will safely tell the story that they want to tell.
Yeah, what they want us to see. Definitely.
If there's a bullet hole in the wall, there's not going to be a photo of that.
Right. We have pictures of Chevrolet, Subaru, Pontiac, Toyota, Ford, Buick, Volvo, Dodge, Hyundai, Toyota, Ford, Jeep, Subaru. These are all cars that are around this area that we're taking pictures of.
I'm underwater. I'm going to mute my mic, but when I do, you'll know that it's not.
You're coming in loud and clear to me, Eddie. You sound perfect. Is it me?
It's going back and forth. Like it sounds like it's it kind of sounds a little like it's water. Yeah.
Do you want me to mute my mic or go out and come back in?
I don't know that it's you or not. Hang on a minute. Eddie, say something real quick.
Okay, I'm unmuted again.
Yeah, you sound okay. Hold on now.
I'll mute now.
Jesse, say something.
I don't know. It might be a bad internet connection on my end. I'm not sure.
It could be. Either way, we're good. We're good.
Sounds good to me. I haven't heard any breaking up of any kind.
Right. Okay. We're good. We'll see what happens. He's muted right now, so we'll go on forward. Now at the very bottom of this list, they did have, again, photographs of a medical mask outside, which would be like a surgical mask, I would guess is the way they're describing it. You know, the half mask that you would see back in the day, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so that was that one. Hold on.
I mean, surely you want some DNA off that mask.
I would imagine.
I mean, even though discarded masks would have been so common back then,
right?
If the DNA belongs to somebody who shouldn't have been there, you surely want that.
Definitely, you would definitely be testing anything you find like this, gloves, masks, anything for DNA. I would imagine. I agree with you. All right. This next one is from Dollinger, who is now, I believe, if I'm correct, the chief now. Ever since Chief Fry retired. And again, this is J and K interview. Watch guard event, blah, blah, blah. So again, November 13th, 22, approximately 12:53 hours, I arrived on scene at 1122 King Road. I spoke with Sergeant Gunderson and Sergeant Lawrence, who gave me a brief overview of the information gathered at that time. Sergeant Lawrence informed me that the Idaho State Police were going to assist in the investigation and were organizing to respond to the scene. Sergeant Lawrence responded to the police department to begin interviews. I remained on scene on the perimeter awaiting further information. Approximately an hour later, a male approached the scene and began speaking with Sergeant Gunderson. The male was identified as, it looks like Jack Katovich, I'm guessing. Okay. I overheard Jack state his daughter lived. Maybe not. I see J and then K. That's my guess, but okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I heard Jack or whoever J is state his daughter lived in the 1120. Oh no, that would be Jeff Kernodle. I'm sorry. Then that makes sense. Lived in the 1122 King Road, and he had been trying to get in touch with her, but was unsuccessful. It was also learned Jeff's daughter Jasmine or Kernodle was nearby the scene. I asked Jeff if he and Jasmine could come to the police department to speak with me. Jeff agreed, and I returned to the police department. I contacted Sergeant Lawrence at the police department and asked if he had the names of the victims. Sergeant Lawrence stated that he did and gave me the list. I saw one of the victims' names was Xana A. Kernodle. I then met with Jeff and Jasmine in the interview room off of the police department lobby. Once in the room, I activated the audio and video recording equipment. I asked Jeff and Jasmine for their information, and they both handed me their Arizona driver's license. After writing down their info, I asked Jeff what the name of his other daughter was. Jeff told me her name was Xana, and I then informed Jeff and Jasmine that Xana was identified as one of the victims and that she was deceased. Both Jeff and Jasmine became very upset and were crying heavily. I asked Jeff and Jasmine when the last time they communicated with Xana was. Jeff stated that he texted with Xana on 11/11/22 at approximately 1700 hours. Jasmine said that the text messages were brief. I'm sorry, Jeff said the text messages were brief and were not of any substance. Jeff said he texted Xana on 11/11 around 1540 hours, and she responded stating that she was at work. Jeff then told me he last spoke with Xana on the phone on 11/11/22 at approximately 2140 hours when they spoke about going to the WSU football game. I asked Jeff where Xana worked, and he said at the Mad Greek. I asked both Jeff and Jasmine if Xana had mentioned anything about having any issues with anyone or anything strange occurring lately. Both Jeff and Jasmine said Xana had not said anything. Jeff said Xana had a boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, who she had been dating for about 6 months or so. Jeff said everything seemed fine with their relationship, and Jeff added how he had met Ethan's parents in passing this weekend. It should be noted that Jeff was in town visiting as he resides in Avondale, Arizona, and it was Washington State University's Parents' Weekend. I asked Jeff and Jasmine if there was anyone that they wished me to contact for them or if they wished to speak with anyone such as a member of our clergy. Both told me no. I gave them both my business card and informed them our detectives would be in contact with them in the near future. Jeff and Jasmine then left the police department. And it says that there are video and audio recordings of the interview attached to the case, which, again, we don't have. That was Captain Dollinger. Go ahead, bud.
So can I add something to that? I'm going to share
Absolutely.
with you. And this is quoting from a Fox News article. It was just a random article I searched this morning earlier. So, quote, I heard from her, I think, before we went out, unquote. Kernodle told 3TV/CBS5. Quote, I think midnight was the last time we heard from her and she was fine, unquote. That is from a Fox News article dated November 17th, 2022.
Right. I think I remember that.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we all have been there, so to speak. So why is that important? Well, because this here says that he told investigators 9:40 p.m.
Right.
was the last phone call.
Right. And we were told, Eddie, early on in this case, that supposedly Xana had spoken to him at 12:30 a.m., said they were ordering pizza, watching movies. Hey, Donald. So, like, we have different times bouncing around all over the place here. And again, Kara gave an interview and stated that Jasmine had spoken to them about the fight that had happened at the frat house when Jeff and Jasmine were out drinking, and Jeff had said he was going to go there, which Jeff said yesterday in the interview that he, or the victim impact statement, Jasmine said, no, you've been drinking too much, so not, and he was supposed to be there. In his mind, he thought, that he was going to go there and he could have done something. So there again, that came from his house personally. So who knows? But yes, very important points, Eddie, because things are being changed around so much once again.
yeah, everyone's free to take away whatever you want from that, but that's very unusual. You know, the 17th of November, that's how you wouldn't get that wrong. I don't think you would not, as
Right.
after having been investigated, you know, questioned rather.
Sure.
That's a big discrepancy. 9:40 p.m. and around midnight.
Uh-huh.
That's
definitely. I can agree, sir.
And that's just one article. I mean, someone could do a deep dive on that, but that's just back in time, you know.
And then we still have to remember that, you know, going back to what we've been told and what we know, that there was an interview done, or not an interview, I'm sorry. There was in Hitler's document that it states that Maddie, Kaylee, Dylan, and Bethany all had a little meeting in Kaylee's bedroom at 2 a.m. Okay, that hasn't been mentioned here yet, but okay, just saying. There's all these different times that are all over the place, but you know, these are the officers' reports from that day and that night. So keep on doing it.
Isn't there two different stories, both documented? Or I mean, there's three different stories, right? Because also, I mean, the PCA doesn't discuss anything about that conversation, right?
Right.
And then there's the story that the girls were sitting on the bed having the conversation about going to the Grub truck.
Right.
And there's Pavarotti pointed out that there's some interesting language switching between the girls and the roommates. And if you're not thinking about it, you would assume that that's all the same, right? It's for the four of them, the four girls. Right. But he's pointed out that you might choose to refer to Dylan and Bethany as the roommates and Maddie and Kaylee as the girls, and that would allow you to sort of use sleight of hand through deceptive language to, you know, say one thing that you know will be perceived as another thing. And then there's another story that, and I don't know where this one is. This one is in documentation, but that Dylan was listening through the wall to the conversation of Kaylee and Maddie on the bed. Have you heard that one? You guys are familiar with all those different versions of that same story?
Not yet.
Can somebody in chat confirm what I believe that we've heard Dylan? We've seen in some kind of official capacity Dylan say she overheard the conversation through the wall. Can anybody confirm that for me?
Welcome, Gianna. Yeah, I haven't heard that yet.
Come on, chat, back me up here. I'm not crazy.
Gianna just said yes.
Okay. Moonlit.
Moonlit.
Yeah. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Christy said yes. Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard it yet. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I just haven't heard it. Well, that could be it. That could be it too, right there.
Yeah, I think it was from the book.
That makes sense then. It could have just been misconstrued. Hey, Rissa, good to see you. And it says that's what she told Emily. Okay. Gotcha. There we go.
That's a pretty big inconsistency to me, though. You're overhearing them, or you're actually having a conversation with them. I mean,
right?
I don't know.
Definitely a big. I agree with you. Definitely agree with you. And BW said it's in the Amazon documentary too. So there you go. All right. All right, moving on here. Next we have. This is Aaron Morris. Okay. 1 second. Around 1,300 hours, I was advised by Captain Barrett. Now, Captain Barrett, folks, was the initial lead detective on this. Okay. That had not been changed over, from my understanding, until 24 hours later, and that's when Officer Payne became the lead detective. Thank you, Christy, very much. 1 second. At 1,300 hours, I was advised by Captain Barrett to respond to work due to a homicide investigation. I was told to remain available for calls for service. At around 16:30 hours, I relieved Officer Rosinski on the north side of 1122 King Road. I was stationed for some security and helped keep a log of who entered and exited the crime scene. Officer Smith entered at 1,700 hours and exited at 1725 hours. ISP Talbot entered at 1,700 hours and left at 1740 hours. Corporal Payne entered at 1700 hours and exited at 1723 hours. Prosecutor Jennings entered at 1703 hours and exited at 1723 hours. ISP Jake entered at 1725 hours and left at 1738 hours. ISP Gideon entered at 725 and exited at 1739 hours. Sergeant Blanker entered at 1728 and exited at 1740. Corporal Payne entered at 1728 and exited at 1738. OFC Stirk relieved me from the north side of the residence, and I went to the south side to relieve OFC Nunez at around 1800 hours. I stood at the rear of the residence for scene security. I assisted Sergeant Blaker in putting evidence tape on the sliding glass door on the south side of the residence. The tape was to ensure that no persons tried to access the scene overnight. I returned to the north side of the residence for the remainder of the night. Once ISP and investigators made their final walkthrough, the residence was secured at 2344 hours. OFC Rosendahl relieved me, and I cleared NFI. All right. So, and again, that was Aaron Morris. One moment. If you guys need me to repeat something, back up and say something, whatever it is, I have no problem with that. I think this is sequence number 7 by Officer John Lawrence. John Lawrence. I'm sorry. Again, about 1200 hours, Captain Barrett called me and informed me there had been multiple victims of a homicide located in the residence on King Road and requested all available detectives. I called Detective Vargas and was informed that she was out of town and would be back in Moscow on Monday morning. I called Detective Mowry. He informed me that he would be on his way shortly, and I called ISP Lieutenant Mike Mooney and told them I need assistance from ISP detectives in processing the crime scene. Lieutenant Mooney put me in contact with Sergeant Gilbertson. I briefed Sergeant Gilbertson on what I knew, and he told me that he would start to assemble his team. I responded to the scene where I met with Sergeant Gunderson. Gunderson informed me that officers were dispatched to an unconscious person at 1122 King Road. And that is when they found 4 deceased college-age people in the residence. I told Sergeant Gunderson that I needed someone from his team to return to the police department to start writing an affidavit for the search warrant. Sergeant Gunderson asked Officer Nunez to handle that task. I then did a brief walkthrough of the residence. I entered the residence from the entrance on the north side of the building. Officer Warner, who was securing the scene, logged my entrance into the residence. I then went up the stairs and located a deceased female on the floor and a male in the bed in the west bedroom on the second floor. I climbed the stairs to the third floor and located 2 deceased females in the southeast bedroom. They were both in the bed. I spoke with Officer Smith, who was securing the residence at the south entrance for a moment. Then I exited the residence through the north entrance. Officer Warner noted my departure. I called Sergeant Gilbertson and informed him of the additional information provided to me and what I had seen. I told him MPD would be needing their assistance. I also told Sergeant Gilbertson MPD had an officer writing an affidavit for a search warrant. I returned to the police department where I met with Sergeant Blaker and Corporal Payne, whom I had called earlier and requested they respond to the PD at this time. Detective Mowry was at the police department. I requested that they interview the other occupants of the residence where the deceased were located. There were also several friends of the deceased who had been with the deceased the night before and may have had information of their whereabouts and who they were with prior to the murders. Those interviews started at about 13:48 hours. Those to be interviewed arrived at the PD about 13:30. I put them in a training room and provided them with drinks and snacks. Captain Lanier arrived and asked me how he could help. I requested he find officers that were not already tasked and complete a canvass of the neighborhood. Captain Lanier took care of the neighborhood canvassing. At about 14:23 hours, Jeff Kernodle and the father of Xana arrived at PD. He was informed of Xana's death by Captain Dollinger. Captain Barrett informed me Ethan Chapin's family had been notified of Ethan's death. Captain Barrett asked me to take care of the death notifications for Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves. Captain Barrett provided me with the information the university had on file for Mogan and Gonsalves. There was no emergency contact information for either, so I called Kootenai County Dispatch due to Mogan and Gonsalves' home address being wait a minute. Hold on. Addresses being in Kootenai County. I provided, I don't know who that is, the KCSO dispatcher of the addresses listed with the university for Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves. Whatever told me she had the names Steve and Christy Gonsalves listed as residents of the address provided for Kaylee Gonsalves. I requested a death notification for them. I was contacted by Deputy Mitch Jan from KCSO. He asked what he could do, or I'm sorry, wait a minute. He asked what he could tell the parents, and I informed him that we knew very little at this time. A short time later, Deputy Jan called me and told me that when he arrived to give the notification, the parents were already aware. I also provided Madison Mogan's address, and Mitch was not able to locate anyone with the name Mogan at that address. M said she would send a Coeur d'Alene PD officer by the residence to make contact. Short time later, Officer Matt Sinches requested I call him. When I made contact with OFC Sinches, he told me Scott and Karen Laramie, parents of Madison Mogan, were driving to Moscow. About 20 minutes after my conversation with OFC Sinches, the Laramies arrived at the PD. Captain Barrett gave the death notification. Captain Barrett requested that I interview them. I spoke with Scott and Karen in the lobby interview room. They told me that they had a great relationship with Madison. She got along with everyone. She had a strong relationship with her boyfriend, Jake. I don't know his last name, who lives in Boise, and that she had just gone to Boise to see him the weekend prior. Madison and Jake had been dating for about a year and a half, and Jake is from I don't know where. I asked if there were any problems with past boyfriends, and there were none to their knowledge. I asked if Madison had mentioned any stalking behavior from anyone or anyone that made her uncomfortable, and that, excuse me, and said that she never spoke of anything. The rest of my shift was spent allocating resources to where they were needed. Again, Sergeant J.W. Lawrence. Reviewed by Captain Anthony Dollinger. Okay. Number 8, this is John Rosinski. Again, this is the scene security K-bar follow-up interview. Okay. Dated 11/14/22. I received a phone call advising me that there was a quadruple homicide at 1122 King Road. I arrived to the Moscow Police Department, put on my police uniform, and relieved OFC Warner at the above address, who was currently holding scene security and maintaining a log of who came in and out of the apartment at the front door, which is on the north side of the apartment. I was on scene for about 2 hours until I was relieved by OFC Morris, who took over my duties. The following day, I learned... Oh, sorry, you guys. I keep forgetting to throw this up for you guys to see. My apologies. There we go. The following day, on 11/14, I learned that a sheath was found inside the apartment. The sheath was tan in color and had a Marine Corps Eagle, globe, and anchor EGA symbol on the sheath. The words USMC were located under the EGA, and see if that and K-bar was above the EGA. I was tasked to follow up with businesses in town to see if that particular knife was sold there. I followed up with Tri-State Outfitters, Big Five Sporting Goods, Moscow Building Supply, Spence Hardware, and Walmart. Each of the above stores does not sell a K-bar brand knife. While at Walmart, I was speaking with staff member, I don't know who, name listed on name tag, who was showing me the knives on display. She told me about 2 to 3 weeks ago, a white college-aged male asked for a blast ski mask a black ski mask that would cover his face. S was unable to provide much detail other than he was taller than she was and maybe had tan skin complexion. Well, that's not Brian. S said that she advised the male they did not have any black ski masks and only camo. S said that the male then walked away. On 11/14 at about 11:45 hours, I spoke with PR at the Memorial Gym substation. R is currently the blank for the fraternity. Oh, okay. Blank blank. I asked R if he could walk me through what he did on the night of 11/12/22 and the early morning of 11/13. R said at about 18:30 on 11/12 that he was at a party. Hold on one second, you guys. Sorry, Christy, thank you for that. Let me try something, Jesse. I'm just muting you because I think the background noise might be coming from you, which is no problem. I'm just, I think it stopped. Okay, so whenever I'm done, I'll unmute you so you can speak. Said the party was at the Treehouse, which is an off-site campus house for the sorority. Blank blank did not know the specific address, but said the house is near the White's apartments, which again is right next door to the 1122 house. R said at the party he saw Ethan and Ethan or EA, who was with E's boyfriend, unknown name, maybe H. R said A was the only member of blank blank that he recognized at the party. R said he left around 2200 or 2300 hours. R said that he went back to blank and watched the movie with C or O, D, T, R, and K, S. Jeez, I don't know who that is. R said that he went to the Corner Club around 01:49 hours on 11/13 of 22 to pick up J and G. Jack Decor and NR. R said that they were alone and not with anyone. R said he dropped the three above individuals off at their apartment off of King Road. R said after he dropped them off, he went back home. Okay, that's certified by Rosinski. Jesse, did you jump back down to try to redo it? Hold on here. Any thoughts so far, Jesse or Eddie?
Well, no. I mean, these are very similar to like the PCA, where they speak about a lot of things that may have nothing to do with anything.
Right. Yeah. Agreed.
Certainly, if it was critical information, we wouldn't be able to read it.
We wouldn't have it. You're right.
Let's just hope that what they're claiming, these people are saying, that it is consistent with what they have, while they're being interviewed, in the video of them being interviewed shows the same thing.
Right. Agreed. Miss Tandy, have a great rest of your day, dear. Thank you for joining us. I hope to see you later. All right. So, next up to date, or up to bat, sorry. 11/14 at approximately 1100 hours. I responded at 11:22 in regards to a follow-up. I took note of who came and went from the scene. ISP detectives as well as Sergeant Blaker, Detective Vargas, and prosecuting attorneys entered the residence. GC arrived shortly after with her cadaver dogs to attempt to locate a blood trail from the residence. ISP entered the residence at 11:25. Detective Vargas, entered at 11:26 and left at 12:26. Sergeant Blaker entered at 11:27 and exited at 11:49. Prosecuting attorney Ashley Jennings and William Thompson entered at 11:30 hours and left at 11:53 hours. PA Jennings re-entered at 1200 hours. Sergeant Blaker re-entered at 1200 hours with Detective Vargas. Blank arrived with her K9 at 13:16. They all remained in the area until 14:21 hours. Everyone cleared the scene, and the residence was secured again at 14:21 hours. I stood by on scene for security until relieved. I cleared the residence at 1600 hours when OFC Rosinski relieved me. All right. Some of these are short and sweet. Some of them are longer. Next up. This is Jacob Tesdale, Officer Tesdale. I remember seeing him too. This is the narrative on this is plainclothes detail victim sighting. On November 12th of 22, at about 2100 hours, I began an overtime shift for a plainclothes detail on the University of Idaho campus and related areas. This patrol was for minors in possession, consumption of alcohol, along with other alcohol drug offenses. So this is one of the officers, guys, that we've seen in the Banfield video, stopping those 3 guys, I think it was 4 guys, and right now it does reports. So this is one of those officers. During this patrol, I and the other officer with me, OFC Rosendahl, who everybody refers to as Rosie, only had our body-worn cameras. We were operating out of the Moscow Police Department Ford Fusion, which I drove throughout the entire detail. This particular department vehicle did not have a dash cam or any other recording device. My street time conducting the plainclothes detail concluded at 03:52 hours on November 13th of 22. During this detail, OFC Rosendahl and I made several patrols through the area of King Street and Queen Road. During each patrol of the area, we traveled on the north side of the 500 Queen Road, heading east. We wrapped around the building, heading south on the east side, then west on the south side of the complex. We then traveled north on the west side, turned west onto Queen Road, and proceeded to King Street. So it sounds here like to me with this, Eddie, that they were driving around in that area too, around that house and the apartments, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, that's what I'm taking from this too. Possibly. Just saying. I'm sorry to hear that, John. I hope you feel better, dear. I'm grateful that you're here either way. So during this detail, OFC Rosendahl and I made several patrols through the area of King Street and Queen Road. During each patrol of the area, we traveled on the north side of 500 Queen. Heading east, we wrapped around the building, heading south on the east side. Then west on the south side of the complex. We then traveled north on the west side, turned west onto Queen Road, and proceeded to King Street. Once again, during one of the patrols in this area, while approaching the southwest corner of 500 Queen Road, I recall seeing a darker colored vehicle with taillights on. This vehicle was parked facing south on the south side of the parking lot, towards the west end. There was a short section of the parking lot which extended to the west of 500 Queen Road, south of 1122 King Street, which was where the vehicle was. Each time we patrolled this area, I drove the same route during the final patrol, which to the best of my recollection was between 0200 and 0300 hours on November 13th of 22. As we traveled north on the west side of the apartment complex, I saw several individuals approaching the residence at 1122 King Street. Stop right there.
Right.
Okay, right there, stop. To the best of my recollection was between 0200 and 0300, so between 2 and 3 a.m. As we traveled north on the west side of the apartment complex, I saw several individuals approaching the residence at 1122 King Road. Where was that before? Never heard anything about them seeing anybody approaching that residence itself. That's detailed.
And for the first time, there's no redacted names. Regardless of, whether they ended up being involved or not. You would, as an investigator, you would eliminate those possible leads, right?
Yeah, definitely.
You would have the ability to find out who they are.
Right.
I mean, they're not ghosts.
So, well, for one, folks, they're driving around the area that they're saying that they saw Brian's car circling. Remember that. Okay. Now he's stating that he saw several individuals approaching the home, the house that the murders happened in. Where was this before? Jesus. Yeah, this might have been an accident too. Heather's right. um, Gotta say that's kind of crazy to me, but okay. Let's see here now. During this detail, I was looking for alcoholic beverages, open alcoholic containers, and individuals who appeared to be intoxicated. I observed the individuals as I drove past, but did not see any reason to contact them for our related patrol. I recall my view of the individuals being obstructed by vehicles and brush on the east side of the parking lot. I need to write that time down. Between 2 and 3 a.m., he saw this. This is a problem for me. Okay. And I'm surprised he didn't give an exact time. That's the problem.
That's very vague.
I don't like that either. But okay.
Purposefully vague. It is.
Yeah, I can agree. Yeah, this is somewhat exculpatory. I agree with that too. Okay. So on we go. I recall my view of the individuals being obstructed. Okay, I read that already. Sorry, guys. The individuals were walking close a vehicle which was parked in the northwest corner of the lot. As I turned onto Queen, I traveled west. I continued to view the individuals. From my recollection, there were at least 2 individuals, possibly 3. I recall one of the individuals having blonde hair. I do not recall exactly how many individuals there were, what they were wearing, or any other details, as I quickly looked for beverages in their hands and whether they were staggering from intoxication. Since we made several patrols through the area, I cannot say with 100% confidence I saw the vehicle on the same path as I saw the individuals. Upon review of my radio history, I contacted 3 individuals at Blank Taylor Avenue at about 02:55 hours. To the best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street after seeing the individuals at 11:22. We cleared this contact at 03:32 hours. That was Officer Tesdale, reviewed by Officer Gunderson. That is really, really, really interesting, you guys. Really interesting. Damn. Once again, purposely withheld. They knew who it was. Okay. Crazy shit right there, folks.
In that report of his, he's saying that the people that he saw between 2 and 3 going towards or entering the King Road, the 1122 King Road property,
right,
are the same ones that he gave minor in possession citations to. It's kind of the way I read that.
That's kind of how I took it too. So why were they on that property at that house at that time of night? What were they doing there? That should be the question itself.
And what did they see? Who did they have contact with? What was their experience?
Did they talk to anybody? Were they inside the house? Were they outside the house? What was the atmosphere like around the house at that point? Right, exactly. Interesting. I'm taking notes, folks. I promise you. So next up, we got David Hathaway. Narrative is a voicemail and phone call from S something 109. Additional responding officer Hathaway. Evidence. Narrative. At about 22:42 hours, dispatch advised that they were forwarding a call to my cell phone. My phone briefly started to ring, but then suddenly stopped for some reason. The call was forwarded to my voicemail before I could answer. When the voicemail came through on my phone, I learned it was from JS. Is that Jack Showalter? Okay. The voicemail said, "Hey, how's it going? My name is JS. My phone number is blah, blah, blah. I just wanted to make a statement to you guys because..." Now, wait a minute. Hold on. This was on November 14th at 22:42 hours. So, Jesus, Eddie, what is 22:42 real quick? It's 11?
10.
10:42. That's right. Thank you.
42. So, November 14th.
The day after the murders.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to double check this. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a minute. Sorry, I know those things really well, guys. Sorry. I just wanted to make a statement to you guys because I was close friends with Maddie Mogan. I was with her at the Corner Club most of the night, and then after we left, we wanted to go to John's Alley, and we stopped at the Grub truck. They got Grub truck. Then a car picked them up, and they left and went home. I just wanted to make a statement about unintelligible. I don't know if anything is helpful, but I was just with them like for a little bit. So if I can be of any help, I would like to give me a call. Thank you. Shortly after I got the voicemail, Showalter called dispatch again and was successfully transferred to my phone. At about 22:46 hours, I talked to Showalter on the phone. Showalter essentially said the same thing he said in the voicemail he left. Showalter said that he was out with Maddie at the Corner Club until about 02:30 hours. Showalter said several times that he did not know who the other girl was that was with them that night. He didn't know who Kaylee was. That's wild. Okay. Showalter described the girls getting into a silver sedan after they got food at the Grub truck. I confirmed Showalter's name, date of birth, address, and phone number. I also confirmed with Showalter that he drove to his parents' house at blank blank in Boise. I asked Showalter how long he planned to be at his parents' house, and he said he was skipping the next week of classes and would remain in Boise until after Thanksgiving break. So he did leave that night and drive to his parents' house. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Showalter said he was willing to talk with a detective about his involvement with this case. Showalter said he does not have a roommate at his Queen Road apartment and that he lives alone. I recorded our conversation with my dash camera and BWC. The videos were uploaded to the WatchGuard server. I attached the audio file of the voicemail Showalter left me to this case through Spillman. That's interesting. So that is something that is true then, because it was stated that first off, we know that whole bullshit where they said he took off to Africa, but it is true that he did go home that night to his parents' house for the holiday or for whatever reason. Okay. Next up, we have again, Officer Gunderson. Narrative on this is the dumpster search and area canvas. On 11/14, I responded to the area of King Road and Queen Road. I photographed and looked into the 3 dumpsters in the area outside blank King Road, 1122 King Road, and blank King Road. All 3 dumpsters were located on the street. I saw nothing of evidentiary value in the dumpsters. I photographed them and cleared the area. ISP later pulled the trash pursuant to this investigation. Some blood was located on the 2nd floor at blank Taylor Avenue. Blank Taylor Avenue is commonly referred to as the Whites and is a known party location. Okay, see, this is another issue I heard about. They found blood in an apartment on Taylor Avenue. The Whites is where Emily Onstadt lives and Josie. I don't know what apartment it was, but it was found on the 2nd floor at blank Taylor Avenue. Taylor Avenue is commonly referred to as the Whites and is known party location. The blood was isolated to one area with no trail to either area. I photographed the blood and notified scene investigators. OFC House and I walked various areas around the crime scene looking for evidence. OFC House and I found nothing of evidentiary value. Okay, so we have blood found at, and it doesn't say whose it was. It doesn't say it was tested. None of that. We don't know. But this was found at the apartments next door to the 1122 King Road house. In whatever that address there is. I'd like to know that address. Interesting, interesting. Any thoughts on that one, sir?
I wonder what lead led them to Taylor Avenue, right?
Mm-hmm. Unless it was that they went over there because that's where Emily lived. And Emily and Josie lived, maybe.
Right.
That's the only thing that makes any sense in that aspect. You know what I mean? But interesting that they did find blood at an apartment on Taylor, which is right there. So, okay. Next up, we have from Captain Lanier. This is the narrative on this is this supplement report for the video at Corner Club on November 15th of 22. This is 2 days after the murders. At 9:30 hours, myself and Detective Mowry responded to the Corner Club at blank blank to contact the owner blank blank. This was a prearranged meeting to view video from the evening of November 12th to the early morning hours of November 13th. The purpose was to confirm that Madison Mogan and Kaylee Goncalves were at the Corner Club, and it has been reported, and to try and identify individuals seen on the Grub truck video later in the morning. Specifically, a man who appeared to be accompanying them. Upon arrival, Blank already had the video up on the screen and queued to the proper time frame. Detective Mowry began scrolling through the video, which consisted of multiple views, multiple screens that were all in the same in time sync. I'm sorry. we determined that Goncalves and Mogan arrived at the Corner Club at 2220 hours. I'm sorry, guys. In a Prius type vehicle with one other unidentified female. The vehicle was determined to be an Uber vehicle and the driver unidentified. I'm sorry. Goncalves and Mogan determined to be, I'm sorry, Jesus, slow down, Joe. Mingle around the bar, but spend most of their time in the front along the bar next to the left end as you face the bar. They make occasional trips to the restroom and speak with several people as they mingle. At 022 hours, Kaylee paid her bar tab using her credit card, which consisted of 9-inch well vodka and 2-inch add juice. Oh, okay. Blank provided a copy of the receipt. At approximately 0100 hours, Kaylee engages in a conversation with the subject identified by bar staff as Jack. Jack Showalter was seen with Goncalves and Mogan in the Grub truck video later in the events. This appeared to be a consensual conversation, and it appeared that they knew each other. At approximately 114 hours, Mogan joins the conversation, and all three remained generally in the area of the bar near the wall. Nothing stood out during the time, and both appeared to know Showalter. So in the last document, we were told that Kaylee, that he had no idea who Kaylee was, right?
Right.
And so now they're saying that. Okay, just wanted to clarify that once again. That's wild. At 0131 hours, Showalter paid his bar tab with his credit card consisting of 5 can BTI. I don't know what the hell that means. And 2 kamikazes. Oh, beer. Okay, bottled beer. Kamikaze, after paying, he walked out to the back of the bar, went into the restroom, came back out, retrieved his coat, and came back to an area near the exit where Goncalves and Mogan were waiting. Showalter waited in the background while the girls finished conversing with the others. Then they all exited the building at 1:37 hours. Parking lot camera shows them walking away together across, then out of the parking lot into the westerly direction. They were all dressed the same in the Grub truck video, with Showalter wearing a white or very light colored hoodie with a brown coat over it. While reviewing the video, we also recognized Jack Decor, who was reported to be Goncalves' ex-boyfriend. We did not track his movements in the video, but he appeared to spend most of his time at the opposite end of the business, seated with several other males. At one point, there appeared to be a brief interaction with Goncalves that looked cordial and in passing. Decor left at 0151 hours with 2 other males. Also noticed in the video was a subject seen in the Grub truck video. I recognized him because of his unique sweater and long hair and beard. So we know who that is. The guy wearing the Dutch Brothers sweater. He was identified as HB. I know his name. I just can't think of it right now. Showing 2 micro tub. I didn't notice any interaction between V and Goncalves or Mogan. A third subject who was seen in the Grub truck video was also observed in the Corner Club, but we were not able to identify him. He is a stocky build, white male with brown hair and facial hair, wearing a brownish sweater. I did not observe any interaction between him and Goncalves or Mogan. That's not Joe Vito. I don't think, is it? Maybe, I don't know. Because the video file was extremely large, Detective Mowry was unable to copy it to an external storage device. We left the business, and Detective Mowry is working on obtaining a usable copy of the video for a closer review. I have attached the bar receipts provided by T. End of report. Well, that's crazy. They should have figured out a way. Hayden Villa, thank you. Thank you, Chris. I knew his name because I have 2 of those sweaters that were sent to me too. Same sweater that Hayden had. Okay, on we go. Okay, now this one was put out by Danny Vargas. This is dated 10/10/17. No, November 15th. Okay, of 22. Sorry. The narrative on this is the evidence collected from J. Talbot, ISP 3431, interviews with neighbors. On November 14th of 22, I walked to the 1122 King Road with Sergeant Blaker to observe the scene. I went to, not walked to. I walked through the house and around the outside of the residence along with other investigators looking for possible evidence. ISP investigators were on scene. Walking through for a second time looking for additional evidence, I walked around the south side of 1122 up the back of the backyard area of 1122 King Road, and I spoke with SG at Willenta and asked for his permission to look through his backyard area. Which he said I could. G told me he was a person who previously called dispatch to provide information about what he observed. I told G after looking over the area and through the residence on King Road, I would come back and get a statement from him. I did not locate anything of interest in the backyard of blank Willenta or on the hillside behind 1122. I walked into 1122 King Road and looked through the house with other investigators. The following 4 evidence items were collected. This gets a little interesting. The following 4 evidence items were collected by ISP 3431 J. Talbot inside 1122 King Road on November 14th, 2022, and turned over to me on scene. ISP took photos of the items in the places that they were collected from. I booked the following items into MPD evidence, and a copy of the evidence property receipt relating to these items is attached electronically to the case file. So, Exhibit 57, a rolled $2 bill located on the desk in F2, bedroom 1, northwest. Exhibit 58 would be blue powder, suspected drugs, located on the desk in F2, bedroom 1, northwest. And I do believe, based on the previous documents we just read, that is Xana's bedroom. Exhibit 59, blood sample, west wall, F2, living room. Okay, so why is there blood in the living room then? Interesting. Exhibit 60 is blood sample F3, bedroom 2, northwest wall. I spoke with the following people who lived at Willenta. My conversations with SG, MM, that would be probably Madison Mowry, or not Mowry, but you know who I'm talking about. The other Matt or either Madison or Matthew. What was their last name again? Anyway, they lived back there behind them. TM were recorded and attached electronically to the case file. So they found blood on the living room wall. I hope that was tested. And blue powder, suspected drugs in Xana's room next to a $2 rolled up bill. Okay. And then we have MM, date of birth, bump about 2000. TM, date of birth, something 97. So what the hell was their name? Madison something and Matthew something. I can't remember. They were brother and sister and lived back there. SG told me the following. He woke up a couple times Saturday night. He looked at the clock and saw that it was 04:17 hours. He said after about 5 minutes of waking up, he heard a dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King Road. Moy, thank you guys. Matthew and Madison Moy. Bingo. I knew it would come around. 4:17 a.m. This guy wakes up and hears a dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King Road, closest to the backyard of 1122. G said that there is a motion light outside of his window and said that if it turned on that he would have noticed it. G told me he had lived in this residence since January and has not heard the dog barking outside before in the middle of the night. Sorry. I next spoke with MM. M told me, I'm going to say Madison or Matthew, told me on the 13th, okay, it's Matthew then. He woke up around 02:30 hours and left the house around 0300 hours. Matthew said he had a blank extended training day and it lasted about 12 hours. Matthew said he finished his extended training day around 1800 hours at Buffalo Wild Wings and arrives home around 1830 hours. Matthew said that he was with approximately 20 blank members and did not notice anyone who should not have been there. Was not there. Matthew did not remember hearing anything. Hold on, let me move this. When he woke up or left around 0230 or 300 hours. Matthew did not hear the dog barking. I next spoke with TM. T told me he did not hear the dog barking at any point. T said he had been out at the bars the evening of the 12th and got home around 0230 hours. T said he sleeps with earplugs in. T said that his sister, Madison, I'm guessing, mentioned she saw Madison Mogan at some point at the Corner Club. T provided me with his sister's phone number. That's again by D. Vargas. And boom. All right. Take a break for a quick second. Eddie, any thoughts or anybody else? Any thoughts about anything before we move forward to the next?
Well, just in a general sense, you know, you ever notice how, like, when someone is a victim of a crime, like once they, especially when they pass, you know, they're killed, then suddenly about them is this whole aura of saintlyhood. They're untouchable, and you can't. You'd be victim shaming or victim blaming if you talked about anything.
Yeah.
You know, certainly during the entire course of their life, they were just these pious, perfect examples of a citizen, and they've never been involved in anything salacious or illegal. Nothing that they did would account for the reason why they were killed. In other words, their behavior has there's no connection there. Don't look there. If you do, we'll label you. You know, you'll be a terrible person for even going there. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened here, but that often happens. But notice, you know, there's a rolled up $2 bill and something that's suspected of being drugs here. But, you know, again, they're victims, and we just, there's no matter what, there's going to be no connection. Don't you dare even think it, or you'll be labeled and ostracized. You know, I just find that very interesting, because that's kind of what we've been feeling and sensing a little bit here.
Right. Understood.
Who knows what is actually going on in their lives, if it had anything, you know, if it was the cause of what happened here that night. We don't know, but it's certainly something's being covered up. And no matter what, it's not just some lone incel boogeyman. That much we do know. Gotcha. But along with that, and I won't invite the conversation right now, but if we ever get the chance, maybe even today after this, it would be interesting having kind of like a discussion, like maybe even if it's like role play, like how would that look if someone believes that there are more than one involved, then if we were to like work through that, like in a dialogue, how would that look, and what we'd actually have to believe, and what that would look like if we believe that. Because like I said earlier, you can't believe everything. It can't be Brian's involved and there's multiple people involved. Right. But I'm kind of going into it. But it's kind of fascinating. And the reason I bring it up is because you kind of touched on it yesterday, and it made me dig up the in the case file. There's a document, which is the 119 Lambsden statement, where it is redacted, but we kind of all agreed that what was said in that statement after his arrest, and it's attributed to law enforcement, that the report that Mr. KOHBERGER, and we're speculating that what's redacted, made a statement such as, was anyone else arrested, or something to that effect. So the defense has made a point to point out that nowhere in the discovery does that exist, that he said that. Such a statement is not in a police report or in an audio or video recording that can be found in discovery. So therefore, we have to believe that he never said that.
Right.
And that is disinformation that's been put out there.
Mm-hmm.
But at any rate,
Good point. Good point.
I can cite that document if we need to, but
Absolutely. Absolutely. No worries. No worries.
but
There's
yeah, just like everyone, I'm sure everyone's thoughts are they're all over the place because there's so much that's being it's so confusing. That's not adding up here.
Yeah.
In this case.
Right. Thank you for being here, Tomboy. She says the only person to ever report that was Brian Etten.
Yeah, true.
There we go. All right. Eddie always has good points. Very good points. Yes, I agree. That was a rumor by Brian Etten. Good point. Yep. Hey, there's Joanne. Good to see you. And Jesse's back. Welcome back, sir. All right, guys. This is, again, Aaron Morris. Can you hear me, Jesse? You're muted, sir. Wait a minute. Nope, not on my end. It's on your side somehow.
And Daigle, I'm going to go ahead and post it in the chat what that document is in case anyone's interested. And you can highlight it, but I'll let you continue on. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Go out and come back in, Jesse. It could just be something glitchy or something. That's all. All right. So this is again Aaron Morris, and it is narrative on 11/15 of 22, blank blank and blank blank. All right, hello. I don't hear you, sir. It doesn't show that you're muted, but I just can't hear you. That's weird. There it is right there that Eddie's talking about. The 11/14/24 motion to suppress and memorandum in support Pennsylvania search warrant for the 119 Lambsden Drive, page 16. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, not to repeat myself, but there it kind of explains to us that that statement was never made by Brian.
Gotcha.
Didn't happen.
And they keep continuously talking about it, which I brought that back up. Who did I have that restarted that rumor was Ashley Banfield.
Yeah, you're right. The reason why you were discussing it is that's kind of like what they're trying to have us believe. They're restarting that rumor.
Yep. And that sounds kind of funny to me. No problem, Jesse. That Brian Etten originally started that rumor, and then it came to be that it was never stated. And then here again, after all this goes down, Ashley Banfield once again starts the rumor again. That's kind of interesting to me, considering they both work for News Nation. That's all I'm saying. You can't call it a coincidence when it's right there in your face.
And by the way, lastly, on that point, so on during the Franks and suppression hearing on January 23rd, 2025, the judge even suggests that maybe more than one person was involved.
Yep. That is true. That's an interesting point, too. Thank you for making that point.
Ridiculous. That is out of line. That's just crazy.
Yeah. The judge was completely out of line in multiple points during this case. Calling out the car as the point of interest, the main point of interest for the case. Basically calling Brian a liar no matter what he's going to say. Calling Ray a conspiracy theorist, calling all of us conspiracy. I mean, just multiple things this judge has done that are just so far out of line that it's hard to believe he's a judge. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'd hate to be in Ann Taylor's shoes because she may well know that his conduct is not, what you would. I gotta be careful what I say, but she knows that this is not right, but there's no way she can say it. There's no way she can't prove it. She knows it, but it can't be proven. And
Absolutely,
she can't really go there. She has to walk that fine line, so that's got to be a frustrating place. But I'll say it. He's biased.
Yo, God, yes. I mean, there's no two ways to look at it.
Yeah.
If you think back to the things that first off, the way he approached and spoke to Anne, the things that he denied, which was just about anything she asked for. And he had to make it look good and allow for a couple different things. But most everything she asked for was denied. He always seemed irritated when she spoke. He had attitude with her. He had attitude with Masseth. And yeah, I mean, if anybody doesn't see the bias that came from this man, please go get your eyes checked, because I'm telling you, in my opinion, it's right there.
Yeah.
And other people, sorry, Eddie, real quick. Somebody else made the statement that there was an extra prosecutor added to this case, and that it was Judge Hippler. And I mean, that's how it looked to me. So yeah, I can agree.
She has been saying it, and she can say it, but it's rather than being direct and saying it in words, it's a methodical way. She has documented it for all to see. It is not her saying it that makes it true. It's his own actions.
Right.
And that in the court record will show it. And she's done that work, and she's laid it all out. So to expect her to, she should have been more fierce, or she should have said this, should have said that, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Oftentimes we hear after a hearing, she did it. You just weren't looking close enough. And
it's probably coming out at some point somewhere, some documented paperwork of how he acted. Maybe some filings or motions against him. It should be. But yeah, like Tomboy just said, conduct unbecoming a judge. And this, once again, this is one of the points I showed you guys the other day, that Brian would have cause for appeal on, even after waiving his right to appeal, and that is judicial misconduct. Bingo. Okay. So if I'm seeing it and many other people are seeing it, it's obvious that the court system's going to have to see it at some point too. Okay. What's up, Brian? Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for being here. So yeah, he was absolutely biased. He was should never have been added to this case, and absolutely, I think was a problem with this too. So
yeah, and again, like we pointed out earlier in our live stream today, I mentioned it. He was continuing. He was exhibiting the same behaviors.
Of course,
he's called us. He did call us.
Yep.
What I forget. I don't want to
conspiracy theorist
misquote him, but
yeah,
we're being labeled for even thinking that Brian might be innocent.
Yeah, of course, and for questioning him.
Yes.
And his actions in the case. So of course, just like he did with Ray. And right. That's an expert with 30 plus years of experience in law enforcement, military, and with what we're doing here. You don't have that right. So just saying.
Yeah, and if he's doing it to someone of Ray's caliber, how much more so, would he feel okay with doing it to the public in general, like to the likes of you and I? Right.
Definitely. And I hope and pray that my thoughts that I've had, that Ann is documenting everything he's done, that Masseth is documenting everything he's done, and that it is being seen or will be seen by somebody to the point where this man should have been recused from this case, obviously, because he had a biased opinion. And first off, he claimed in the first sentence that he made during this case that he didn't want to be there. That's a problem. Okay. You do not need to make those statements. You do not need to say the things that he said and think that everybody's going to trust you to give this a fair shake. Okay. So there's my issue with that.
Yeah. he has revealed something when he said that, and it could be something as sinister as there was a briefing that occurred. He was speaking to someone about this case, and was given some direction. I'm just saying it like that.
I mean, I know what you're saying, and it could very well be.
So, in other words, maybe it's not in his nature to be biased, but in this case, he had to and had no choice. Everyone else is an actor. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
I can agree with that.
There's a tie-in here, because in the court record somewhere, I forget where, but there's an army of state and I'm struggling to recall what it is, but there is an army amassed against BRYAN KOHBERGER in this case. It is the force of a government against one person. So when people struggle to understand, well, why would he plead guilty if he didn't do it? Well, maybe it's because you don't quite understand the gravity of what he's up against, and understand that there's no way to come out the winner. Who knows what, if there was a conversation that he had with someone in the jail cell that is not recorded, and something was said, and he realized, no matter how well, no matter how much Ann and Eliza Bicabarlo mopped the floor with the prosecutors, there's no way for him to come out the winner, because it's just not going to happen. And if he does, then that would be the worst outcome, because that would put him in grave danger, and others in danger, possibly. Who knows? We don't know.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Justice said, perfectly said, Eddie. There we go. Lucy says the judge is there to make sure the law is followed and understand, to protect the defendant, to make sure that he is getting a fair shot at everything. His job is to protect the defendant, folks. That's a fact. He said that himself one time. Okay? And it's not to twist things or gaslight. Yes, one may not. Those who have the most information can tell the narrative, can control the narrative. Sorry, Heather. But that's fact. And this is this man's job, is to control the situation, to ensure that BRYAN is not, or the defendant of any case, truly is not attacked, affected, and dealt with in the wrong way. So that is not what he's done thus far in this case, from what I can see. And again, maybe I'm seeing it the wrong way, or a different way than others are, but that's how I see it. So just saying. Very good points again, Eddie. Thank you. Okay, David Bird, good to see you today. All right, where are we at here? On 11/15 of 22, LS and CF came to the Moscow police substation to speak with OFC Rosinski and I regarding an incident possibly related to the homicide that occurred on 11/13 of 22. They stated on 10/21 of 22, an unidentified white male came into the woman's center and asked to speak to someone. F spoke to the male. She stated he asked for snacks and appeared to be under the influence. She stated the interaction only lasted about 5 minutes. F stated the male said he had a female friend who was in an abusive relationship. The male stated he was afraid the female would be hurt by her boyfriend, and was also afraid that he would hurt the boyfriend due to the abusive behavior. F did not gather any names and had never seen the male before. I asked both F and S if they had any contacts with any of the victims. They said they did not, and they did not have any of their contacts documented. On 11/15 of 22 at approximately 11:50 hours, A came into the substation to speak to me. I was told by Corporal Payne A went to Gritman on 11:13 and 22 to seek medical care for cuts on his hand. I asked A what happened to his hand, and he stated on 11/12/22 at around 2, I guess, is that 2:00 hours, he cut his hand attempting to cut chicken for a sandwich. A stated he was intoxicated, and when he was trying to cut the meat, his pocket knife slipped and cut his hand. I asked when he went to the hospital. He read his wristband from the hospital, and he said he went on 11/13 of 22 at 1400 hours. Well, this is interesting.
So 8 p.m.
Yeah. A told me he lived at the blank house. The laceration was on his right hand. He sent me a photograph of the injury, and I attached it to the case. I asked A if he knew any of the victims, and he stated he had seen Ethan 2 times at parties, but did not know any of the other victims. He said the blank sister house was blank, and he said it was a national standard, but he had friends from multiple sororities. A ran me through his weekend from Saturday morning. He stated he slept in Saturday morning, 11/12/22, and woke up around 09:30 hours. A said that he went to the treehouse, which was a blank outhouse located at blank Taylor Avenue. He said he spent the whole day there watching the game. He said he left the treehouse at around 19:30 hours and went back to the blank Elm Street. Back to the blank Elm Street. He said he was drinking all night and finally went to bed on 11/13 and 22 at around 0400 hours. At A blank said he was with his friends, L, M, and I can't tell what that says, K, all night. A provided me M blank phone number, OFC Rosinski. Talked to M later at that blank house. M blank said he and A were walking downstairs at the blank house when A missed a step and fell into the window. M blank said at the time neither he or A saw any blood. M said A was cutting chicken and he saw the injury. According to M, A was extremely intoxicated and thought he cut his hand while cutting the chicken. But M believed he cut it on the glass. A said he was willing to sign a consent form for medical records if we needed them. A blank said he could not remember if he had cut his hand on the window or with the knife. A blank said his friends told him to go to the hospital to make sure there was not glass in his hand. I went with A to the blank house. I'm guessing this is the frat house. He showed me the window they found broken. I photographed the window and attached it to the case. On 11/16 of 22, I responded to blank at blank Main Street. A S blank lived at the unit alone. They said they did not offer free internet service to tenants through C, and CL said they could not see who used the service. I asked L if any of their tenants tried to get out of their leases recently. He said no. They said no. They said S started his lease on 7/18. The employee remembered S because his father was adamant on getting him the apartment. I responded to C to see if S utilized the internet service they provided. The employee gave me a paper with all tenants from blank Queen Road that used it. Okay. S blank did not use the service. On 11/16 of 22, I was asked to follow up on individuals connected to victims or people of interest. The names provided were MB, DB, NF, JF, and CB. I called the Dean of Students office for phone numbers for B, B, and F. I called B first, who stated that he was at his home in Boise. B and F stated they lived together in Meridian. Meridian. I passed the information on to Captain Barrett. I also TLO'd F and B. I got a number for F and called him. He provided his home address in Boise and said he was willing to speak with detectives. I forwarded that information as well as the TLO of B to Corporal Payne and Captain Barrett. On 11/16, D blank, S blank, and JH from the DOS office Give me 1 second, Eddie, if you don't mind me taking a quick break here.
While he's taking that phone call, just my thoughts real quick is, so you got to keep in mind, they have to have this outward showing of an investigation that they're doing. But if they already know, if the crime is already solved to them, they have to have some work that they've done to make it look legitimate, right? So a lot of this stuff that they're talking about could be just, here's we looked down this road, we looked over here, we're looking at everything. Of course, maybe none of it has anything to do with it. Of course, they already know that, but nobody can prove that they already had the crime solved before the 911 call was made. I know that's kind of a deep thought and can't prove it, but that's what it seems like what happened here in this case.
Hello, Eddie. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I don't know how good this is going to be. I had to do something different with my setup. I still stand pat on what I believe from the very beginning. I think they was in over their heads, and they didn't know what they were doing in the beginning, because this is a college town. The only thing that they're used to is going around the college and putting out these parties, or they got their music turned up too loud or something like that. They're used to that little bitty thing, but now they got introduced to this big, huge murder scene, and they all don't know what they're doing. They don't. And they reacted the way they reacted. And that's the reason why we still, to this very day, got a lot of questions. And to this very day, they have not proven, beyond a shadow of doubt, that they got the guy. But my question is this: if they, I try to rationalize this. If I'm sitting there in college, I'm going, I got all this going for me, bright future ahead. And if I was to venture off and do an experiment like killing 4 students, why would I bring my father into that and have him fly all the way to Washington, knowing that I did that consciously? What kind of person would do stuff and that would introduce a father to something that he had no way of knowing? So if it did go down and he got arrested, or I know he got pulled over a couple times and not for a speeding violation or traffic violations or either something like that, but never hauled his ass in. It wasn't until he got into Pennsylvania that they actually got a search warrant to bust his ass. Well, if you're a known killer and you're a psychopath like that, you want it, especially for pro states like that, you get pulled over, it's over with. They're taking your ass to jail, period. So that leads me to believe that those 2 incidents that he got pulled over, those cops did not have no clue about what's going on. None whatsoever. So he wasn't even in surveillance until he got into Pennsylvania. So they don't even know right at that particular time. That let me think that they don't even know who they're looking for. It wasn't even on it. He wasn't even on their radar. I think damage control was going in full effect. And I think a lot of that, from the Fed's point of view, has been hush hush because keep in mind at a particular time, Josh, the prosecutor that came on when it was in trial, he was standing there in sentencing. They had just had a big drug bust in Idaho, and it's one of the biggest in Idaho history. So they had probably feds and the whole 9 yards concentrating on that, and then this kind of got pushed off to the wayside. And still to this very day, I think they got the wrong guy. I think he was hit their way out of it. It's always best to point a finger on the outside looking in than it is to point a finger at somebody that's close to that town and say, yeah, he's the one who did that.
The last thing you said
is believe that. I still firmly believe that.
The last part you said, I would agree with, that they got the wrong guy. But everything before that, I don't see it the same way you do. But if they have the wrong guy, let me ask you that: are they aware of it? Do they know that, and they are deliberately putting them away for this, or are you saying that they have the wrong guy and they're clueless about it?
I mean, think about it. The biggest argument they've ever had was the local media this and the media that, the sleuths this and the sleuths that. Even from the very beginning of the case, it was always arguing about that. Then he had plenty of lawyers from the media stepping in the court and trying to get access to the courtroom. And they flat out said, no, don't want that. This case was highly driven because this is a college town. This has never happened in a college town. Never. Yes, so it put Moscow and that college on front page news. And there's a lot of things that was going on at that particular time with that college as well. Did they not just buy a new college in Phoenix, Arizona too, on top of everything else that's going on? So they had a lot going on. And it was damage control. They wasn't prepared for what they're about to be facing. And that's the reason why we see the way things played out the way they did. And we all sitting over here going, where's the proof? If you got your guy and you know he did it, so why not have him confess? Yeah, put him right in front of his peers, right in front of the family and the whole 9 yards and say, now tell us how you did it. Because I think we all can agree he did not do this, not on his own. He has somebody to help him.
Well, I agree with that, but I'm asking you, does the prosecution know this?
I believe they know more than what they want to know.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm driving at. If they know that he didn't do it, so you're saying they're deliberately, they know he didn't do it, and they're aware. Have they been aware of this the whole time, in your mind?
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. It's damage control, man. Like I said, and it's always been like that. It's been said that time before.
But I'm trying to tie it in with they've never done anything more than noise complaints up to this point, so they were in over their heads. So at what point did they learn that he didn't do it? You're saying sometime during the investigation, before the arrest or after the arrest, or how did, in your thoughts?
They didn't get to him till what, December 29th, 30th? And all this stalling that they've had in the beginning of the case. I remember specifically that Bill Thompson one of his biggest arguments in the beginning was he didn't have access to the federal documents. He couldn't get access. And I'm wondering why, because that big, huge bust they was working on at that particular time. I have no doubt in my mind that's what happened. And that's the reason why Josh got involved in the prosecution.
Well, I'll just leave it like that.
It is what it is. I mean, that's how I read it. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'd be more than happy to say I'm wrong. I'm just saying.
Well, there's no way to prove who's going to be right or wrong.
End, but this is how
they're not going to come out and tell us, who won this discussion. But I'll just say it like this: they know exactly what happened, and they probably knew it before the 911 call. If not that early, well, then for sure by the first press conference, no matter what. But much earlier than the first press conference, I assure you. It's already.
I can agree.
That is why they're not even interested in hearing from Bryan Kohberger. Again, how can someone who has nothing to do, and by the way, that is the only option to consider. It's not that he's partly involved and knows something, because it doesn't work that way. He knows nothing. He's not going to be able to tell you where the murder weapon is or the details of the crime, because he doesn't know anything about it. And that's what makes the perfect patsy.
That's a good point. Very good point. I have to agree with you, my friend. Definitely. By the way, Hemisphere, I don't know if I said welcome. Of course you can, Jesse. Are you still up here? No, you can come back up here. But yeah, I agree with you on that, Eddie. And again, Hemisphere, if you didn't hear me, welcome. It's good to have you here, sir.
It's good to be here. I've been trying to get on. It's just I have other things going on in real life, but
understood.
I ain't trying to argue with you, Eddie.
I understand that.
I agree with you 100%. It's just how I read it and how I saw it when it was.
We all have different views, folks. That's the thing. We can all have different views on different things. So,
if I'm wrong, I'd love to know the truth. I would love to know the truth. It's a whole lot better than what we got.
Yeah. Yes.
I was just trying to use each other as sounding boards, but to try to walk through what you're saying and break it down and to understand if it breaks down, where does it break down in your logic? Or does it work out? Or am I to understand more about what you're saying and learn something possibly?
If you go from the day the crime happened and the events that happened after that to the point where they was in Pennsylvania to arrest Bryan Kohberger. Now, the events, just from the time that the crime happened to the end, and put all that together, that's what I'm referring to. It's the events that happened that led up to his arrest. And I was like, you've had him pulled over several times with his father. And I'm trying to rationalize in my own mind. Of course, I'm not a psychopath, so I wouldn't know how to be an artistic thought. But if it seems to me, if I was to have already pre-planned my vacation around that time for Thanksgiving, and I got my father is coming flying all the way out, and so we can drive back to Pennsylvania for a father and son drive, knowing that all that's going on in the background, and I know conscientiously I did that, then why have my father come all the way out there just to drive back? That just don't make sense to me. But of course, that's the point of view that I'm looking at and thinking of. If I was to put myself in that position, I wouldn't put my father in that position. I don't think anybody would, knowing that you just did that, what you did, if you did that. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why it don't make sense to me.
All righty. Thank you for your input, my friend. I appreciate it. Very much so. All right, guys, on we go. I'm going to probably read a little bit more and maybe bring this one down because we've been here for 3.5 hours. I don't want to drag you guys through too much of this. We'll come back and do more and keep doing that until we get through it all because we went through quite a bit so far. I think I'm on number 15 at this point, so there's a lot more to go yet. So don't get too excited, but yeah, we'll go through a little bit more here and then we'll probably bring her to a close for this one. All right, let me see where I was at here. This one's hard to read because there was a lot more. We were down here at the bottom. Okay, here we go. I see it now. On 11/16/22, I was asked to follow up on individuals connected to victims or people of interest. The names provided were MB, DB, NF, JF, and CB, I think. I called the dean of student. Yeah, I already read that part. Sorry. On 11/16, DS and JH from the DOS office came to the ISUB. S stated he had information regarding the homicide. S first stated the DOS office had a debrief to check in on everyone. S said JD, Jack Decor, his name was brought up. He said it got him thinking because Decor had a recent care report put in on him on 11/3/22. Decor emailed the DOS saying had a few different circumstances in my life that have substantially decreased my mental health. On 11/4/22, S called D. S said that D seemed distant, distracted, and sad. S also brought up the Grub truck video. He said he was guessing, but he believed it was D following the victims and hovering around them. S also said after finding out what had happened, D was more concerned with his dog, meaning Decor. I thanked S for the information. I asked H if he was able to provide the care reports for Decor. They referenced H said they did not seem hugely concerning, but would attempt to gather them. Well, that's interesting. Decor definitely wasn't at the Grub truck, though. We saw that. That we at least not on any of the videos that we saw. I mean, we can all verify that, right?
Right.
The Jack that we saw was Showalter, so that may have just been somebody trying to put their thoughts into the situation, thinking, this is what I think. Maybe this is why. I don't know. I'm sure that happened a lot. All right, next up with John Lawrence. This is number 16. This is 11/15/22. When I arrived at work, I had several voicemails on my desk phone. I began reviewing the voicemails. Most of the voicemails were about the live feed from the Grub truck. Throughout the day, I fielded several calls from people with possible information they believed may be of importance to the investigation. I received a call from AM blank a Adam. Is that Adam? What's Adam's last name? Anybody know Adam's last name? Nope. This is a woman. Okay. So let's just go with that. AM told me, oh, nope, that's not her either. AM told me she was at the Corner Club with two of the victims, Madison and Kaylee, the night prior to the murders. She told me there was a college-age male known by Madison. A told me the male was wearing a black and white flannel shirt with a black shirt underneath that had writing in white letters that said antisocial. A told me the college-age male who has been identified as CB was acting creepy. She said that he was not engaging people in conversation and he was just staring at the girls in the group she was with. A told me B had been grabbing girls by the butt and being handsy. A said she confronted B and told him to stop touching girls inappropriately or she would have him kicked out of the bar. And I think we heard about this, guys, early on in the case, but I think that they had tried to say that that was Jack Showalter that got kicked out of the bar. If you guys remember that. Shut up, Twiz. But yeah, I think KOHBERGER. That's it. Thank you, guys. Okay. CB. That's who this is. Cole Berenger. Thank you, done one. But we were told early on, and it probably got names misconstrued, that was Jack Showalter that had gotten thrown out of the bar because he was acting inappropriate, blah, blah, blah. Berenberg. Sorry, I always say it wrong. So there we are. All right. So this CB is Cole. That's interesting because that Cole is somebody that we talked about early on in the case too. But anyway, at one point, Madison introduced her to Berenberg and told her she knew him. A said she let her guard down a little when it came to Berenberg and was later told by Madison that she only knew B through class in a group project in which they had worked on. Berenberg together, A said a short time later, Berenberg was kicked out of the bar. Well, that would definitely piss somebody off. A short time later, I took a call from DJ. Blank J told me he works at the blank J, said he has a regular customer by the name of GP who comes in almost every day. J said P makes everyone feel insecure because of the way he acts and the dark things he says. J told me P lives in the area of the homicides. I looked up P names, number, blank in Spillman, and it shows an address on Conestoga. P has had numerous involvements with MPD over the last 2 decades, some of which relate to possible mental health issues. Okay. Interesting. Number 17. Okay, so this is Justin Dean, interview of RH. Narrative on this one is on November 15th of 22 at approximately 12:48 hours. I spoke with the blank president RH about the 1122 King Road residence. I asked H if she knew the people who lived at the house. H said yes. She said they were a close group of friends who primarily hung out with themselves. I asked H if she ever went to parties at the house. H said that she did a couple of times, but the parties were small. She said the roommates were a pretty tight group who didn't throw big parties. I asked if she knew about any drug use or sales from the house. H said that she thought Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin may have used C, but nothing big, and no one sold drugs. I asked her if she knew whether there were larger quantities of drugs kept at the residence. H said no. H then told me that she was at the Corner Club. Now stop right there. Hold on. Why would you ask a question like that directly and that specific? If you knew if there were larger quantities of drugs kept at the house, why would you ask that direct question that specific? I don't know. That's interesting. Go ahead, Bud. Sorry, I interrupted you. I didn't mean to.
Exactly. And what qualifies, what does he have? What does the investigator have in his mind as larger quantities?
That's what I mean.
It suggests that there's smaller quantities. That's already predetermined, right?
Yeah. What reason do you have to ask anything like that? Good point. That's interesting. Very interesting. Okay. H then told me she was at the Corner Club on November 13th. I'm sorry. I kept at the residence. H said no. So anyway.
You wouldn't expect to get an honest answer.
Truly. Yeah,
anyway.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they keep this, and this back in the closet, right? Jesus. H then told me she was at the Corner Club on November 13th between the midnight and 0200 hours. She said Madison and Kaylee were also at the Corner Club during that time. H said that she heard a male was kicked out of the bar because he was acting creepy towards Mogan. I asked H if she had any other details about the male or incident. H said no. I told H to get a hold of me if she had any more information that she believed would be helpful. And that was that one. Quick and easy. All right, number 18. Okay. This one again was Roger Lanier, captain that retired. This is on the neighborhood canvas on November 14th to 22 at approximately 1000 hours. I responded back to 1122 Road to conduct a neighborhood canvas in the daylight. Chief Fry was with me. We started from the rear of the residence and covered the small hill area just behind 1122. Right behind the residence, there was a small black bag that had obviously been out in the weather for some time. There was nothing in it. We searched up to the parking lot of the Queen Road, of blank Queen Road, I'm sorry, then worked southwest along the hillside below the parking lot. We searched the fenced backyard of blank Walenta Drive and continued west above blank King Road. From there, I was joined by Sergeant Gunderson, and we went through the south side of blank King Road, around the back, then back west between blank King Road and blank King Road, out to Taylor Avenue. We crossed the open field, play field from Taylor Avenue north to Nez Perce Drive at the crosswalk near blank. We walked the pathway north to the World War I Memorial Grove and stopped at that point. I returned to the intersection of Taylor Avenue and King Road, where I met with Chief Fry again. From that point, we proceeded east along the south side of Taylor Avenue, looking in the shrubbery and around the cars parked along the curb at the entrance to the parking lot of blank Taylor Avenue. I located a black vest laying on the grass next to the fire hydrant. The vest appeared to be weathered with leaves and debris on it. It appeared to have been there for several days. I checked the pockets and examined the vest, but did not find anything of note. As we continued to walk east along the south side of Taylor Avenue, I noted a large amount of trash. So that would be when everybody thought that was Maddie's jacket hanging over the fire hydrant. And I said, I didn't think it was, but okay. The jacket that Maddie had on at the corner club, everybody thought was what they picked up at the fire hydrant. So they're claiming in that it's a black vest that they found there. Says that it seems to have been there possibly for a number of days. And they found nothing of substance in it and put it back down, and on they went. I noticed a large amount of trash, various items on the grass and in the bushes, including various glass and plastic bottles, pipes of various types, some articles of clothing such as t-shirt, underwear, men's and women's, and various papers. Jesus. And litter. All appeared to have been in the area for several days or weeks, and I did not.
You guys hear that?
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure my mic was working.
Any evidentiary value for any items I saw. From there, I went south down Linda Lane and walked west between Taylor Avenue and blank Linda Lane, then north of the easternmost building of Queen Road, then up to the parking lot on the north side of Queen Road, back to the Queen Road where I started. End of report. Okay, what's up, Jesse? Welcome back.
Oh, apparently Twiz tells me I owe Eddie and him a lengthy apology.
Uh-oh.
That will come whenever you finish reading the documents, I guess.
No problem. No problem. All right, next up. Okay. What did you say? Jesus, Twiz. You guys are a trip. Thank you, Gene, so much for the super chat. Did you miss a page from the last interview with H you just read? I think so. It was all on one page. I thought I read everything. Why? What do you think I missed, Gene? I'll go back. It's not a problem, but I'm pretty sure that I read, hold on. RH, that one, or the one before that? There was only one page on that one. It was a short one. That was the phone interview of RH. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about before that? That one right there is the interview with RH. And that's all that there is to it right there. Yeah, that's it right there. There's nothing else on that. What do you think? Where do you think I may have missed, Gene? I'll definitely go look for it. I don't want to miss anything. I want to cover every single page. So I'm glad you guys are watching that to make sure. Again, thank you so much for that, Gene. I appreciate that so very much. Hold on. I'm going to go ahead and bounce forward. And if you figure it out, you let me know right away and I will go back to that again. Let me see. Where am I at now? Okay, so this is the new one. Maybe this is coming up. Maybe. Hold on. Okay, this next one is John Rosinski, interview with KN. On 11/16, I spoke with KN at the substation on the University of Idaho UI campus. I asked Kay if she had any special relationships with any of the victims, and Kay said she was really good friends with Xana Kernodle and met Xana freshman year. Kay said she was also close friends with Kaylee Gonsalves, met her freshman year during recruitment. Kay said she knew Kaylee the best. It was a door interview from a college neighbor across the street from 11/22. Okay, I'll have to go back and look, but I don't think I missed one. I'll double check it though. And of course not. Am I the only one who thinks that some of these docs were written or altered after the plea? Of course. I mean, they obviously redacted things, Tomboy, and they could have been altered. You know, we don't know. But as it is, was never about the truth. There would hardly be a reason to. Well, wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true because they were never being honest with us anyway. So yeah, they said they transferred him out to the new facility last night, yesterday, Lucy, which was very quick. I thought that was way faster than what I would have imagined. Really fast. Typically, at least 24 hours goes by, but they didn't even wait. He was gone yesterday. I gotta wonder why, but hey. On 11/16 of 20. Okay, I already read that part. Did I ask Kay if hung out with associated anyone with violent tendencies? Kay said no and expressed that she was confused about the incident because what she saw on the news. Kay said Kaylee mainly stuck together with her roommates Xana, B, Bethany Funk, Madison Mogan, Dylan Mortensen. Kay said that Kaylee also hung out with the King girls, which were JT, NF, BD, and AV. I asked Kay if Kaylee was involved in using illegal substances, and Kay said just coke, probably. I asked Kay if she saw Kaylee doing cocaine, and Kay said no, but she knew Xana was pretty into it. Detective Dean asked if Ethan, Xana's boyfriend, was into cocaine, and Kay said she did not know. Kay said she didn't know Ethan that well. Detective Dean asked if drugs were being sold from the house or if the drugs were more used for parties. Kay said that they were used but not sold. Detective Dean asked if there were large quantities of drugs at the house or if the house was known as a drug house, and Kay said no. Okay, so like how many different times have we seen this approach now, guys?
The drug house theme?
Yeah, in the large amounts of drugs being in the home. This is like what, the third one?
Well, and also the idea that you say just coke, like normalizing it, like I just have a few drinks, snort a few lines, typical Sunday.
Yeah.
I think anybody who says just coke has a drug problem, in my opinion. I know a lot of people use coke recreationally or have or did when they were in college. And, I'm willing to let that slide and not say it's necessarily too outrageous. But by saying in passing and normalizing it and saying just coke and saying that to a police officer and they're supposed to, and acting like they're supposed to take that as we had a couple beers on Sunday, that's when you got a problem, I think.
Definitely. Yeah, Twiz. Oh, I agree. Wow. Okay. Yeah, back in our day, um, that was the worst of the worst. You know what I mean? If you did that, that was bad. I guess not nowadays. That's no big deal now, but okay.
When I was in high school, anyways, it was pot, LSD, mushrooms, maybe a little bit of speed or like mescaline or something like that. But coke was pretty hardcore. If you got into coke, that was considered really about as, aside from heroin, about as bad as it gets.
Right.
Of course, I'm old, so we're talking about the 90s, I guess.
Ain't no different than me, bud. Tomboy said it's always been about rugs, but not the reason everyone thinks. Gotcha. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Okay. Next up, sorry guys, I was chewing on a piece of ice. Aaron Morris again. On the narrative on this one, 11/17 at 14:30 hours, I responded to the University of Idaho Kibbe Dome to interview J.N. Captain Barrett stated N possibly had information regarding the homicide. N took Detective Dean and myself to a conference room to speak. N stated on Sunday, 11/13/22, between 0900 and 1000 hours, he was walking his dog. He stated that when he walked by the first time, he noticed the front door to 1122 King Road on the north side of the building facing the campus was wide open. He stated that he knew it was a party house, so he assumed someone was too intoxicated and forgot to close the door the night prior, and stated he walked his dog up the Taylor to Blake Avenue, then down Sweet Avenue. I'm sorry. He said the walk took him approximately 1 hour, and stated that when he walked back to his apartment around 1100, the front door was still wide open. And said that he was unsure if the information was known or not, but thought he should report it. I asked N if he knew anyone who lived in the house. He said not personally, but in passing. I thanked N and cleared. So between 900 and 9 to 10, which is and it's somewhere between there, he noticed the door was wide open, and when he came back around, he said around 11. So within an hour or so, the door was still wide open. So that means that they hadn't done anything. They didn't do anything until what was it? 11:52 was when they first started to move around outside the home, right? Do I remember that right? When Dana and Bethany?
I think that sounds about right.
Okay. And that front door was wide open. I wonder how long it was open before that too. That's interesting. Okay. Just wondered. Thanked and cleared, and that's that. So it does look like they had interviewed a lot of people. Quicks, people popping up saying, "Hey, I have information. Maybe this can help, maybe that can help," things like that. So that's good to know. Okay, next up we have Detective Mowry here. This is on the cell phone warrants. On November 16th to 22, I applied for and was granted the following warrants for the cell phone providers serving the area around 1122 King Road in Moscow. AT&T, North Palm Beach, Florida, for a tower dump of all records and unique device user identifiers pertaining to timing advance. Real-time tool, RTT location database of record location information during the following listed dates, times, and geographical boundaries, distance from GPS points. GPS coordinates blank, distances from location to 0.50 miles. This warrant was served at approximately 10:09 hours via email through AT&T.com. For the AT&T call detail record CDR for the following phone accounts, they're all blanked out. 1, 2, 3. So there's at least 3 of them. This warrant was served at approximately 9:22 via email, AT&T.com. Attention custodian of records, Bedminster, New Jersey, for a tower dump on all records and unique device user identifiers pertaining to timing advance, real-time tool RTT, location database of record location information during the following listed dates, times, and geographical boundaries, distance from GPS points, GPS coordinates, blank, distance from location at 0.50 miles, date November 13th to 22, time 3 a.m. - 5 a.m. So they were from 3 to 5 a.m. on the 13th, the dump that they did. Gotcha. And for the Verizon call detail record CDR for the following phone accounts, again, 1, 2, 3, blacked out. And excuse me, guys, I have to grab my dog. So if you want to talk real quick, please do.
Yeah, I got lots of stuff to say. It's too bad that Dago won't be listening, but
Yeah, and I was just funning with you. Of course, no apology is.
Well, we already straightened that out.
We already been there.
I was going to get on and say I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to neither one of you mother effers, because I said some things about Ann Taylor, and I don't think anybody should have to nobody should have to apologize for being wrong about issues in this case, because it's very complex and it's hard to be right about everything. And I'm not willing to concede that Twiz and Eddie are right about everything, and I certainly don't think I'm right about everything. But like I said, I hope that in the end, any of the negative things I've said about Ann Taylor are wrong, and I think I've always kept that opportunity open. I've just expressed some being disappointed with where we're at now, and I think that position is very understandable, regardless of how anybody feels. You can't blame me for being disappointed with where we're at now, whether it's her fault or not. Whether it's her fault or not, it's still, as his lawyer, it's her responsibility. It's kind of like the coach of a losing football team. It might not be your fault, but it is your responsibility. But what I wanted to do is, while we've been on this live, I've been getting messages in my inbox from a friend who I introduced to this case. And this guy's a boomer. He's a little older than me. He's in his 60s. He had never heard of this case, but he was coming over to my place, having a few drinks with me. And it's difficult not to talk about, when this is top of mind 24/7, it's difficult not to talk about it. So I introduced him to the case, gave him the basics. And as I've said, if you try to give anybody the basics of this case and just objectively tell them the brief facts, the first thing they're going to say is, what do you mean they didn't call 911? And really dwell on the 911 call. And this friend of mine started following the case as well. He started watching YouTube channels. He watched Lana, didn't like Lana. I think I had told him that I was on this channel. I don't know how much he watched of that, but I think he did develop a strong opinion that Brian was innocent. But over time, he started drifting more and more towards mainstream media. And I want to read you guys some of the things that he's been, these messages are incoming as I've been sitting on the panel on this show. So let me read them to you. This, as new documents released by Moscow police about the case revealed, KOHBERGER appeared to spy on the police the night of the murders. Here is what came out here is what came out. They have his Google tracks spying on the police scanners. Oops. That's why they caught him. If they hadn't found the sheath, I don't know if the dirt was enough to convict. Sorry, I skipped something. Well, I'll just explain it to you. He's telling me that they've uncovered soil samples on Brian's shovel and those soil samples confirmed to come from Moscow, to me, which means absolutely nothing. Unless they were able to find something buried, soil samples, unless they could match them to the King Road yard, and there wasn't anybody digging in the yard. So, I mean, I just don't get it. Anyways, it goes on. He says at one point, and he was molesting women at WSU. So the mainstream media reports have gone from he was slightly rude to some women to now he's molesting them. And you know, it just gives you an idea of how people are manipulated and how they will, once they choose a side and they run with it, it's something else. But the greater point is the gag order, and how I feel like the gag order was a strategy all along. You gag, then you control all of the information, but they've been systematically planting stories out there that aren't even true. And whatever happened to the leaks? Where is the leaker? And even Steve G calls out Hitler and says there's no investigation into the leaks, because if there was, they'd come to me. I've told them that I'm getting information from law enforcement. I've told, and all they would need to do is come to me and ask me where I'm getting my information, and they would know where the leaks are coming from. And when Steve G continued, he said, they're great mothers. And then he sort of shifted and corrected himself and added fathers, but mothers as the first descriptive adjective to use. There's not that many female police officers that I could see giving information to Steve G. It made me think that if he's getting information from a female, it's likely a member of the grand jury. And I remember Bloom, there was some information from Howard Bloom that he was getting information from grand jurors. So I definitely think that any pressure applied to Steve G could certainly get closer to uncovering the leak. But the leaks that have come, I mean, the Patterson book that just was released, and we shouldn't even call it the Patterson book, by the way, because I don't think Patterson had anything to do with it. Vicky Ward wrote the book. She described her writing process very meticulously in a recent interview. And she said that before she even arrived in Moscow, she had a handler that was prearranged. And this is a strategy that she uses for all her investigative journalism. You don't just jump onto the ground and start investigating yourself. You have to have a local to show you around. But then now you're influenced. Now your handler is, it's like going to North Korea and the government assigns you a handler. Then you only see what they want you to see. And the person she had waiting for her in Moscow was a former employee of the Moscow Police Department, a psychologist apparently. And so obviously this guy, while technically he may not have been working for Moscow Police Department right at this time, as a former employee, used to work there, and who knows how much time has passed, he's obviously totally wired into the Moscow Police Department. And obviously with a gag order and leaks, he could be providing whatever he wanted. I mean, he could ask anybody, he would have tons of access to information. But if that's not enough, the first thing he does is introduce her to Chief Fry. Chief Fry should have refused to meet with her. Chief Fry had no business meeting with any off the books meetings with authors writing books. And then you read the goddamn book and all the goddamn misinformation that was, sorry, I guess the religious people aren't going to like that, but I will apologize for that. But you read all the misinformation that was in it, the Papa Rogers thing, and then they had, then they're forced to admit, no, that didn't happen. The stalking, oh no, that didn't happen. Oh, the social media, and she says in her interview, yes, the social media is a thing that did happen. He was following them on social media, and she was obviously told that, or she's either a liar or she was fed that information by people that getting information from the Moscow Police Department. And the same goes with the Dateline special. And I mean, this is like a PR strategy, right? The gag order and the Moscow Police Department dishing out leaks left, right, and center. And then I got my friends sending me messages repeating these bullshit leaks in these books and on these mainstream media reports. And yeah, I'm overwhelmed with how corrupt that this is. And just this point alone, I think this case should be appealed just on the leaks, the book. I mean, the book was released when they were supposed to be picking a jury, and look at all the misinformation that's in the book. And look where the fact that Vicky, who wrote the book, is telling us that she had a handler that was wired into Moscow Police Department, and she met Chief Fry in a off the books backroom deal.
Yeah, but don't they always write books, dude?
Yeah, but if there's no gag order, go ahead and write books, right?
Yeah,
because
but
then
why? Hold on a second. Why do regular people? Why do authors apply to a gag order?
They don't, but when their handler is an employee of the Moscow Police Department who arranges a meeting with Chief Fry, that's where the problem lies. You know, they're getting fed information, and I'm not naive enough to think that it's an accident that all these stories come out, and there is some stories, some leaks that come out that would be in favor of Bryan, that would cast some doubt on the official story. And guess what happens to those leaks? They get suppressed. Nobody wants to talk about them. I want to give you guys an example. In the book, in the Amazon special, in the Dateline special, those people would talk to anybody that had something negative to say about Bryan. They would talk to every junkie, every wannabe on the street. They're not asking. They're not vetting their stories. They're not asking for credentials. They're not trying to back up what these people are saying. But they'll take whatever they get and put it out there.
They don't want to hear the fucking truth, though. I'll tell you that.
No. Well, anybody who has
that's what they don't want to hear.
Any information that's and that's the other thing. All these women saying that Bryan was an incel. Yeah. How long did all these women know? How long did all these women know him? Where? Any of the women.
Every time I saw Bryan in the hallway, right, he was walking with either Casey, he was walking with, like some chick, right? Like, so in my opinion, that's not an insult.
That's why I can't wait to talk to Casey, because I want her to be able to put out the things.
Yeah. She said, well now, that, like, he's took the plea and all that. I haven't really heard back from her, but hopefully I hear back from her soon. I gotta reach back out to her.
Either way, like I said, even if it's just a standard conversation, everything that how do you say her last name again?
MSM called me probably like 5,000 times. Gaia, did I say Gaia? I don't want to be disrespectful. Gaia.
I think I always say Gaia too. I don't know how to.
Okay. Yeah, they. The news called me probably about 1,000 times, and every single time I told them to go fuck themselves. So,
because they're not going to take what you actually say to them, Willie.
I mean, how many of the character references for Bryan came from people that had known him 5-10 years?
That's what I mean. And I got calls, from people that were interviewed, and their words were twisted.
Yeah.
I mean, people from like my grade that were interviewed.
They've even done it to creators. Okay, I'm not sticking up for them, but when Daniel did his interview with Blue and what's his name with Nightline, they completely cut out anything that was not 100% negative about Bryan Kohberger. Cut it completely out, and that's what they do, and that's what they did to Casey. They did it
about that, Dago.
Unless the family says something,
right?
There's no way that Dateline and Howard Bloom and Vicky Ward wrote that entire book and talked to everybody in town and weren't aware of Dave and WSU Kim and their story. And why is that not mentioned? It should be addressed. They should have tried to vet it. And if they think they can debunk it, fine. But don't just leave it hanging out there like it's unimportant. It's so unimportant we don't even have to vet it or debunk it. The Moscow Police Department has debunked a lot of stuff. They debunked the gagged and bound thing right off the hop. No, this didn't happen. You'd think, for Dylan and Bethany's sake, if they could debunk that, they should be out there saying, listen, that never happened.
Yeah. Good point. And again, hold on a minute here. Again,
well, now they're cooked. Now both of them should get more flack than ever. So, just my opinion.
I can agree.
They think they were getting flack before. Just the beginning, sweethearts. Just wait.
God, I wish I could get Kim to respond back. I haven't seen or heard from her.
Which one, WSU?
Yeah, I don't blame her because everybody was
a dick to her, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
I thought Dave actually had the more interesting story.
Well, he did, but there were certain things that Kim wasn't going to talk about until a certain point in time. Well, we're at that point in time now. And if she can verify any of those things now, if it changes, that would be interesting to hear. I'll just say that. Or not. Who knows? You know, I just, like I said, you guys, I just want to know the damn truth.
Exactly.
It's not a big deal. I just want to know the damn truth and why we were not told it. That's my biggest issue with this thing.
But now we know why we weren't told it. We're seeing it as the more and more we read, the more and more we're realizing why we weren't told shit. Because look,
that's kind of what I'm saying. I don't think there's any way that these people that are putting out this mainstream media,
hey Terry,
aren't aware of some of the truths and some of the things going on. They just choose to not speak.
Ignore it. Exactly.
To bury it.
It's because it doesn't sell. Whatever sells is the direction they go.
Yep.
Right. So, or whatever's gonna, if it's gonna bring them flack, then they won't go in that direction. But as soon as like the Goncalves family come out and talk about the prosecution and this and that, then all of a sudden Fox is talking about the prosecution and this and that. So it takes, the family to come out and say something for MSM to say something. They just can't have the balls to say it themselves. And I saw that yesterday. So,
well, yeah,
it's a shame.
I mean, and it's funny because some of the stuff that we're reading here, going back to the, I guess,
unless it's a Karen Reed trial, that for some reason that was just completely different. They'd have 10 people up saying how innocent she was, but yeah.
And like I said yesterday, I think it was very telling yesterday watching their so-called press conference with the two detectives and Bill Thompson, and you could almost see the, I guess, I don't know if tension's the right word, but the tension between them and the backwards talking they were doing as questions were being asked, how they were kind of giving each other looks and kind of whispering behind each other's shoulders to bits and things about, if we're not supposed to expect anything like that, then don't do it, because it's there. We can see it with our own eyes.
That's what I mean. We're not stupid.
Right.
That's what I hate. I hate being taken as a sucker, dude. And that's exactly how they take the public as. Like the people that they, present to, they don't give a shit about. They don't care about us. Like me and you go live and stuff, and people are watching us. We give a shit about like the people, right? MSN, they don't care, dude. We can all fucking die in a fire, and
If you listen to Vicky Ward talk, you can tell that she's a very wealthy, privileged woman. That certainly looks down on everybody else who is working class, which is why the Goncalveses weren't part of that documentary. I'm sure of it. The Kernodles were only played a small role, and the focus was on the Chapins because they're the wealthy ones.
And they're also they're the ones that would go along with everything. And at that point, Jesse, the Goncalves family is not playing into that shit anymore. They're riding a different train, if you noticed. And I feel like they knew they weren't going to sit there and glorify the prosecution, the state, and they may say Brian's guilty, but they're also going to, it's probably call out the fact that there's somebody else there, possibly. And that,
especially now.
Steve Jr., I loved what he said yesterday. He didn't say it in the courtroom. I wish he would have, but afterwards, he ripped Bill in half and then shredded him in half again. Okay. And that's the problem right there, that we're sitting here. That's what, again, guys, don't take this offensively, but I'm not even worried about Brian at this point. I'm talking about the bullshit that we're looking at within everything we've seen. Brian could be guilty for all I know somehow. I don't know. And don't take that offensively, Eddie. I know what you think.
Yeah, the pedo comment was uncalled for, lady. That was
definitely a problem. Okay. And
that was weird.
It's I know what it. I know why they did it.
Creep it on her when she was sleeping like a pedophile. Where you have two things wrong there. One, she wasn't sleeping. Two, she's not underage. So what are we doing?
Those things were said to provoke him, for one, possibly get him to say something. And I feel like somebody in the chat just made a statement that is true, because they know that if they make these statements and it's seen or heard by anybody, once he gets to prison, people are going to go after him. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I thought the motive was it was going to be reported on because of how powerful her statement was, and then somebody hears, "Oh, pedophile." Yeah.
It was definitely a little bit too much, because Brian was never
threatened him.
There was no sexual aspect to this. These were not children. There was no pedo stuff related to this. It didn't need to be said. I agree. And I know they're angry.
My question, right? How can they determine for a fact that not even an advancement of any kind of sexual pleasure was made? How would they know that?
They don't know that because the only people that would know that would be the victims. Thank you.
Yeah. No, the
they
only reason I
can't
ask
know
is
it.
because, like, you know,
Salvage
wouldn't that like
family.
play into their story about why the sheath was off his belt, right? Like, wouldn't that kind of,
It could.
you know,
It could.
it just doesn't make sense how the hell the sheath would come out. And nobody's gonna walk in with a loose sheath, dude.
No.
You're gonna keep the sheath in a fucking car.
No.
But
You're not
nobody's going to pull their pecker out either because that's DNA and hair and everything else too. So the idea that the sheath fell off because you were getting your pecker out is I hope that language
but I mean, if you think about it, if he was getting his pecker and then he was interrupted by somebody else walking into the room, you know, I'm not saying Brian, I'm saying, you know, whoever had this sheath or whatever, you know, because it must have came off somebody's belts, off of somebody's belt somehow, if that sheath was involved. That's all I'm saying.
Or again, dude, whoever did this walked in hand with it in their hand and just pulled it apart, which is the dumbest thing to do.
But then what? And then threw it and then took out their other knife?
I got to say, there's a lot of stuff pointing at Jack DeCoeur right now.
There is. There really are.
Fucking needed the sheath.
I don't know. Like, I don't think so. It's dumb. We know that, Willie. We talked about that from the beginning. Who the hell?
I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying, going in and yeeting the sheath. Like, why you even walking in with it? Because now you have to walk around with a knife in your hand.
Yeah.
The reason I brought up Jack's name is because he could actually get away with pulling his pecker out because his pecker is supposed to be there.
Yeah.
So you know
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, no more pecker talk. We're good. You're making me uncomfortable now with the pecker stuff.
I never mentioned a pecker, so I'm just saying.
Anyway, I get it though. You're right though. Like Jack could have done something like that and gotten away with it because of the relationship status that they had at one point, and there it is. So yes, it is beyond hot, Heather. I'm like sick hot. Going outside is ridiculous. I don't even know.
Right?
No, dude,
it's like 90, dude.
It's 91. Real feel is 104. It's stupid hot.
Holy Hannah.
Yeah. Anyway, and Heather's in the city. She's in Cleveland, and it's stupid. Let's probably like 50% more where she's at. I'm in the country.
My daughter's in Arizona right now, dude. It's like 120 something.
But that's dry heat. That's not the humidity that we have here. It's insane.
Oh, I don't want to hear it, dude. If you ever say the word dry heat to me again, I will fly to Ohio and fight you.
You don't have to fly.
120 something. 120 something is 120 something. Trust me, it's hell on
It'll
earth.
melt.
Yes, I have no sympathy for any of you. It's 120 something and muggy and humid almost every day around here.
You live in the core.
Well, listen, buddy, you decided to move the fucking, you know.
Yes,
I don't want to hear it.
Melissa said
it's actually okay in the mountains where I live, but if you go to Bangkok and you're walking down the streets of Bangkok on a day when it's 120 and muggy and the hot garbage is baking in the sun, it's pretty off-putting.
Dude, if we all come to Thailand, you gotta fucking protect us, man.
I feel for the people who live in Texas now because knowing what they go through on a regular basis, like all the time, there's no way in hell I could handle that. This is nuts. I have to have my winter. Sorry. Anyway, on we go.
Whoever said you don't sweat is a liar, is lying to you. Whoever said that you don't sweat.
If you don't sweat, you got a problem. Like there's a medical.
I'm just saying,
there.
even in dry heat, dude. Like I'd get home, get ready for like a date or something like that, and then I go out. It's maybe 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and it's like it's still 105 degrees. You're sweating your ass off now. It's like, God damn it! Why did I even why did I even take a shower? Like, oh,
good point.
But Florida's probably worse, though.
Right.
So I couldn't live in Florida.
This document here is all about the tower dump stuff again, which that's not important to me right now.
Yeah.
Truly.
Well, have you guys, I mean, you've been live for a bit, dude. Have you guys uncovered anything you can help your boy out with? Any new info?
There's definitely some points in here of things that definitely should have been brought out.
The Jack DeCoeur stuff, maybe? There
was somebody that went in to speak with them that brought up the fact that Jack DeCoeur was having some mental health issues, that he had been acting a different type of way for a while, depression type stuff, so on and so forth, and that was something that caught their attention. They felt it was needed to be looked into. It was kind of important. So yeah, again, but then we have here we go. We also have the Gonsalves saying that they vetted Jack all the way around and that he couldn't have done anything. They had him take his clothes off, blah, 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 and checked him for marks and bruises, so on and so forth.
I got to say this: the Gonzalez family isn't qualified to vet 2 + 2.
I agree. I was just getting ready to say that shouldn't be. They shouldn't be qualified to be able to vet anybody. I agree with that. So that's definitely
God.
different.
Steve, as a cop, dude, seems like he'd be the most power trip cop in the world. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So we missed one more item with the Jack DeCoeur thing, because
go ahead.
Additionally to him having the mental breakdown like a couple weeks or a couple weeks before, somebody went into the women's shelter and said that they know somebody who is abusive to their girlfriend, and they're afraid that they might harm their girlfriend. Now, they said they acted as if they have no idea who this person is. Nobody asked for a name. That's bullshit. You got the yearbook, the school yearbook. You show all the pictures. Moscow's not that big. You start showing pictures until you identify who that is, and then you get to. If they don't know who that person was talking about and who that person is, they're shitty police officers.
Yeah, especially a boyfriend. Come on. That should be like the number one suspect to each one of the victims: boyfriend, ex-boyfriends, ex-girlfriends. That's it.
Yeah. I'm always going to be looking at Hunter sideways. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
it is what it is, dude. The guy's phone was there. He's there. There's a knife, with him. There's just
how
too many
convenient
coincidences.
is that I forgot my phone there?
Right? Who exists without their phone? And you're just cool with it being there all? Yeah, okay.
Well, can anybody confirm when he got his phone back? Like, was his phone there during the murders?
No, but it makes sense why they called Emily and not him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if his phone was there during the murders, and he's got a knife, and oh my God.
Well, there were pictures shown that were taken on his phone of Dylan and Maddie.
Yeah.
But that they took with his phone because he left it there as a joke. You know what I mean?
And supposedly he was there with the cop when another cop arrived, and Hunter's just like walking around the fucking crime scene.
And maybe he must have grabbed it when he showed up at the house. That's all I can think of.
The way I thought it was described was Hunter let them in and showed them where the bodies were and pointed at them, was like, this is where the dead person is. And it's like, wait a minute, dude, you were just on the 911 call saying that there was a passed out person.
Right.
Funny how that works.
It is interesting.
It's amazing, is what it is. That none of them were suspects. Okay.
It feels like Scott Green got involved immediately and said, I don't care what you have to do, but no students of U of I can be implicated in this case.
He didn't want heat, and that's why they knocked down the house.
But you heard what I said in the very beginning
of the to go down for this.
You heard what I said in the beginning of the stream today, that Scott Green, here it is. That this is what they're covering up, what they're trying to protect. Let me say what they're trying to protect is the reputation of the University of Idaho, to protect their income, to protect the financial backing that they have. Because if this gets out that there's murderers and drug dealers and people, all of this stuff happening on this campus, who the hell is going to go there? Nobody. Nobody's going to want their kids going there. So that's going to affect them in a bad way. On top of that, Moscow's going to back that up because Moscow needs them too.
But if you have none of your students that were involved, and and the house is gone, and the case is solved, and everything goes back to normal, then everybody's happy,
right? And
people are going to want to go to that college now because they're like, oh, okay, well, they're doing the right thing over there. Where in reality,
hence the reason why Scott Green's been involved from day one, Willie. Every angle of this, every police conference, every police interview, not interview, but every he's always involved in this from the beginning, talking to them nonstop, knowing what's going on here, knowing what's going on there. That's be like me or you getting involved in their investigation. We're nobody. He's nobody. He doesn't need to be involved in it. Okay.
Exactly.
It just, I've never been comfortable with that or with him. So there's that. Are you still here, Eddie? You've been real quiet, bud, but I know we're yabbing over.
No, I'm just
top.
hanging out. I'm here and listening.
Okay. All right. So, I guess this next one here was again, this is Detective Mowry, and this is about the AG files. I can't quite figure out who AG is yet, but I will at some point. I have initials written everywhere. This was November 17th that this was put in, but done on the 15th. I received an email from SG, the blank of this is Steve Gonsalves, the father of Kaylee Gonsalves. He stated he had access to some of Kaylee's messages and phone calls. Steve stated he would have blank Olivia contact me about those files. That's what AG is. Okay.
I was going to say, how do you spell Olivia?
It's with an A, yeah. I was able to speak to Olivia, and she sent me various files, including an image from the spokesman review showing a camera on a nearby residence, text messages between Kaylee and Jack Decor, text messages between Kaylee and her Uber driver, Eric Gower. See, that right there. Stop for a minute. So even Olivia is sending them text messages between Kaylee and Jack Decor. So she had to think at some point that there was something possibly there. Okay.
Bingo.
And I can't see Olivia as being somebody that's going to blow anything off, regardless of what she thinks. I want to know. So anyway, I get it. A recent phone call list and video from the Grub Truck Twitch TV feed. I attached these files to the case file. The communication between Kaylee and Decor was located on Decor's phone examination, and the Twitch feed was previously downloaded. In the image showing the camera, it was found that residence was at Blank King Road. The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department, but was the file system of the card was not recognized by any of the forensic. Hold on a minute. But the SD card from the camera that was brought to the Moscow PD, but was the file system of the card was not recognized by any of the forensic computers. The card was returned to the owner and reinstalled into the camera. Hold on. So if this is the camera that Olivia is stating that she told them about, and they're saying they didn't get anything off of it because it wasn't recognized by any of their forensic department stuff. That's interesting.
So then they just disregard it?
Unless this is just another one. It sounds like it. It was returned to the owner of the camera, PC, via phone. C stated she was out of town, but sent a video to OFC Rosinski showing a figure walk to the dumpster and appear to look inside. Okay, we saw that video on the window lane footage. I'd like to know who that is, too. To preserve any potential evidence on the camera, I asked Blank if we could seize the entire device, including the SD card, to which she stated yes. Blank directed C to contact me when she returns to a residence, at which time I will attempt to connect the camera back to her Wi-Fi router and view video from the device. Detective Mowry, 162. All right.
What request are you on?
23 as of right now.
Wowzers.
I told you I'm gonna do them all, dude. I don't care how long it takes me. If it takes a couple days, I want to know every single bit of information.
So you went over the bang and the flash already?
Oh yeah. That was like one of the first ones.
How did chat feel about it? Like,
well, from what I saw, everybody was definitely curious as to why we didn't know about that before.
Okay.
Ask them how everybody thought about that.
I was gonna say,
what did everybody think about? What did everybody think about knowing that there was a flash and a bang that happened?
What does everybody think? Like, what do you guys think it is? Is that a flashbang or is that a gun?
It could be either.
What do you guys think?
Eddie, do you know what I think about this? It's very predictable.
Yeah.
I don't care what you think.
No. I mean, it all goes back to the 911
It doesn't
call.
matter
How the fuck are you here? How the fuck are you hearing flashbangs that could be guns in the middle of the night and not saying anything on the 911 call is a passed out person in the morning, and you claim to be sleeping all night? I mean,
Did Brian buy it with a gift card?
Logan Cleary says, I don't think it's a gun. I mean,
flashbang.com.
It's not no, listen, Gaya, a taser doesn't do that. A taser makes like a clicking noise and it doesn't flash either. that I've ever seen.
Yeah, and buying a taser that shoots is very hard to get.
Yeah.
That makes a
so my
pop
thoughts,
sound.
Jesse, my thoughts on that would be, I would say that her statement there is genuine. You can trust that she experienced that, she heard that, she saw that, and
well, it doesn't help her. It doesn't help cover anything up, right? I mean, it's not helpful to the
that's
story.
why it's being glossed over. So the suspicion. So the takeaway should be, who are we suspicious of? Therefore, and
you're right. You're right. The police, the police not mentioning a flashbang in the PCA is probably the most egregious.
Right. Same thing with HJ's same thing with DM's behavior with HJ's
or the drugs.
Same thing across the board.
Yeah. That makes sense, Eddie. I mean, that's absolutely. Thank you, Michelle F. so much for that. Brent Kopaka, the iPhoto. Last time I will say it. I know what you're talking about. I got you. And I appreciate that super sticker or super chat so much. Thank you. Welcome, Robin. By the way, good to see you. That's a fact. No matter who committed this crime, none of this right here should have ever been kept away from the public. None of it should have ever been redacted. All
Absolutely.
of these things. Okay, one thing that's major.
And like we talked about, is that why they cut out? That you were saying they cut out areas of walls because there was maybe a bullet.
It could be.
Yeah, they certainly had the ability to, replace sections of drywall. The way that utility trailer was backed up with the tarp. I mean, they could have been doing anything inside that house before Ann Taylor even had a chance to take her first walk through there. That kind of thing was altered by the time she got there.
Yeah.
How could
like I said, if it was confined, but if it was confined to 2 rooms, right? Then how is the whole house a biohazard? How does the whole house become a biohazard if it's confined to 2 rooms? Can't you just tape off and quarantine 2 rooms? Come on, you got to knock down the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, that's got to
kiss my ass.
And recall the excuses were just like a shotgun blast, like anything that works as an excuse. There was multiple excuses, like, well, there's lead, there's asbestos, other hazardous.
It's just like their story
chemicals.
of motive.
Yeah.
They're just throwing spaghetti at the wall to see if it sticks.
Yeah, whatever you feel like, the excuse is, and that's what our excuse is.
Yeah, right. And yes, Tomboy, I know what you mean, and it does make sense, dear. Thank you for that. Okay. But Eddie, yeah, I agree with you. Well, here we go. Let me say this too, Willie, with what you asked that question of. A flash and a bang is probably more important than waking up to thinking somebody's playing with their dog. Okay. So why is that the first statement we see in the PCA instead of that?
Yeah. And why isn't Dylan waking up to this flash and bang? You're telling me only one person heard this flash and bang?
And was this prohibited from being spoken about in the court hearings? Like, couldn't Ann Taylor say one of the roommates
exculpatory evidence?
We heard a gunshot. We want like the motions in Lemony. Why wasn't she planting?
Yeah, but Jesse, is this why they went to the grand jury?
And was that told to the grand jury? Is that something they know, or is that something that was withheld from them too?
You know what I mean?
I'm just wondering if it was like prohibited, like you're not allowed to, like Ann Taylor was not allowed to mention gun in the.
Very insightful, Jesse.
Because if she wasn't prohibited from sort of suggesting that, then why didn't she suggest that in the motions of Lemony hearings and everything else? Again, it would have certainly helped the. If the public had found out that there was potentially a gun involved in this crime, that would have changed a lot, I think.
Well, I mean, again, they bring that, they redact that, but they put in the fact that she's talking about having a toothache. Come on. Like, what the hell?
And now somebody's screaming, right? Somebody's screaming that there's somebody in the home. That's not what we heard before. Before we heard that somebody said that somebody's here, right?
And there's somebody running up and down the stairs.
I mean, that's completely different. If somebody's screaming, somebody's here, and then all of a sudden Xana's running down the steps.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then
how the hell did Xana get upstairs?
Why was Xana upstairs? What was she doing upstairs?
Thank you, sir.
That's what that's what we were saying earlier. And again, that's another great question too. Critical says, how did Olivia Gonsalves get the footage from 11/12 when the G's didn't hear about the murders till late afternoon? When at 1 p.m. in the picture, MPD is standing on the 11/12 porch. That's a good point. This is what I'm saying. These are the things that are making everybody go, what? And we're just supposed to go, okay. It couldn't have been a stun gun. Paco, listen, it couldn't have been a stun gun. Stun guns don't make a boom or a snap or a bang.
A stun gun.
They do.
How'd she see a flash? How the fuck she see a flash from a stun gun from around the corner?
Now, if it's one of the handheld things that you hold against somebody, it makes a flash, but you're not going to see it because it's going to be against the body. And it doesn't make a boom noise. It's just, that doesn't make any noise. It just clicks.
But she's supposed to be on the first floor. Why is she seeing a flash at all?
Well, I mean, if somebody
now
threw a
flash, a flash can travel down the stairs, around the corner, and into her room.
I'm trying to remember where her room is as compared to like where the stairwell is to go up to the upstairs. I think it's opposite of the stairwell. So, I mean, listen, if somebody came in and shot her, well, maybe she wasn't. I don't know.
It's just my opinion.
Yeah, Fizzy's saying, how did she see a flash from the angle of the room and upstairs? That's what I was just asking, Fizzy. If somebody came in there, I know this sounds, it could be, but probably not, came in and dropped a flash grenade in the house, boom, and flashed. Yes, she could have seen that, okay? But if a gun was shot, even if unless you're right in that vicinity, you're not going to see that flash under your door. That makes no sense. It's under the stairs. That's what I thought, Ray. That's what I thought.
But light travels pretty fast, dude. So if you were awoken by it, how are you even seeing that flash? Like, how are you even waking up in time? Does that make sense?
There was no waking up. They were all high on that blue stuff.
I agree with you, dude. Plus, you're gonna. I don't know if you guys already read, but Bethany flat out lied to law enforcement. Like she said that she was asleep the whole time until noon the next day and didn't hear nothing.
She was asleep till 11:56, but we know she wasn't. So,
like, think about what Steve's thinking right now, because obviously Steve's reading this too, right? He's aware now. And remember that story he gave on Drunk Turkey about the 911 call and Hunter and the kicking the door down. And where did Steve get that information from? Who told Steve the information that he was able to relay and how wrong it was? And then now he finds out about flashbangs, people screaming, and apparently Dylan and Bethany just flat out refused to talk to him. And seeing Dylan in the courtroom giving the victim impact statement, I don't see how the Gonsalves family reconciles the idea that she refuses to speak to them when she was there, when their family member was lost her life, and she refuses to speak to them. And then she seems, she seems insistent that she wants to give this victim impact statement. How about giving the family a statement? And how can the Gonsalves family run cover for her after all that? It almost makes me think that they have something to cover up themselves.
Right.
I mean, there's got to be a reason. There's got to be a reason other than just stupidity.
Right. Eddie, re-click that link so I can pull you back in here, bud. I don't know what just happened. Yeah, no, I agree with you. There has to be a reason at some point. There was something else I was going to throw up here too. That's what I was thinking too. Truth is, flashbangs are really loud. I mean, they're not just a little pop or a snap. They're loud. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
but they can cut.
The thing, and the flash is bright and it lasts. It's not just like that. It's something that lasts for a few minutes. So that would have definitely been noticed probably by neighbors and everybody in the house. I don't believe it was that. Now a gun, that's different. That's a possibility. And again, we do know that they took pieces of floor, wall, whatever out of that house. Could have had a bullet casing in it. Who knows? Okay. I don't know. Just saying. Yeah, he's good at arguing. That's for sure.
Yeah, right.
Definitely.
I can't. I wouldn't be able to be an attorney because I'd attack a pedophile.
No, probably.
That's my problem. I wouldn't be able to control myself.
And you definitely couldn't be a defense attorney because you couldn't defend an asshole
like that. That's what I mean. I'd kill my own client.
Yeah, right. So, Anyway,
Like, so,
yeah, yes, but the damage from the blast itself, 100%
being
would all
honest.
been in that. 100%, bro, 100%. Good point, Tomboy. So, Eddie, if you re-click the link, bud, or here, I'll even put another one for you. I don't know why it dropped you out. It could be just the damn StreamYard glitched bullshit. Echo 444. And wouldn't that sound have been captured? Yes. Yes. See, it would have been more than a bang or a thump. It would have been a bow like that, okay? And it would have, you would have heard it. And it would have been on a camera.
All I'm saying is, dude, all I'm saying is if you watch, say, 25 people be interviewed about hearing gunshots, maybe at least 15 of them, maybe more, will say that they thought it was firecrackers.
Mm-hmm.
So when
That's
she describes it to that, that's why I'm saying, are we sure it's not a gun?
Yeah.
That's all. Because a gun creates a muzzle flash.
Right. Right.
So,
exactly. Sorry, bud. I don't know if that was me or if it was just StreamYard, but welcome back. Thank you for jumping back in.
Willie, do you see now why Brian took the plea? No, but I'm convinced now that this was never ever going to trial because these details were never going to be allowed out. Can you imagine like a trial with all this shit coming out, bro?
Well, let's just say that he didn't plead guilty, and this book comes out, and it's just full of misinformation.
Hi, Krista.
And Vicky Ward's out there saying that she's having backdoor meetings with Chief Fry. Isn't there motions you can file for like, now we're really going to need the delay now? And I mean, how could this trial continue with this book out there with the stuff that's in it? I don't see how. And if it did, the appeal.
What about like Manson? You're telling me they didn't write books before like. I'm not Manson. You're telling me they didn't write like some kind of book before Dahmer's trial or something? Like you're telling me that, or OJ, like nobody's ever wrote a book before a trial.
But was there a gag order?
I don't know. I'm sure we can find something.
Well, the point I was trying to get across with that long-winded.
I'm just asking. I mean, I don't know.
No, well, I got an answer. The point I was trying to get across is if there's no gag order, when false information comes out, they're obligated to comment on it and say that's false, right? And the media is obligated to seek comment from law enforcement and say, we've been given information that Papa Roger is BRYAN KOHBERGER. And then law enforcement can say, we cannot confirm that. We have not been able to, through our investigations, we haven't been able to confirm any such thing. And then they cannot report it as fact, right? But
But what about all the leaks? But what about all the leaks to Steve from cops?
That's what I'm saying. This is the strategy. This is the strategy from the beginning because they're not obligated to debunk anything. So that allows all this character assassination to move forward. Obviously, the mainstream media is only interested in that, and there's no checks and balances. They're not obligated to set the record straight. So that's why I think this. If there was no gag order, Patterson can write all the books he wants. He could get sued for it if he knowingly is printing bullshit, right? But with the gag order, how would his excuse is going to be? How would I know? I couldn't get the police to comment on anything except for the misinformation they were giving me under the table through back channels, through third parties and various other things.
Right. And that's what I was asking too, Tomboy. How did they hear that whimper and the loud thud and all that if they couldn't get the SD card to work? That's what I was asking. Unless I misunderstood that. That's what my thought was. Unless it was something that was given to them later. I don't know, but like, good point. Okay. And you guys, your points are very interesting as well. 100%. So they still haven't really touched on any of this in here as to why nobody.
But let me ask you a question. Isn't thinking like once you realize that it's not a prank, right? That it's not a firecracker, and you realize that it's maybe 4 o'clock in the fucking morning where nobody's playing pranks ever at this time on you. Right. Why aren't you dialing 911 at that point?
Why
if now we're hearing a bang and screaming?
Willie, they were phoning the dead people saying, "Are you okay? Please answer. Please answer." So it's not like they were just going around and going back to bed. They were phoning around each other and texting other people the whole time. So there was no misunderstanding about, I just thought it was a prank, so I went back to bed. That there's digital evidence that proves that's not the case at all.
Well, there's also it was heard that Dylan heard through the floor, the wall, whatever it is, that you're going to be okay. Don't worry. I'm here to help you. All that shit. Like, what?
Well, and the fact that they continued to look at Snapchat maps, like that's a real indication of their guilt, because I don't, maybe I'm just an old head, but I'm not looking at Snapchat maps to see where my friends are. You know what I mean? Like that's a little bit fucking weird. I'm either texting my friends, and if they answer, they answer. And if they don't, they don't. And unless I think they're dying, I'm not going to be looking at GPS maps to try and find their location. Right.
Yeah. Call 911, period. That's all there is to it. It should have been done. I don't care what the excuse is at this point anymore. I agree. This next one here is, again, Detective Mowry. The narrative on this was a preservation for Facebook blacked out. Okay. On November 18th, I received an email from Olivia Gonsalves showing a screenshot of a Facebook post from Dylan Mortensen. In the post, the username was blank, reported details about the incident. I searched for this user and found a user ID of blank. This account had an avatar similar to the M something avatar. I was able to pull up the account, and it appeared to have the following friends associated with it. Blank, 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 L blank, M blank. I requested preservation on all 4 of these accounts at approximately 07:45 hours. I received an email from Facebook stating the accounts were preserved. Now, stop right there and look back. At some point, and I'm telling you, you can tell that Olivia was looking at Dylan Mortensen and Bethany, obviously, at this point, wondering or looking at them in a negative way. Or this wouldn't have been done. She wouldn't have sent this over if she didn't think there was something wrong here. And I still think that at the beginning, when they did that interview and said that there was something such and such was cleared too soon, they were, dude. Willie, they were. We talked about this. Sorry, I don't know why I said that.
I know, dude. It's crazy. It's just crazy to me.
Can anybody offer some guesses as to why they continue to support them when all this information is out there? And they would have, I know that their minds are warped, and they really, they're convincing themselves that Bryan's guilty because that's what they want to believe.
Maybe they've had conversations, Jesse, with them, and
in their victim statements, you can see that they want a motive. They want the details because, they know that the details aren't available to them, and they want them.
Come up here, Twiz. Twiz said, "I can offer."
But it's sad because, you hear a lot of you hear a lot of those families that were talking, and a lot of them were saying information that isn't even true, like factual.
Right,
so they weren't even told the truth.
But I mean, have they been threatened by their lawyers? Have they been paid off? I mean, what is it? Like I said, when Steve Gonsalves gives that story about the 911 call, it was very specific. It was like it was like he's repeating Hunter's words to him, is how I felt that story came across. Is I heard this straight from the horse's mouth. In fact, I think Steve even said that that's where he got the information was from Hunter. And then when the court documents come out, and even Ashley Bamfield had to put it right on him and say, "But Steve, you told us this, this, and this, and none of that's true." It's like he's covering it up. He doesn't. He should have just said, "Well, that's what Hunter told me," and I don't know what to think of it.
Yeah,
because that's the truth.
Well, how come MSM hasn't gone live at all and mentioned anything about this information?
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting?
Well, that was part of it. That was part of the reason I gave that speech, because my friend's watching mainstream media, and he's coming up with soil samples on the shovel that match to Moscow, and in his brain, that's telling him, "Whoa, he actually referred to it as a smoking gun." That Bryan was listening to a police scanner, and the soil samples on his shovel matched Moscow. Like that.
What are you talking about? Where'd that come from? I didn't hear that before.
Well, that's when you were gone. I was giving this speech. Do you want me to read it again?
Just that part.
Yeah. Okay. Let me look for that part here.
That's new. Oh my God. I did hear you say that you brought a buddy of yours into the interest of this case and so on and so forth, and showed him a little bit of everything and talked to him a little bit about it. And then I kind of trailed off because I was trying to get my
okay, let me read this to you. This as new documents released by Moscow police about the case reveal KOHBERGER appeared to spy on police the night of the murders. Here is what was going to come out. They have his Google track spying on the police scanners. Oops, that's why they busted him. A report completed by an FBI agent determined that the soil found on the shovel recovered from BRYAN KOHBERGER's white Elantra was consistent with soil found in the Moscow area. And then he goes on to say to me that if the sheath wasn't a smoking gun, when you combine the sheath with the soil on the shovel and the fact that he was listening to police scanners, bingo, bango, bongo. That's the mainstream narrative, rather than gunshots, people flat out fucking lying, people screaming in the middle of the night, fingers being severed off, bludgeoned to death in their face 34 times. Kaylee stabbed 34 times, and all these girls saying, we were just sleeping, we don't know. I mean, give your mainstream morons, like.
You now need to admit to the fact that you created a monster, Mr. Jesse.
Who's the monster?
Your friend there.
Yeah. Well, but I'm telling you, he's telling me that the smoking gun is the soil sample what matches Moscow. We can put BRYAN in Moscow with a shovel.
We can put BRYAN in Moscow every day digging holes for all we know he's planting fucking trees. Who knows? That's ridiculous. But okay. Holy shit. I just found him. I found him. Oh my God. I can
find glasses.
I haven't been able to see for a week.
You lost them?
Yeah, they were underneath my desk, of course.
I need to get a pair.
Oh, I see you guys. Okay, hey.
I need to get specially made glasses that have one side that have the left eye like blacked out, but I wanted to wear like you can still see my eye, but I can't. But all I see is black. If that makes sense.
I know what you mean. I've seen those before. Yeah.
I don't want to look like that dude from what's that movie? I forget what it's called. It has that dude that plays Spider-Man in it. There's like a dude that wears an eye.
There's a TV show. There's a TV show that's on that I was just watching the other day.
The Kingsman.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, is that what you're talking about too? Yeah. That's
exactly what it was. Yeah. Yeah, this has been driving me nuts because I've been struggling to see. That's why I keep blowing these up to like 400 so I can see it. But okay. Anyway,
real quickly, I just want to remind everybody. Everybody recalls that Steve Gonsalves said that BRYAN was jealous of Kaylee and Maddie's friendship.
Oh yeah, that was the motive that Steve came up with when he was doing on Kaylee's birthday when he was driving around her car. That's right.
Yeah,
that was the motive.
Chanley Painter.
That's right.
I thought they were all friends in the house, but apparently not.
Well, yeah. Well, they were. Listen, I said a couple years ago that when I looked into them, that they were in different circles to an extent. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like Xana was hung out kind of with like Emma Bailey, blah blah blah, but Maddie didn't, and things like that. So I don't know. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. So this Facebook post is definitely interesting.
Steve also said that he was jealous of their family because Kaylee came from a good family and BRYAN came from a shit family.
Good family. He came from a good family too. Ask Willie.
Yeah, right.
That's I don't know why he's been. One thing I have to say that is really kind of bothering me, whether he's a victim's family member or not. Why is he attacking BRYAN's family as if they had something to do with what BRYAN may have done if it was him? That's so stupid.
Who is?
Steve has been.
He said something about BRYAN's family.
Oh, dude, yeah, I showed you the other day. When he was walking away from the courthouse, made reference to Michael and said something about, yeah, we know what your flight records are. We got your flight. We know when you left. Blah blah blah.
Oh, see, I didn't know. Oh, see, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then somebody
Fuck him.
said, "Do you have anything to say to the KOHBERGERs?" And it's fuck no, I don't. Or he didn't say it like that. He was like, "No, I don't care about them." Blah blah blah, so on and so forth. He's just being a dick towards them. It's like, what does that have to do with anything? With
they're victims. I mean, they're victims here as well. What the hell?
It was his interview with the interview room with McDonald, and he was saying about how they come from a good family, and Brian's family is so messed up, and he's so jealous of the relationship Kaylee has with her sisters and her father and mother, and Brian didn't have that relationship. I know. I couldn't believe it when I heard him say
it. Right there is you'd have to know somebody to be jealous of them.
Right.
That is so dumb. That is so dumb.
Well, not only that, when you really break it down, I'm not going to be jealous of anybody who's got a $2 bill and a bunch of powder on their nightstand. Let me tell you that right now.
That's like me hating somebody in chat right now, but I don't know who it is because they're not here yet. But I'll know.
Right.
Like, what the fuck?
You'll know sooner or later.
Right?
Unbelievable.
Come up and tell us about it, Twiz. I want to hear your guess, your big guess. Of why.
Yeah, man, come up to us because I probably have about 5-10 minutes before my phone tells me either stick me in the AC or I'm about to blow up.
Willie does not hate you, Heather. Quit it.
What? Why would she say that?
Lucy, I don't know. She's probably just teasing. So this next document here, or this next report, I should say, never said I had a good guess. I just said I could provide guesses. So provide guesses, Twiz. Everybody just wants to hear your voice, bro.
I don't hate anybody except gray pubes.
Well, I don't know anybody that doesn't. So, anyway, November 13th, I was informed 2 of the victims. Wait a minute. Yeah, had been patrons at the Grub truck. I located on Main Street in Moscow, Idaho. I was also informed Grub truck streams live feeds of their customers on sales via Twitch. Okay. I was able to locate the Twitch account, Grub Truckers, and locate the stream from November 12th, 2022. This stream was labeled the Carbonara Effect. We'll never reveal our secret ingredient and located at blah, 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 blah. In the video, Kaylee Gonsalves and Maddie are seen walking into camera view on the video at 3:43 at 01 timestamp. Wait, that must just be their timestamp, but not the actual time. Okay, they are accompanied by a male later identified as John Jack Showalter. Gonsalves orders then receives food at 3:53:31 timestamp. The girls are seen walking around the truck and leave the area. Showalter appears to be talking to another patron and does not see the girls leave. Showalter then raises his arms in a what fashion and walks away in a different direction than the girls. Copy of this video was captured and saved as evidence. Well, we all knew that already anyway. Okay. Welcome, Bra Guy. Good to see you, Brian. Thank you for being here, buddy. Any thoughts, by the way? Nobody said anything when I read that last part, or that one where they found blood in the Taylor Street white apartments. Did anybody have a reaction to any? I don't think you were up here, Jesse, at that point, but
I was listening. I'm always listening.
Hey, Phil. But that was an interesting theory to me, or piece of information to me too, that was never brought up. And I wonder if they tested that blood. That's all I'm saying, because there's other blood that wasn't tested. So this is again, Aaron Moore.
It sounds like everything they find and everything that they hear, they turn a blind eye to, like, and they take people's words for it. There was the guy that cut his hand with the chicken knife. I mean,
yeah.
Whoa. You're cutting chicken with a pocket knife, making a sandwich. What the actual hell? Like, that story sounds like, that sounds like when you catch your 2-year-old stealing chocolate bars and you're asking them why they did it, and they give you this convoluted story that makes no sense. That's what that story sounded like. And there's no follow-up. There's like, yeah, well, he told me he cut it with, that's what he said. He cut it with a pocket knife, make it a chicken sandwich. And he showed me the picture on his phone. And I took his word for it. You know, that's what it sounded like was going on.
Unreal.
Right. So he was cutting chicken with something like this. Like this. Who? Nobody does that. Nobody does that.
And how drunk would you have to be to cut yourself while making a chicken sandwich to the point where you got to go to the hospital. I mean, if you're that drunk, you don't even know what you've been doing. You could have been the perpetrator and you wouldn't have even known it because you're so wasted. You're cutting yourself wide open making a chicken sandwich.
I can agree. Weird things.
I mean, it just doesn't sound like they vetted anything. It sounds like they're okie dokes in a small town walking around going, "Hey, Bill. Oh, Bill. Yeah, you got a cut in your hand. Well, how'd you get that? Oh, yeah, chicken sandwich. No problem. See you later, Bill."
Chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
All right. I'm about to stop with these documents for today here soon. We can keep discussing things, and then we'll pick this up because too much reading and too much absorbing it'll all flow together, and I don't want.
Hey, you're past 5 hours. Holy shit!
Well, there's a lot of documents. I was trying to get as much in as I could, but this should be the last one for today at least. On 11/18, I was asked to conduct follow-ups on S and B. I was told B was contacted on 11/17 by MPD and ISP officers. I was asked to watch video from 1200 hours on 11/12/22 to 1300 hours on 11/13/22 to see B's movements during the homicide. 11/12 B left his dorm room at 12:05. Is this Barracoa? Maybe. SB? No. Okay. 1 second here. Where was that? 12:05 hours. He was wearing a black long sleeve shirt, black sweats at 12:53. B returned at 15:03 hours. B left again wearing a black beanie, black gloves, and a white jacket. At 19:48 hours, he returned to the dorm without the beanie, gloves, and jacket, but then left again at 19:52 hours with a backpack. B was gone until 11/13/22 at 12:25 hours. When he returned to the dorm, I reported the information to ISP. That's kind of wild. Who is SB? Oop, hold on. Thank you, Phil. SB. I'm gonna figure that one out too. I've been writing down these initials. Yes. I've been writing down these initials trying to keep track of the ones that I don't know to see if I can come up with names for them.
My cat's name is Xena, Caroline.
Huh? Oh, gotcha. All right, so that is going to be the last one that we look at for today. Holy shit. 1 second. I got like 300 tabs to close. 1 minute.
Dan, who are you talking about? Second time I saw you say that.
Brian, that's Brian.
Huh? Or
that,
well, I mean,
what did he say? I now wonder if this is bot. What are you talking about, Brian?
Yeah. He was talking about somebody that's been, I guess, saying the same thing for the past 30 minutes or something. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out who he's talking about.
Oh, there's what's his name in here he's got a problem with his if it's who I think it is system, and it repeats his statements again and again. It looks like he's
gotcha.
Spamming, and he's not spamming. It's just an issue he's having with the system. All right, so we got that down in 1 minute, guys, so I can see who got these memberships that Phil gifted. Thank you so much, Phil. Once again, appreciate that so much. Maybe back in there, maybe not. We got through quite a bit today. I think we got up to 30. There's still so many more, but that's okay. I will do this and take however long it takes over a period of time to get through these.
You'll probably find that we got to go back and go over certain areas of certain things.
So be it.
Well.
So be it. Right. All right. It looks like I am me, Julie Ann, Leah Story, Cat Lover, Texas Ranger. All of you guys, welcome to the sauce. We got 5 new meatballs jumping in with us, and I appreciate that, Phil, so very much. So very generous. God bless. Thank you. That was a lot of info to take in. There was a lot of different little nuggets there, I think. Things that we didn't know, things that we should have known, things that make us question.
Little bit.
So, yeah, very much so. I don't know.
To ponder.
Yeah, we have been here five hours. So, Any thoughts, gentlemen? Any of you before we decide to go anywhere else?
Just a couple
my
pieces of
take.
wisdom.
Right. Go ahead, Eddie. Couple what?
Couple items of wisdom maybe to part with, to share with you all.
Mm-hmm.
Can you
guys-
turn Eddie up a little bit, Diego?
Yeah, hold on. I was just getting ready to do it myself. I don't know why it's low today. Hold on.
I can't hear him.
Go ahead, bud. Sorry. Can you hear me, Eddie? I didn't
Down
mute him.
goes Eddie.
Oh, there he goes.
I didn't mean turn his volume off, Diego. I'm just playing.
No, I didn't. He's unmuted.
Uh,
I don't know what's going on with it. I really appreciate everybody being here for this. And like I said, we're going to go through every one of these reports and everything that they put on this website. I'm going to be breaking it down piece by piece, stopping and going back and paying attention to specific pieces of it that make us go, and finding some truth in this case, finally, possibly. I don't know if you know it, Eddie, but we can't hear you if you're talking, bud.
yeah, I hope he's not talking.
Right.
If he is unable to talk, I'd like to comment on something that Eddie and I have been discussing, and that's to blame the roommates or to blame the police. And I certainly agree, because the police obviously have to be well aware of flashbangs, and they're well aware of the cell phone data and everything. Yeah, he's lost his volume.
Your mic
But,
is on. Go out real quick, Eddie, real quick, and come back in. But StreamYard seems to do that a lot now. I don't know why.
I'm at the
Go
pop
ahead.
down, dude, because I just got a warning on my phone about it overheating. But I'm gonna pop down.
All right. Any last
see you
thoughts
guys.
before you go?
Yeah, my last thoughts are what can I say? My opinion, like I said, I'm gonna say my opinion again. My opinion, this was never ever going to trial, because this information coming out of trial would have been I mean, in my opinion, this is the exculpatory evidence that the prosecution was so afraid of, was Bethany hearing this, hearing that, but then saying she was on the first floor the whole time and didn't do nothing until 11 something next day. So
let me remind you that if it was a gun and there was a hole in the roof or wall, and Taylor didn't fight the demolition of the house either.
No,
I completely agree, and that's why I never thought that she was good counsel for him. But again, that wasn't my decision. So you gentlemen have a good day, and yeah, I'll see you guys around.
Have
All
a good
right,
day, Billy.
talk to you tomorrow,
All right,
maybe, or later on. Thanks, bud.
All right, guys.
How is this?
All
Can
right,
you hear me now?
See you, Chad.
All right, bud.
You can hear me loud and clear, Eddie.
You sound good, bud.
Okay, you can hear me good.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. My mic was on the entire time, so well, it's working now. That's what matters.
Absolutely.
What I was going to share with you is one way we can be assured that BRYAN KOHBERGER is innocent is that the prosecution, the state, is saying that only one person did this. That is like our primary way of knowing that he's innocent.
Good point. Good point.
Because I think our conversation is well past the point of debating, could one person have done this? I mean, well, I'll stop myself short. I won't say any more about that. Or I'll say too much. And I don't mean to offend anyone. If some people still think that, then that's okay.
No. Listen, it's not about that. Anybody
worry about offending anybody.
We don't know. We're all here, whether we have the same points of view or not. I want to hear it all.
Nobody has any right to be offended by your opinions, Eddie.
Not at all. Not at all. And you know that. You know that already. So it's all
I
good.
know.
Whatever you want to say.
Sometimes I feel like it's a challenge to come across. I don't want to come across like I know it all, and you don't know it all. If you don't.
I don't think anybody takes you that way, Eddie. I would have heard about it. Nobody's ever said anything in that way, a negative way. They all respect you and your thoughts. Even if somebody disagrees with you, they still do it in a respectful way. So don't ever worry about that, bud. Ever.
But like I was saying earlier, in your live stream today. That's an interesting. It's an interesting thought process as to try to explore that. Like, okay, so he's guilty. If that's our position during this dialogue.
Mhm.
So if he's guilty, if that's true, and it's also true that more than one person did that, then how, if we talk through that, how would that look? Like, does the state, is the state aware of that? Do they think that as well? And if not, when were they going to learn that during the trial? If there was, going to be a trial.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good question. Very good question.
Hitler certainly expressed an openness to that being the case.
Yeah, he did.
And I didn't get to ask this before Willie left, but I wanted to do a poll on it too. You just reminded me of that, Jesse. I'll ask you two since he's already gone. Before I do the poll, do you think, in your opinion, that Judge Hitler was biased from the beginning with this case, in one direction or the other?
Pretty easy to answer that. Absolutely, yes.
I think I know both your answers, but I'm just doing it to do it.
But I was going to say, Eddie, we seem to be at a little bit of odds, or just a difference of opinion on. I've been assigning a lot of blame toward the roommates themselves.
Yeah.
And not just the roommates themselves, but like I said, the Emilys and the Hunter Johnsons and all those, everybody who was on these Amazon and in the book giving their accounts, and all of their accounts seem to be spinning the same lie. And it seems like, is anybody forcing them? I don't think the police could force them to go and give accounts to Amazon Prime. They could just decline to talk about it if it's really the police that are forcing them. So I feel as though, yes, the police have to share in the blame, but I just don't see any way that you could absolve the blame to any of those kids, any of them, Emily and Hunter included, or any Josie or anybody who was there while that 911 call was taking place, because I just don't believe, with blood leaking out of the wall, with Xana's fingers being practically chopped off, with potential flash bangs or gunshots going off in the middle of the night, people screaming, and with again, back to the Dave and Kim stories, which I've been harping on the Dave and Kim stories for a long time, because all the information that comes out seems to endorse this further. And then we heard about the blue powder and the rolled up $2 bill. That's exactly what Dave was describing to us in Dave's account. And if Dave's account of getting that information on a Snapchat thread 3-4 hours before the 911 call is correct, then every single person who's talking about that 911 call is lying and doing so knowingly, and there's no confusion about it. And yeah, I think the police need to share in the blame for that, but I'm not willing to absolve the roommates.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Understood.
Yeah, I think that 911 call was directed. I don't think that's authentic. I think they were acting.
I'm starting to lean that way too. I never really, I thought it was too much of a conspiracy theory to say that the police directed that. The theory that officers were on scene hours before, sort of arranging things and setting it up. That to me that's a huge conspiracy theory if that was going on. But when this information comes out, it's a huge conspiracy. The fact that none of this information was in the PCA, right? There is a huge conspiracy. I don't know if anybody could deny the fact that there is a huge conspiracy. Just the fact that this information is coming out and that it was withheld it never came out in court. And let's say the grand jury never heard about the flashbang. Let's say the grand jury never heard about Jack DeCur's mental health issues. That's a conspiracy to me.
Yeah, I believe that Well, there's many, but I'll just mention DM. I think she's being used. I think she's involved by force, even to the extent of yesterday's sentencing hearing. She was acting, and I give her credit. That was a good performance, but I think she was compelled to do that. I don't think that's genuine.
No, I think they really needed her to do that.
Yeah, they're using her, and they needed her to do that, and she did her part. They're aware of all this.
Understood.
I think I'm getting closer to where you're at, Eddie. I'm getting closer, but
there's nothing about this crime that the state doesn't know. They know all the answers. They know where the knife is, and they know everything. It's just a matter of when did they know everything. They're not fools. They're not these small town bumpkins that they would have us to believe.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point.
Okay, so the other, I'll impart this bit of wisdom. You guys know the difference between reality and fiction?
Yeah.
Fiction has to make sense.
that's true. Yes, reality does not have to make
Reality
sense.
does not. Good point. Very good point.
And it hasn't been making any sense since about 2019.
That's
if
right.
Even then.
I agree. I know what you're saying. I agree.
I mean, look at what's going on in the world right now with Diddy and Epstein and all the. I mean, some of these headlines that you're reading, you're rubbing your eyes, going, "This has got to be fake news again. It can't be real." And I'm talking about nothing to do with true crime or this case. Just
speaking of which, you saw that Epstein's lawyer was found dead. That's interesting.
Yeah,
real interesting. Tell me it's not related. Okay, whatever you say. I'm just saying that's interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. I like that. The difference between reality. Yeah, that's a good one, Eddie. I like that a lot. So, are you going to be joining us again tomorrow for this, Edward?
I'll try. Yeah, I enjoyed today. Thank you for having me up as always.
You never a thank me. I appreciate you being here. It's an honor for us to have you here. I love listening to your thoughts, feelings, and opinions on all these things, and it makes my head hurt less. Let me say it that way.
Oh, so you say thank you.
Always appreciated, brother. Always appreciated.
Same for me, Eddie. I'm happy to have a conversation with you. I missed you when you were on your hiatus, and
we all did.
I certainly understand why somebody would need to take a hiatus from this case, but
yeah,
we're a better panel when you're on it. It's a better panel when you're on it.
I can always agree. Agreed, sir.
I feel likewise, Jesse. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I think it's a very good power panel when some of us are all here together. I think we get to squeeze each other's brains and bounce things off each other enough to the point where it does make some things make a lot of sense, and it helps us to understand some things better. And I feel like that we went through a loss when you were gone, Eddie, with a lot of that. So I'm grateful to see you here again. I appreciate you very much, bud.
Well, what happened was Sergeant Friday ran roughshod while you were gone, Eddie.
So you guys know, I know you know, but I'll just say it anyway. Sometimes being on a panel is a challenge because the busier it is, then my thoughts get derailed and I lose. I don't know. It's just a different platform, to communicate on, and that's kind of a distraction for me. I don't have the hang of it. I'm getting better, but so that's part of it. It's kind of easier just to avoid it, but like everyone experiences, it's impossible to avoid this case. There's no departing from it. Once it's a part of you, you're not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere until it's just not there anymore. That's a fact, sir.
But I'm willing to try to, improve and work through it.
You do amazing. You do amazing. And like I said, everybody appreciates you in this community for sure. You were really highly missed when you were gone. I'm grateful you're back, and I hope to have you here as often as you can be, sir. So thank you again.
All right. Well, I'll hop down, and thanks again, Dago and Jesse.
Yes, sir. Hope to see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day, and enjoy the rest of your evening, sir.
You do the same.
All right, brother. Bye
Well,
bye.
I will wish Eddie good night and chat good night, and I will be gone too. If is it a race to boot me, Diego?
No, I don't do that. Only with Sarge. Only with Sarge.
Okay, we'll hopefully see you again tomorrow.
All right, Jesse. Thanks for joining me again, brother. I appreciate you very much.
Good night.
Enjoy your night or day, whatever it is. And Dan, Brian, thank you very much for that membership again. I appreciate that very much. Let me see who got it there. Hold on. It looks like, oops, slow down, chat there. Hold on. Elizabeth received it. Congratulations to you. Appreciate that very much. Somebody sent me something here in the email, folks. I was asked to take a look at, so I figure I'll share it with you real quick before we go anywhere. I'm not 100% on what this is, and it's in regards to what was being talked about, I guess. So let's see what we got, and thank you for that person, to that person for that. Let's see what this is.
Alright, I did put up the chat just in case if you guys wanted to chat. You're probably really busy watching the other content creators film.
Oh, wait a minute. I just realized what this was, and I don't have that permission from that person, so I cannot play that. I'll have to watch it myself. My apologies. I thought this was just something else in regards to the statements that were made. But again, I don't want to be rude and play that without talking to that creator first. So once again, thank you for the email. I will go over it and watch it myself. I appreciate that. I want to thank everybody in the chat for being here with us all day to go through these. Like I said, there's a lot to go through, a lot to look at, and we got the time to do it. Hopefully, I hope to see you guys all here tomorrow when we do this again. I appreciate each and every single one of you. More than you guys know, I appreciate my moderators for everything they do. I couldn't do this without them. And to answer Tomboy's question, I don't know if there are double-edged K-bars, and they do make serrated ones. Yes, I've looked them up before. So that's the best answer I can give on that, Tomboy. If the mods are available, I would like to talk to them for a little bit afterwards. Not long, just a few minutes. And thank you again, everybody. Excuse me. Once again, folks, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
With secrets deep, promises broken, wounds that seep. The jukebox screams, the lights will weep. No justice here, just lies that can. can't see.